Chapter 51 Your Name. Ryan reluctantly touched the unicorn's head. Good boy, my brother is going to school. You can't stay in the woods all the time, you have to grow up quickly, and when you become more powerful, take your brother to fly. All the people present and the centaur's Sumion's horse. Hey, is it really okay for you to coax a child like this, and it can't understand it? Obviously unicorns don't understand, so continue to sell cute tactics. Oh. Looking at the unicorn's beautiful, clear and moving eyes, Char's brain is getting worse and worse. What should I do? I can take the unicorn to Hogwarts, so it should be stolen the next day. Gone. Obviously through its eyes, we are more certain of one thing, that is, the unicorn is an intelligent creature. Ryan suddenly remembered that there is a spell in Book of the God of Law that can directly translate one's own language into a mental understanding. Although he has basically never studied it, this spell is extremely difficult and can make the fool in front of him. Unicorn understands what it means. At this time, Ryan suddenly missed Xueluo a little bit. Although Xueluo couldn't speak, he was very smart and could basically understand most of his language directly, so he quickly flipped through the chapters of the spell in his mind, and Zaya's hand lightly placed on the unicorn's long horn, conveying a very simple meaning. Probably just can't take you, you have many important things, you have to grow up quickly, and take me to fly in the future. Ahem. The last one can be ignored. Well, the unicorn is even more sad. The clear eyes are filled with tears, and then a low voice is made. Because the human being can convey his meaning to this unicorn, it is obviously still very young and does not have complete understanding and language functions. Firenze, who was a little dumbfounded at this moment, acted as an interpreter very kindly. Although Char was puzzled, the races of centaurs and unicorns were too far apart. How could he understand what unicorns were saying? What? Firenze looked even weirder while translating. This little guy said he wanted you to give him a name before he left. Ryan thought for a while. By the way, is this a boy's paper or a girl's paper? Firenze felt that his English must be bad, and decisively replaced it with she. It turned out to be a female unicorn, so it doesn't matter if it looks cute. Ryan glanced at the unicorn's body as white as snow, and the long spiral horns above its head glowed with a faint brilliance, and it was even more beautiful with the silver moonlight. You call it Artemis. Char's hand was slowly removed from Artemis' long horn. He knew that the name had been deeply imprinted in this unicorn, Artemis' mind. Artemis, the goddess of the moon? Firenze smiled. It's a beautiful name, and I hope this little guy can bear this title. Unicorns themselves have a certain divinity. They are born with extremely strong magic and extremely high magic resistance. A fully mature unicorn can easily deal with an adult wizard, and they are favored by the god of the forest. Noble, mysterious, and powerful. This also makes unicorns a legendary existence. But in fact, in addition to the Forbidden Forest in Hogwarts, there are already unicorns in several places in the world. Okay, little guy, let me go. Ryan smiled and waved his hand, hoping that his kindness could help him more in the future. Although he lost 4 precious drops of the dew of life, it might be interesting to save such a pure and weak child. On the way back, Harry was a little excited to discuss everything that happened in the Forbidden Forest with Zaya. Obviously, Harry's children's shoes were stunned by Zaya again. Why Shimo is so powerful. By the time Firenze accompanied Hagrid out of the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore and Snape had been waiting outside the Forbidden Forest for a long time, one in black and one in grey, and they looked harmonious from a distance. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, Firenze saluted. Since your students are safe, I'll go back. Thank you, Firenze. No, it's me who should thank your students. Firenze gave Ryan a deep look. You boy who saved the unicorn, I wish you again, and may the god of the forest be with you. After finishing speaking, Firenze's strong limbs trod quickly and quickly disappeared into the deep Forbidden Forest. Snape looked at Char with burning eyes. You saved a unicorn. Yes, Professor. Zaya took out a crystal bottle from his pocket without a trace. which was full of unicorn hair, glowing silver in the moonlight. Then Char handed the crystal bottle to Snape and said seriously, "This is unicorn hair. I don't know what they can do, so I gave it to Professor Snape to study it." You don't know a ghost. Everyone silently turned their heads away, pretending not to know this guy. Even Harry knew that unicorn hair was a very precious thing, because the core of many children's shoes in Gryffindor was a unicorn hair that I didn't know how to get. Snape took the crystal bottle and smiled with satisfaction. "This is fresh unicorn hair. Refining medicine or making magic props can have excellent results. This is something that has no market price. There is no unicorn standing there every day plucking your hair. Saving a unicorn is a remarkable thing, Headmaster Dumbledore, and I think Mr. Ambrosius should be commended." Such an upright bribery actually made Snape start to operate directly. Dumbledore thought for a while. "It's really amazing. Mr. Ambrosius has brought us back into relationship with many creatures in the Forbidden Forest, so I think Mr. Ambrosius should win for Slytherin. 100 points. Very good." Snape laughed even happier this time, so the 50 points that Ryan had deducted were not only made up but also given away, and Harry and the others scratched their heads in embarrassment. "Since your performance in the Forbidden Forest is very good, your punishment will end early. Go back to your respective dormitories. Long live." It's just after 12 o'clock now, so it's great not to spend the night in the Forbidden Forest. "Oh, right," Dumbledore said. "Mr. Ambrosius remembers to come to the principal's office. I think I have to discuss some things with Mr. Ambrosius. By the way, I want to eat toffee today." After speaking, Dumbledore walked towards the Hogwarts castle with steady steps. Chapter 52 Conversation. What kind of toffee candy? It's actually a good password. Back in the castle, Char was standing on the elevator made of sculptures in front of Dumbledore's room. "Mr. Ambrosius, please take a seat." Ryan glanced at him and slowly moved to the chair under him, and sat on it calmly. "Thank you. Want a cup of hot milk tea?" "No. I don't really like things that are too sweet." Dumbledore smiled. "Actually, I don't like it very much either, but I always think you young people like these sweet things," Ryan said with a smile. "Maybe I'm a little different." "There are indeed some differences." Dumbledore sat on his headmaster's chair. Behind the half-moon glasses was a pair of glasses full of wisdom. "Mr. Ambrosius, you are very good." Ryan lowered her head a little shyly. "It's too much." "No, you are really good." Dumbledore looked at Ryan seriously. "Frankly speaking, your grandfather, Ferrin Ambrosius, and I are very good friends. After he and your parents died, I once thought of breaking the knot of Notting Island. The world will raise you, but I believe that Philin and your parents won't leave you so hastily, so I didn't do it. I know this, and I thank you very much, Professor Dumbledore." Regarding this matter, the elf Sifos witnessed the whole process with his own eyes, and he told Char when he grew up. "Fortunately, you are growing up very healthy, and your character is so warm and sunny. I think I have to make another change in the concept of house elves. You have this outstanding talent, strong character, humble attitude, and the rich heritage of your Ambrosius family, so you can have such achievements and strength at the age of 11. Well, I know him very good. Please don't praise me. If you have any business, you can quickly tell me. In the end, it is to educate, not to be the Dark Lord, or to pay attention to the proportion of learning, and hurry up." It's a pity that our beloved Principal Dumbledore didn't play cards according to the routine, and I saw him say, "It's the relationship between me and my ancestors. I hope, Mr. Ambrosius, you can do me 2 favors." Puff. Ryan, you almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "The script is wrong, Professor Dumbledore. You are the strongest white magician in this century. How can I help you? If you need to find a good apprentice to inherit your mantle, just come to me." Dumbledore said, "Although I didn't go into the Forbidden Forest, there is projection magic I arranged in the Forbidden Forest, so I can see everything in the Forbidden Forest clearly. Now you should have been involved in more advanced rules and magic. I can teach you how to use this and the skills to strengthen the subsequent singing, and I can also tell you. In addition, I can give you a manuscript that Slytherin and Ravenclaw personally left behind, and they can help you see the wider world. Very tempting conditions, and they are all what Chaya wants, but Chaya is very clear about the basic principles of alchemy, equivalent exchange. I understand your kindness, but Professor Dumbledore, I must first confirm what you need my help for. Ryan teased. I don't want to do something I'm not sure about. Dumbledore said gently, it's actually nothing. The first thing I need your help is to hope you can continue to maintain a good relationship with Harry and others, and help them as much as possible when they need help. Harry and the others are too young, and they are far inferior to you in both heart and strength, but they have very important tasks on their shoulders. In order to protect them, I must find a trustworthy person. Through your performance this whole term, Mr. Ambrosius, I think you are who you are. Ryan shook his head. Sorry, this isn't much help. Whether it's from a friend's point of view or my principles, I will never let my friends, my important people, get hurt. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambrosius, and then come to my second thing. Speaking of this, Dumbledore looked a little serious. I hope Mr. Ambrosius can suppress the entire Slytherin and be the head of the Slytherin Student Union. No, Dumbledore. What are you doing? Ryan is an honest person, and he knows very well what will happen if he really does this, and what will others think. I have to remind the professor that if I do this, it is very likely that Slytherin will go to extreme personality cult or purebloodism, and then this Hogwarts will collapse from the inside. And if I command Slytherin, if I turn bad, then I may be the second Voldemort. Dumbledore said, right. But I'm pretty sure you won't be that evil wizard. Ryan was a little curious. Why? People's personalities can be changed. Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. This is a blessing passed down by your family's blood through the ages. I believe you will know it later. Dumbledore said, in fact, the internal contradictions of Slytherin are very prominent now, and all kinds of racism and classism are too obvious. If your performance is not too good and infected many people, the current Slytherin maybe will be more serious. So I hope Mr. Ambrosius will lead Slytherin and use your character and your values to change those who are underage and many young wizards who shape space. Dumbledore said, I would very much like to see a scene of prosperity and peaceful coexistence of the four houses, and Mr. Ambrosius, I think you are the key to opening this store of harmony. Silence for a few seconds. Runkai said, I can promise Professor Dumbledore to establish enough authority in Slytherin, but let me be the head of the student union. I have too many things to do. Dumbledore said, I know, this requires Ambrosius to allocate your time reasonably. The atmosphere fell silent again, although Char would like to be lazy. But think about the reward Dumbledore promised to give him, especially the manuscript written by Slytherin in Ravenclaw. The two founders of Slytherin and Ravenclaw are both proficient in potions and alchemy, so the value of this manuscript is simply inestimable. It can be found in Hogwarts, where the ancient charm is preserved. In the end, Ryan didn't even understand how he got out of the principal's office. Although he was a little confused, Ryan smiled when he thought of the many things in his mind and in his arms. Chapter 53, Pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone. So now it's considered a decree to install 13. Zaya suddenly felt that his future study career will have a lot more fun. But there is a question, if I don't rush it, will it be my single Epperson dormitory that you guys haven't given me an answer? With a lot of resentment, Ryan returned to Slytherin, and Harry and others were still very restless. Although they had experienced a lot in the Forbidden Forest, they still believed that Snape had a great deal with the Philosopher's Stone. Strong idea. So bear children can't be provoked. However, this is not the case. The final exam has just ended on this day. What awaits the students is the final summary dinner before the end of the semester, as well as the selection of the Academy Cup. Although a snake hospital has dropped by nearly 300% from the second place this year, life must be a little hopeful, right? After the final exam, Harry and others learned that Hagrid's dragon was actually obtained from a strange man in black, and Hagrid even inadvertently revealed the weakness of Lou. Why? who guarded the Philosopher's Stone. What's even more strange is that Professor Quirrell, who has been bullied by Snape, seems to be on sick leave for nearly a week, and he doesn't know where he is. Harry and others can't help but wonder if Snape persecuted him. Ryan said he knew why. Because Quirrell stinks to death now, he must find a way to get rid of the fragrant potion on his body, otherwise such a unique smell will be discovered by these people who have been close to Quirrell. At that time the men in black in the Forbidden Forest also revealed their identities. As a result, Harry and others couldn't help but get nervous. That is to say, the fierce three-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone actually fell asleep after playing a song for it. There was not much time before the end of this semester at Hogwarts today, and Harry and others believed more and more that Snape was going to act in these days. So after the meeting, Harry, who was full of pig feet, decided to go to find out with Zaya tonight. Zaya said that he had no opinion, so after returning to the Slytherin common room, Zaya flipped through the organized notes, while waiting quietly for the appointed time to come. It's almost time. Ryan looked up at the ticking hour hand. It was almost 10 o'clock. He put the notebooks in his hand into the storage bag, walked across the floor made of Slytherin black marble, and followed the undulating and ever-changing stairs to the 4th floor. The low end of the deep corridor was the guard's magic stone room. The door, and then in the corridor on the 4th floor, there was no one else except Ryan at this time. What about people? We agreed to meet at 10 o'clock. In order to prevent being discovered by a certain Filch again, Char put an invisibility spell on himself, and the effect was definitely not as good as Harry's super invisibility cloak, enough to be invisible to ordinary people. Report, sorry. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the three of them came in a hurry because they were invisible. We're in a little trouble, Hermione explained in a low voice. Neville tried to stop us, so it took us some time to get the Neville uniform. Poor Neville, Ryan thought to himself. Thanks for being a Ruskin child. We have to hurry up. Ryan gave a look. I have to say that the time you chose is very accurate. Someone should be here first. Harry looked up and saw that the tight door had clearly opened a crack. Let's go. Ryan took his head unhurriedly. Unless stupid Quirrell's strength has grown by leaps and bounds in the past few days, otherwise he really isn't very embarrassed of him. Gently pushing open the door that had opened a gap, heavy breathing came from inside, and Neville's three huge heads drooped weakly because of the harp that was still playing slowly beside him. Ryan remembers this scene clearly, and if there is no accident, the harp will stop soon. Ryan said to Harry and the others, it seems that someone has already come. You wait here for a while. I'll go and strengthen the magic on the harp to avoid accidents. I don't want to kill you anytime soon. While muttering in a low voice, Zaya walked to the harp and waved his wand gently. Drop. Your harp autoplay has been renewed. This should be the problem. Ryan beckoned to Harry and the others from a distance. Most of Luwai's body was pressed against a wooden door on the ground, and this wooden door, like the entrance to the cellar, was the key to entering the next room. You go first. Char's wand cast a very gentle floating spell on the sleeping Luwai, and the three-headed dog Luwai's huge body was directly lifted 1 meter high, enough for Harry and others to enter. Then how did you get in, Ryan? Facing Harry's whispered question, Zaya said speechlessly, can you move faster? It's tiring to control such a big guy. Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. Luwai's body is so big, it is estimated that he must weigh 10 tons. Seeing the three of them jump into the wooden door, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief, and I consumed a lot of magic power in such a short time. Ryan, come down quickly. The ground is soft and everything will be fine. Even if it's a fire pit, it'll be fine. Ryan groaned in a low voice. The wand in his hand was still maintaining the floating spell, and then the whole person jumped into the door, and then suddenly released the floating spell that he cast, and moved towards the wooden door. The wooden door closed instantly. Poor because Luwai lost the support of the floating spell, he fell to the ground and immediately woke up from a sweet dream. So everyone under the door listened to Luwai's frantic wailing outside the wooden door. and could almost feel its sadness. Ryan gracefully fell down with the slowing spell, and at the same time his wand glowed with fluorescence, and said strangely, "You can't even know basic lighting, right? Well, it's not because the three-headed dog outside is barking too badly. That, Ryan, how do we go back?" Go back? Ryan thought for a while. Do you still need to ask, or go back the same way? Or there will definitely be a passage inside for us to go back, just keep walking forward. Harry_Ron touched the soft thing around him strangely, and it seemed to be a little slippery. Fluorescent flashes. Ron's worn wand managed to emit light. It's a plant, but luckily it's not a stone floor, otherwise it's going to fall badly. Don't be lucky, look at your feet. Ryan pointed to Ron's leg, and the originally quiet plant seemed to come alive, like a green boa constricting Ron's son. What's this? The moron struggled. The close of the plant was tied, and dragged Ron down continuously, and the same thing happened at the feet of Harry and others. Chapter 54, Use Your Brains. Okay. Do not be nervous. Ryan stood motionless. The devil's net strangely didn't find Ryan's trouble, and Ryan said in a hurry, "This is the devil's net. I remember that this thing was recorded in the first-year herbal medicine textbook. Use your brains and think about how to solve it." Herbal class. Hermione's mind turned fast. By the way, it's said in the book that the devil's web likes yin cold shit, but the devil's web is not interested in those static things. As long as you stay relaxed when you encounter the devil's net, you'll be fine. The more you struggle, the more the devil's net will bind you tighter. After speaking, Hermione took a deep breath, trying her best not to think about the cold and smooth feeling of devil's net, and she didn't use any strength. Soon the devil's net calmed down like water, and Hermione's body continued to sink, and finally fell from the bedding made by the devil's net and returned to a solid ground. "It's safe down there, come down quickly." Seeing that Hermione was safe and sound, Harry also learned from her to relax himself, so Harry's body was slowly sinking, and finally landed safely. As for a certain Ron, he seemed to be very afraid of the strange touch of the devil's web, so he couldn't calm down, and he saw Zaya shaking his head. "Although I don't like violence, this is the case." Char's wand waved, burning fire. The precise magic control turned the magic power spurting out of the red sandalwood wand into a beautiful fire net, and the temperature and light emitted made the devil net under the two of them avoided. So Ron and Ryan left and fell. The difference is that one is still personable, while Ron is very embarrassed. "Okay, let's move on." The brilliance in front of Char's wand suddenly became much brighter, allowing everyone to have a panoramic view of everything in front of them, and in front of them was a secluded blue stone corridor extending down. Although there shouldn't be any danger, you still have to be careful. Lead the way, you have to protect the only lady among us. Okay. Hermione was a little embarrassed. The stone corridor was twisting and twisting, and it was extremely cold. I don't know how long it took before the four talents came to the end. This is a bright room with a very high ceiling. The vaulted dome structure may be nearly 10 meters above the ground. The air is covered with silver, insect-like things, flapping their wings and flying slowly in the air. This is the magic key. Char looked at what looked like insects in front of them. Their bodies exuded a metallic brilliance. Only one of the tens of millions of such key bugs was the real key. "Harry, did you see that big key with a broken wing?" Char patted Harry on the shoulder and pointed with his wand. "The broom on this side should be for us to catch this thing. If we forcibly capture it with magic, it may cause unnecessary trouble." As a seeker, Harry's eyes were extremely sharp, and he caught the key that Zaya said very easily. Without any hesitation, Harry said, "Okay, I'll try it." What a joke, at such a slow pace. "I'm a good seeker, Harry Potter, I can catch bullets." "Oh no, I can catch the golden snitch." The person who set up this mechanism, this person is a seeker. Key bug, okay. We know the boss. Almost the moment Harry got on his broomstick, the speed of the flying key bug that was originally slow flying instantly accelerated, and it was a little slower than the golden snitch. Harry's forehead suddenly went black. "Don't play like this." Fortunately, The performance of this broom is very good, and the acceleration is also quite good. While tossing and turning, I still grabbed the real key with the damaged wing, and then threw it to Ryan. Ryan took the key and opened the door, so she entered the next room. Well, Master Dumbledore, are you really sure that such an organ can guard the Philosopher's Stone? Why do I think this is a game deliberately set up for Harry and others? Hagrid, Quirrell, the 4 deans of the academy, and the principal, each had 1 level, with a total of 7 rooms. It was almost like a joke. Even Zaya couldn't stop him, let alone those powerful black magicians. And there was a traitor among them. As for the next room, it's a bit strange. When we first entered, the light was extremely dark, and we couldn't see the sobriety inside. However, before Ryan and others took a few steps forward, the whole room suddenly lit up, and there was marble under everyone's feet. Beautifully carved stone platform. Opposite to Zaya and others, at one end of the platform was a door made of bronze. It seems that there is nothing to do here. Harry looked around, except that the room was large and deserted. There was a seemingly inconspicuous round platform on one side of the platform. I didn't know what it was used for, and this round platform was symmetrically distributed on both sides of the chessboard. You don't think this place is a bit like? Hermione carefully looked at the layout here several times, and suddenly hesitated. Like what? Look at the ground. Although it is not very conspicuous, the dark marble divides the entire platform into even 6 points. And from our bottom end to the opposite side of the platform, there are catapults, crossbows, and long swords carved on the ground. Ryan walked to the stone platform on his side, where there was a stack of unknown cards. It seems that the layout here is used for Gwent cards, and the engraved marks on the ground represent that the Gwent cards should be position. Let me see what kind of Gwent card it is. Ryan stepped into the area inside the platform, and the platform opposite suddenly lit up, and then a sinister-looking Yin-Sen, a slender and tall monster, appeared in front of everyone. His fingers glowed with metallic light, and his hair, which had been beaten by water, was draped in front of his eyes, making it impossible to see his face. And the moment this monster appeared, the temperature on the field dropped rapidly, making everyone feel a little cold. Monster Faction Leader card, epic quality, Dagon. It shouldn't be a projection. Harry and others said that they had also played Gwent cards, but the monster in front of them was by no means as simple as a projection. The real cold and depression had been fed back to them by their body. Ryan, you can see at a glance that this is a leader card in his Gwent card, but this is not a simple projection. It is an advanced metamorphosis that combines projection and the material of this field. You don't need to look to know that this is Professor McGonagall's handwriting. It looks interesting. Ryan slowly drew out his wand, but the essence of the gameplay hasn't changed. It should be because of the polymorphism that increases the danger and the sense of oppression on the scene. To be honest, this may be attractive to others, but forget it for me. I'm challenging my dignity as a founder. After that, Ryan didn't even think about going back to his stone platform to solve the battle with Gwent cards. He strode forward, and more monsters, units and events appeared in the opposite area. This is stopping Char. Quirrell didn't play the game and went in without damaging the scene, so it means that there must be a way to crack this game. There is no need for violent destruction. Apparition is still difficult because there are monsters guarding the door. Ryan's train of thought is turning very fast, and high-level transformation spells are exquisite, but he has a trigger mechanism, that is, they will only activate transformation when there is an enemy present, and these things have no vision, so they rely on the face in front of them, positioning based on the perception of space. Since that's the case, there is a way, so Char turned his wand and pointed at Harry and the others, breath of breath. Then he applied a shielding spell to himself. In this way, although the 4 of them stood on the opposite side of the deformed Gwent card, in the perception of the Gwent card, the 4 had disappeared out of thin air, So after a few seconds of silence, the deformed monsters slowly melted and returned to their original form. Chapter 55 Dignity is gone one more, so that's how it came. Harry was shocked to look at the platform that came all the way without incident, said the dignity of the founder. Ryan coughed lightly. Don't pay too much attention to these details. Remember that hard power is not the only condition for determining a wizard. The key is to have a brain, things that can be easily solved. Why should we waste time and energy? Well, apparently everyone doesn't believe it. Ryan spread her hands. I'll be honest, I'm just lazy and want to end it soon. What do you think will be next? Ryan sighed. He must learn to work hard. Hagrid's three-headed dog Louis, Professor Sprout's Devil's Web, Professor Flitwick's Magic Key, Professor McGonagall's deformed Gwen card, the rest is the rest. Nothing more than Quirrell, Snape, Dumbledore. Of course, there was one thing that Churia didn't say. The ranking of this level was actually the ranking of the current top wizards at Hogwarts. In terms of hard power, in addition to Dumbledore, Snape himself could hang and beat Quirrell, and Quirrell is stronger than the rest of the professors. If it wasn't for Voldemort's parasitism, the unicorn curse, etc., Quirrell's strength would not have suffered such a big loss that he couldn't solve it in the Forbidden Forest. Shire. They came to a door again. It's okay? Harry asked quietly. Go in. Hearing what Char said, Harry pushed the door open. A sickening stench hit their nostrils and they had to lift it up. The clothes were blocking their noses. The eyes of everyone were also smoked with tears. Through the blurred tears, they saw a troll, bigger than the one that attacked Hermione on Halloween, lying motionless on the floor in front of him, unconscious, with something on his head. A large, bloody lump. Great. We don't have to fight this troll, Harry whispered. They carefully stepped over the troll's thick legs. Come on, I'm out of breath. He opened the next door, and for a while, the two of them couldn't even see what was waiting for them next. But there was nothing scary here, just a table with 7 bottles of different shapes lined up on it. Potion bottle, Snape's level. Suddenly Harry looked at Zaya, our potions master. What should we do? Ryan said. Let's go over and take a look. Anyway, it won't let you try the poison yourself. As soon as Harry and Char crossed the threshold, a flame rose up behind them, sealing the door, while Ron and Hermione were directly blocked from the outside. The flame was a weird purple color, and at the same time, black flames shot up from the door leading to the front, and Char and Harry were trapped in the middle. Harry, what should we do if we can't get through? Facing the wall of fire, Hermione and Ron could only stare blankly. The strange flame contained powerful magic, which directly blocked the possibility of their progress. Don't rush. Char's wand lightly tapped, and the parchment next to the bottle fell into his hands, which read, Danger is in front of you, safety is behind. 2 of us can help you drink them. 1 will lead you forward. The other will send you back to where you came from. 2 were filled with nettle wine, 3 were killers, waiting in line. Choose, unless you wish to procrastinate here forever. We also provide you with 4 clues to help you choose. First, no matter how cunning the poison is hiding, they are actually standing on the left side of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at the left and right ends are not well defined. If you want to move forward, none of them will work for you. Third, you will find that the bottles are of different sizes. There is no death hidden in giants and gnomes. Fourth, the second on the left and the second on the right, although different in appearance, taste the same. Ryan just looked at it roughly for a few seconds. This is not a potion course, just simple logical reasoning. 7 bottles, 3 for poison and 1 for medicine, 2 for wine, 1 to get us through the black flames safely, and the other to send us back through the purple flames. Hey, this smallest bottle allows 1 to pass through the black flame to reach the deepest. Harry looked at the inconspicuous little bottle and muttered, but it's only enough for 1 person, not even a sip. As for this round bottle on the far right, it allows 1 to walk through a purple flame. Harry said, it seems that only 1 person can move forward. Char said with a smile, don't look at me, the person who passed through the black flame must be you. but I need to take a drop of the potion and analyze it. A bit. Harry was a little excited, but a little disappointed. Although I really want to stop Snape myself, my strength is definitely not Snape's opponent, but Ryan's ability is strong. You should go. 0. Ask for flowers. Don't think about it so much, and don't forget, Snape doesn't have the smell left over from my potion, so the person inside is basically definitely not Snape. But maybe he has another way. He's a potions professor after all. Ryan Dow, I knew from the time I came here that this place is actually a challenge for you, not a hold. Don't forget that there is another level behind. There is the layout left by our headmaster Dumbledore. He will definitely protect you. But now, let me analyze the 2 bottles first. Ryan moved very quickly. There were various storage bags in his robe. He took out a few instruments almost in an instant, and carefully took out a drop from the 2 bottles of medicine, which had almost no effect. Amount of medicine, frostfire grass, cloud swallowing fruit, and this spiral-shaped chameleon decomposition structure. So there is still a very precious phoenix ember inside. Looking at Char's rapid movements, Harry asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Ryan Dow, I already know what these 2 bottles of potions and 2 kinds of flames are. You go first. Good. Seeing that Char had a way to pass through the flames without using the potion here, Harry was relieved a lot, because he felt that he could drag the unknown guy inside, although he still thought Snape was the most likely. It's a pity that the villain here is not Snape, the second is a bit stupid, and the third Harry has a protective spell on his body, so he can survive tenaciously. Harry picked up the smallest bottle in front of him and took a gulp. The biting cold suddenly spread all over his body, but one thing was certain, that it was not poison. Char, he'll be waiting for you inside. Harry plucked up his courage and rushed towards the black flame in front of him, and soon he passed through the black wall. Hermione shouted loudly behind the purple wall of fire, "Char, is Harry okay?" Ryan put away his equipment. Don't worry, the frost fire potion prepared by Professor Snape works very well. Now it will be fine to throw Harry into the fire pit and bake for a few minutes. Hermione is a little puzzled. Frost fire medicine, what is that? Ryan explained. If you don't pay attention to things in the potions world, you naturally don't know that this is Professor Snape's patent, and it's quite a creative potion. Chapter 56 The Enemy Meets 2 More. The Frostfire potion is made of highly magical frostfire grass and auxiliary formulas. After taking the medicine, the effect is stimulated, and an extremely low temperature fire-resistant layer is formed in the body, which greatly improves the flame resistance in a short period of time. These 2 bottles of potions are essentially frost and fire potions. The only difference is that different characteristic potions are added to them. If I'm not mistaken, the temperature of the black flame in front of him should be twice as high as the purple flame, so Professor Snape used over-refining in the smallest bottle to further enhance its efficacy. The round bottle was only half as potent as the small bottle, so Harry's potion could go forward or back. Char took the round bottle on the right and played with it. As for this strangely colored flame, it is actually 2 special magical flames made from potion, the Shadow Flame and the Starry Sky Flame. They are the product of the wizard's combination of the magic 9-0 power and high-level flame. Ryan gently released the round bottle with one hand, and the magic wand controlled the small round bottle to slowly approach the purple wall of fire. When the small round bottle was about to approach the fire wall, a golden flame enveloped the bottle. It's a pity that this kind of flame still needs to be checked in quality compared to my heavenly fire. The Fire of the Sky is the spell used by Chiria when he fought Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. It is a very high-level existence in the elemental spell. Although it cannot be used for potion refining, it is far more powerful than Snape. 2 flames left. After passing through the fire wall, the flame protective layer around the small round bottle disappeared instantly, and the bottle with some residual heat fell steadily on Hermione's hand. I'll throw the potion in this bottle to you. If any of you want to come in and see if you can drink it, of course, you'd better wait for me to come back, because I don't know what's inside. Seeing Zaya walking towards the black wall of fire, Hermione couldn't help shouting, "Ryan, be careful." "Do not worry." With a wave of Char's wand, the golden fire of the sky instantly enveloped the whole body, and the whole room was like daylight, and he was like a king born in the flames. "I am leaving." Ryan waved his hand mischievously and walked towards the black wall of fire. The excellent quality of the fire of the sky came into play again. The black flame could not affect the golden protective layer at all, and behind the black wall of fire was another room. There were already two people in there, not Snape nor Voldemort, but Quirrell, who was stinking. In fact, the moment Harry came in, the strange smell made him cautious enough. This was the smell left by the potion that Ryan threw on the man in black in the Forbidden Forest. And when Harry saw that the person inside was Quirrell, he was even more surprised. How could it be? "Why is it you, Professor Quirrell?" Quirrell said calmly. "Why not Snape?" Harry said, "No, in fact, these days, Snape doesn't have the smell you have now, so I already suspect it's not Snape." "What do you mean?" "These few days, you clearly just heard what Ryan said, and you decided it." "The taste, the taste, the taste, the Tau." Suddenly Quirrell's face turned extremely bad, and he roared, "Don't mention it to me, this damn smell, that kid in the Forbidden Forest, where he is, how can he use such disgusting and vulgar things to affect me master's mood?" Harry was suddenly a little nervous. Quirrell in front of him not only smelled strange, but also stopped stammering, and even a little crazy. "Shut up, Quirrell, let this kid over, I have something to tell him." A hoarse voice came from the back of Quirrell's head, which Harry remembered was the voice in the Forbidden Forest. "Good master." Quirrell's expression quickly calmed down, leaving only humility and flattery. He slowly undid the thick turban on his head, revealing his ridiculously bald head. But when Quirrell turned around, Harry's body suddenly went cold, and it was a picture of how twisted it was. Evil face. His slender eyes are full of blood, and there is hidden desire in it, as if to swallow everything in front of him. "Ha! Harry Potter, the boy who survived." Without instructing why, the moment this face opened, Harry instinctively knew who he was, and the lightning-like scar on his forehead was in severe pain. Are you Voldemort?" Voldemort smiled and said, Oh, yes, I am the Voldemort who was made like this by you 11 years ago. I have been waiting for this day for a long time." Harry's voice trembled. "No, aren't you dead?" "Die?" Voldemort said. "My soul will not be destroyed so easily, but look at me now." Saying that, Voldemort's tone increased a bit, and Quirrell's body was shaking unconsciously. "People are not people, ghosts are not ghosts, and they even have to drink the blood of unicorns to maintain their lives. These are all thanks to you." Harry suddenly understood. "That's why you want the Philosopher's Stone. You were the one who attacked Gringotts, and you were the one who went to the Forbidden Forest." Right. Voldemort's eyes seemed to be able to devour Harry. "Ridiculous. Dumbledore actually wants to hone you through these levels, but I don't know that I have got what I want." As he said that, Quirrell took out a red stone from his pocket, which contained powerful magic. Magic stone?" Harry stammered and said, "How come Professor Dumbledore didn't leave a checkpoint?" Voldemort laughed. "Of course there is, it's the Eris sunglasses that make you linger." And Harry noticed that the only device in the room, the Eris sunglasses, is also the one. "Let yourself meet your parents for the first time." Eris sunglasses can illuminate what the heart desires most, and I have guessed that Dumbledore hid the Philosopher's Stone in it, So you used a spell to change Quirrell's mind and take it out? A clear voice came from behind Harry. It was a young man wrapped in golden flames. The golden flames slowly dissipated, and the scattered flames made Ryan's golden hair even more brilliant. Quirrell's hands are shaking at an involuntary frequency. This is the sequelae caused by the disconnection between the body and mind after the powerful forgetting spell was cast. Adults must rest for 2 weeks to recover. You should have forcibly extracted all of Quirrell's memory first, then cooperated with the forgetting spell to make Quirrell's memory blank, and then used a hint method to make him not want to use the Philosopher's Stone to do bad things. but he wanted to get the Philosopher's Stone. In this case, you can take the Philosopher's Stone from the Ares demon, and after all this is done, you will put back all the extracted memories. Am I correct in my analysis, Mr. Voldemort? The corner of Ryan's mouth was still smiling, but he looked at Voldemort as if he was just looking at a despicable and ugly creature, so pitiful and ruthless. Voldemort almost squeezed these words out of his mouth. So it's you, the kid in the Forbidden Forest, who Quirrell said was the best student at Hogwarts this year, Char Ambrosius. Chapter 57, The Broken Voldemort 3 more. Harry said with some joy, Char, you are here. That's right, this little flame can't trouble me. Char nodded to Harry and walked towards Voldemort. Voldemort sneered and said, it was really a failure to kill you, Ambrosius, back then. I didn't expect that babies at that time could cause so much trouble to themselves now. To kill them all? Ryan, your words were quite disdainful. Voldemort, don't forget how you were kicked out of Notting Island by my parents and my grandfather. I think the curse of your soul has not recovered yet. Harry stared blankly at Ryan. He never heard Ryan mention why his family was absent. It was not until today that he found out that Ryan was just like himself, and the whole family was because of the evil wizard in front of him. The Dark Lord Voldemort is no longer complete. Char's words. Voldemort's words were stagnant. The ancient spell left by the three of Ambrosius with their own lives caused permanent damage to their souls. It was precisely because of that incident that they were killing the Potters. When the soul became more fragile, after being bounced back by Harry received such serious of trauma. Although he has many scattered souls, the pain is no longer tormenting every part of his soul all the time. Very well, the two people I hate the most have appeared in front of me today, so let me deal with you personally. I saw Quirrell's body twisting weirdly, and the neck actually made a 360-degree rotation, making a strange clicking sound. And even the body changed from the back to the front at the beginning. Voldemort completely manipulated Quirrell. Last time in the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell didn't kill you. Today, I will let you two die here. Don't say these big words, Voldemort. You are just an ugly and humble remnant soul, and Quirrell's body is being squeezed by you, while suffering the after effects of the Unicorn Curse and the Oblivion Curse. No matter how strong you used to be, now the strength that can be exerted is also 10 not 1. Ryan stood in front of Harry and whispered, you have to be careful. The space here is very small, and it is very likely that it will affect you. Voldemort said, I am the legendary Archmage and the noble Dark Lord. Even if I only have any tenth of my power, it will not be your turn to comment. Harry, dodge. Almost instantly, the magic powers of the two confronted each other in the air, and the golden magic spell and the green magic spell collided into gorgeous sparks. The response is good, but the space here is so small. If you dodge, I will kill Harry Potter and then kill you. Seemingly disregarding Quirrell's state at this time, Voldemort was madly squeezing Quirrell's magic power. Quirrell's pale skin became paler, and even had a tendency to be transparent, and every blood vessel became clearly visible. Crazy, he's overdrawing Quirrell's vitality. This time, there is no way for Char to cast a powerful spell on the Forbidden Forest. As Voldemort said, the narrow space dragged him into a stage where he had to face the magic. Facing Voldemort, who was extracting Quirrell's vitality, the green magic power that spewed from the tip of Quirrell's wand was extremely heavy, and it was extremely difficult for Char to support it. Ambrosius, the inheritance of your family is vast, but I won't give you the chance to cast a spell like the last time. How long can you hold on? Although Char's magic power is currently suppressed, it will not be exhausted. Voldemort, your strategy is very successful, but the body you are in can't last too long, and even if you defeat me, Quirrell will definitely die. Die? Voldemort seemed to hear the best joke in the world. I already have the Philosopher's Stone. As long as Quirrell's body doesn't disappear, I can make him come back to life again, and even if he really dies, then it is also his honor. It's a pity that Quirrell couldn't hear Voldemort's voice at this time, and his body had been completely controlled. Otherwise, he didn't know what Quirrell would think when he heard that his loyal and feared master devalued him so much. This lunatic. By the way, he just said, the flesh. If I destroy Quirrell's body now, no matter how strong Voldemort's soul is, it can't function without the physical medium. Remembering how Quirrell died in the original book, Char suddenly understood what he should do, and he shouted forcefully, Harry, grab Quirrell's face. Harry, who was still distressed and unwilling to be unable to help Char, carefully avoided the magical impact of the two, and said in disbelief, what did you say? Let me grab Quirrell's face. Yes, go. I can't last long. The blue veins on Char's forehead gradually deepened, and the magic output of Voldemort who manipulated Quirrell's body is too high. At present, Char has released all the magic as much as possible. Voldemort laughed. If you want to harass me with this little brat, stop dreaming. Ryan said, Harry, don't be afraid, you believe me, if Voldemort dares to shoot at you, I can fight back the magic that we two are entangled now, and grab his face. Voldemort wanted to say something, but felt that the magic power released by Char was much heavier. The magic power in Ryan's body is rapidly circulating. I didn't want to use the overload magic spell, but it's this time, I can't think about it so much. Overload spell, which is a spell that does not need to be released but needs to be unraveled. All of them have placed restrictions on their bodies in advance, so that their magic power is usually only 80%, and it rises to 120 after unlocking. This is a combat spell that is extremely used in the chapter of conjuration. The disadvantage is that there will be a long period of weakness after use. After Zaya, who had untied the overloaded curse, Voldemort suddenly felt that he couldn't be careless. If Harry, this little brat, really affected him, the magic power that the two had accumulated to such a degree would be over. Seeing that Char is so desperate, Harry took a deep breath, and his gleaming glasses reflected by the sparks of the collision of magic power were all firm. Ryan, hold on a little longer. Harry used almost all his strength to rush towards Voldemort. Because the range of the magic collision control of the two was very small, so the only thing that hindered him was the magic shock. Seeing that Harry was about to jump up high and grab him, Voldemort had no choice but to switch his wand to his left hand and pinched Harry with his right hand. You let go. Voldemort's envoy was very strong, and Harry grabbed Voldemort's hand in pain. But he didn't expect Voldemort to be the more painful person. What kind of magic is this? Voldemort looked at his right hand in horror. For some reason, the right hand that Harry grabbed was like sand in the wind. My body. It turns out that Voldemort can't touch my body. Harry, who fell to the ground, looked at his hands and immediately understood. Then he'll scratch your face like Char said. No. In the sound of Voldemort's panic, Harry's white hands, which jumped high, covered Voldemort's face, like a branding iron falling on butter, and Quirrell's body was melting, collapsing, and destroying. Chapter 58, The Story Behind the Philosopher's Stone. For more damn kid, let it go. What an intense pain, that Voldemort felt like his soul was burnt by fire, even with his magic power beyond his control. It's now. As soon as Char's wand turned, all the remaining magic power erupted, immediately breaking the stalemate balance, and the golden magic power mixed with powerful might to attack Voldemort. But Char didn't stop. His wand slammed to the side, pulling Harry away from Voldemort. No. Quirrell's body that was about to melt, and the energy that gathered all the magic power of the two in front of him to counterattack, gradually enlarged in Voldemort's pupils. In the wailing, Voldemort took the blow firmly, and Quirrell's body and clothes were all turned into powder in an instant, and only a bright red sorcerer's stone still glowed in the black ashes. Harry, who was thrown to the side by Ryan, gasped, "Ryan, have we succeeded?" Ryan also looked tired. Not yet. The red sandalwood wand pointed at the pile of ashes, but Ryan didn't forget that Voldemort's soul escaped from the original book. Heaven. The fire of the sky. Ryan tried to release a fire from the sky again. This bright flame has an inestimable lethality to any evil soul. It's a pity that this time his magic wand just burst out a little flame, and there is no magic power left in Ryan's body. This time it's really empty and blue. Ryan only felt dark in front of him, and at this moment there was only one thought in his mind. After I go back, I must extend and extend my blue bars. I don't know how long it took, but when Ryan woke up, she found herself flying on Huo in Gwar's hospital. The blue-grey stone walls can easily calm the patient's mood. "Oh, Mr. Ambrosius, why did you wake up like this?" Zaya looked at the reputation. It was a somewhat serious but actually very kind lady, the highly skilled school doctor of Hogwarts, Madame Pomfrey. "Although you didn't take any damage, your magic was overused, and a night's rest wasn't enough." Ryan moved her body, only to feel that the muscles all over her body were sore and hollowed out. "Thank you very much, Madame Pomfrey, for your concern. Could you please bring my cloak?" Madame Pomfrey pointed to the side. "Your clothes are on the side." Char turned her head and said. Madame Pomfrey explained, "It's not the left, it's the right, and the left is what the students at the school gave you." "What the hell? What's up with the pile of gifts and letters on the left?" "It's not that I'm going to die or live, it's just that there is no blue." "No more blue!" Sia, who was silent, hurriedly turned over his clothes, then opened his storage bag and took out 2 bottles of medicine, one of which is the dew of life that can repair any physical wound, and the other is the concentrated blue sky pharmacy. Without any hesitation, Ryan poured the 2 bottles of potion down. How comfortable. The power of the potion quickly spread in the body, and Ryan could feel the body rejuvenated. "Good morning, Mr. Ambrosius." A kind and gentle voice sounded from a distance, and it was Dumbledore walking towards Char with leisurely steps. Madame Pomfrey said softly, "Hello, Headmaster Dumbledore." "Hello, how is the other child?" "The other kid is weaker, and he's very tired and may have to rest for a while." "I see, that child will trouble you to take care of." Madame Pomfrey was about to say something, but saw that Char had jumped off the hospital bed, and even put on the cloak. "Professor Dumbledore, do you need to go out and talk? After all, Harry is still in a coma." Dumbledore thought for a while. "Okay." Madame Pomfrey was a little anxious. "Mr. Ambrosius, how can you come down at will? You need to rest now." Dumbledore said, "It doesn't matter. Mr. Ambrosius is very skilled in potions, and I think his body has nothing to do." Char gave Madame Pomfrey a bright smile, indicating that it was true. "Then he'll go out with Mr. Ambrosius first." After speaking, Dumbledore put his hands behind his back and walked out of the school medical room with Char. Next to the Hogwarts medical room is a clock tower, and downstairs is a green lawn, which is very empty and beautiful. "Mr. Ambrosius, just call me Ryan." "Okay, then Char. First of all I have to thank you on behalf of me, my friend Nicole May, and even the entire wizarding world. Due to my own mistakes, there was a major loophole in our guardianship level, and if you hadn't fought hard to stop it, the Philosopher's Stone might have been snatched by Voldemort." "It's nothing. Actually what defeated Voldemort was the powerful protective spell Harry's mother left on him. All I did was to contain a much weakened Dark Lord." "Yeah, who would have thought that even after so many years, the power of Lila's love was still protecting Harry, so Voldemort couldn't touch him." Dumbledore said, "And you don't have to be humble. I was far from having the guts and strength when I was your age." Char and Dumbledore walked aimlessly on the lawn. Char said, "But I think even if I'm not around, Professor Dumbledore should be able to easily protect the Philosopher's Stone, even about Quirrell and Voldemort." "Everything, Professor, you actually know. In fact, all this is just for us, or a test for Harry, right?" Dumbledore was silent for a moment. "Yes. Unfortunately, I didn't think that Voldemort saw through my intentions, and he manipulated Quirrell in a cruel but effective way to take out the Philosopher's Stone. If he really takes away the Philosopher's Stone, the consequences would be disastrous. I want to ask you a question. What do you think I should do with the Philosopher's Stone? I mentioned that Dumbledore seems a little embarrassed, so Char and my friend Nicole are currently having a very headache, and we are thinking about whether to destroy it. But this is the last magic stone in the world. If it were destroyed, such an alchemical miracle would cease to exist. Miracle, eh? Hearing that, Ryanya stopped. Professor, do you really want to listen to my advice? Dumbledore nodded, so Ryanya continued. Professor, you should protect that magic stone now. This seems to be dangerous wherever I put it, so I took it with me. Ryan sighed. The magic stone can turn stone into gold, and it can prolong human life. It is a very high manifestation of alchemy, and it is a magic item. But Professor, you know why the magic stone has such a magical ability? Chapter 59 Farewell. 5 more, please subscribe for collection. Maybe this is the first time someone has explained to Dumbledore what the real Philosopher's Stone is. Although Dumbledore's alchemy skills are not low, after all, everyone has lived to be 110 years old, and he has enough time and energy to learn various things. I have also studied this issue. But unfortunately this is the only remaining Philosopher's Stone in the world, and those ancient books do not record everything about the origin of the Philosopher's Stone. Ryanya was silent for a moment before speaking. I actually have no interest in the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore, Char continued, in the records of the Ambrosius family, the origin of the Philosopher's Stone has been elaborated. Stone, heavenly stone, great alchemy elixir, red ultimate substance, fifth entity. It seems to have the ability to break the basic principle of alchemy, first equivalent exchange, and make many things seem to be realized without any cost. But is this really the case? First of all, the basic principle of alchemy, equivalent exchange, is an unchanging truth in this world, and any field is applicable here, such as magic, which is to exchange one's own magic power for the power of magic in this world. And the Philosopher's Stone cannot violate this truth. Dumbledore had a bad premonition. So, what is the price of the Philosopher's Stone? Seemingly sighing and helpless, Char said softly, the price is the souls that are made into the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore couldn't believe it. Soul? Yes, that dazzling, magical and wonderful magic stone is actually the last thing formed by compressing and refining the souls of countless people, so it can achieve the miracle of seemingly ignoring the equivalent exchange. If there is no mistaking the calculation, the magic stone in the hands of the professor should be obtained by compressing and refining countless dying souls through the outbreak of the Black Death in Europe in the 14th century. So the magic stone of immortality is only used in the magic stone soul to replace the death of another soul, unless the power of the soul in the magic stone is exhausted. Otherwise the magic stone energy is infinite, but this also makes the magic stone have a price beyond the rules. As long as someone uses the magic stone to extend their life, then once they leave it, that person will soon die. The immortality exchanged at the cost of other people's lives is nothing but nothing. So Professor Dumbledore, I think you should have your own answer, right? After saying this, Zaya suddenly smiled. Of course I'm just telling the professor what I know. It seems that my classmates care about me very much. I would like to relieve Madame Pomfrey of the burden of cleaning the school doctor's office. He'd better go back and report to be safe. Then see you, Professor. So Ryan's student hummed his little tune and walked happily towards the castle at Hogwarts, leaving Dumbledore alone in contemplation. It turns out, something like the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore took out the Philosopher's Stone from his bosom. The blood-red sorcerer's stone was so moving and terrifying at the moment. Who knew how many people's souls were hidden under this ordinary appearance? Perhaps wanting to understand something, Dumbledore put the Philosopher's Stone back in his arms. The whole person disappeared in place, and he changed shape. This is the prerogative of the headmaster. Otherwise no one would be able to transfiguration in Hogwarts, a castle full of blessings and magic. And our classmate Zaya returned to the castle elegantly and immediately caused a huge commotion and shock. He returned to the little son of Hogwarts. He was greeted with cheers and praise from everyone. Obviously, under the publicity of the professors, Hermione and others. Everything that Zaya did in the forbidden area on the 4th floor was known to the whole school. Therefore, Zaya could only be friendly and polite. After thanking everyone, he squeezed out of the crowd and returned to his dormitory. Malfoy wasn't around at this time either. Well, taking this opportunity, Char decided to tidy up his dormitory quickly. Tomorrow night is the end of the semester dinner, and his trip to Hogwarts this semester is about to come to an end. As for when Harry woke up, it was already the next afternoon. Facing Harry's questioning, Dumbledore just kindly told him something about love and so on. And of course there was a news that Dumbledore and Nick, after discussing with Liam, it is still ruined. Go to the Philosopher's Stone. This made Harry feel a little regretful, but in any case, everything about the Philosopher's Stone ended smoothly. So after meeting his friends, Harry sorted out his mood and clothes, and went to Hua with Ryan and others. Hogwarts' beautiful hall. Of course, when Char and Harry walked in, there were still many cheers, and Professor McGonagall had to use a loudspeaker spell to suppress all this. The following process is the beginning of the awarding of the Academy Cup. Just like the original plot, Harry, Hermione, Ron and Neville, who bravely stopped them, won a total of 220 points for Gryffindor. At this time, they and Slytherin seems to be close to the same score. It's a pity the Trian's scoring ability is obviously higher than that of the Little Lions. I just listened to Dumbledore saying, "Finally, I want to reward Mr. Ambrosius. He led his friends with his excellent wisdom and extraordinary memory to customer service one after another, and finally successfully fought against the mystery man. Therefore I have decided to award 150 points to Mr. Ambrosius. So I think the layout of our lobby is going to change." Dumbledore clapped his hands lightly, and the decorations in the hall immediately changed to Slytherin's unique silver and green color. Of course, Char actually doesn't like this color very much. Whoever has nothing to do has green on the top of his head, so why not change it to Gryffindor's red? At least it looks festive. This made Ryan once again the object of cheers from the little snakes. If Ryan hadn't glared at them fiercely, Ryan would have been lifted high. Of course, because Ryan has been very popular this year, there is no people remember Slytherin as cunning and evil, so the people from the other 3 academies also sent blessings to the boy in front of him from the bottom of their hearts. After the end of term dinner, the 4-month vacation for the students is about to begin, and Hogwarts does not accept detention, so the students began to return to their homes one after another from the next day. After a trip to the Forbidden Forest, the unicorn Artemis has fully recovered. After being intimate with Artemis for a while, Char waved his hand and didn't take away a cloud, but sneaked away a handful of unicorn hair. In the afternoon, Zaya stood in front of an unusually beautiful carriage, which was pulled by 3 unusually steed Pegasus. "Ahem, you don't have to look at me, you can get one by yourself when you have money," of facing the shocked and even envious friends, Ryan said calmly. "Then everyone, see you next semester. Of course, if you have any trouble, feel free to contact me, and I will come to help you solve it." Char smiled and got into his carriage, and waved to Harry and the others again through the car window. The flying horses neighed in unison, the magic power of the horses' hooves gradually increased, and the carriage slowly rose into the sky, and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 60, Refining Magic Potion 6. More. There was no unfamiliar feeling to Char when he returned to Star Castle, because Sifos cleaned the house very cleanly, and his own things have not changed. Even better than I was in Hogwarts. Vacation is very long, which allows Char to have plenty of time to study his own things, and his current focus is mainly on what Dumbledore gives him, which is written by Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Manuscript of Surgery. So, Salazar Slytherin is still a very amazing potion master? Char looked at a potion sorted out from this, and he doubted whether Dumbledore prepared it for him on purpose, because this Jang pharmacy records a very ancient potion 1 by 1 refining magic potion. Of course this is his literal translation. In fact you can also call him a potion or a blue bar extender. As the name suggests, its function is to refine, enhance, and increase the magic power of the wizard. This can be said to be the most complicated and difficult potion that Cheerio has come into contact with. His difficulty is infinitely close to level 5 based on the evaluation of the chapter of potions. In layman's terms, if the magic is the system and the software, then the magic is the hardware. To have a top-level hardware but not use it properly is a very stupid and wasteful system or software without hardware support, and the result is still unable to play its original value. But Ryanya wants to be a top match. I want both software and hardware. Then, as far as Ryanya's shortcomings are concerned, there are generally 3 ways to solve this. The first is to wait for the further development and growth of the body, in which with exercise, the magic power will naturally rise. The second is to prepare magic storage equipment, such as mithril rings or something, but I am sorry, Zaya can't do it at present, and there is no such thing on the market. It has to be sold. The third is to stimulate the body with the highly pure potion, and then optimize the physique to continuously increase the magic power. So Ryanya has decided to go with the third type, the magic refining potion in front of him. This involves one of the most advanced technologies in the world of potions. Quantitative refining can be said to be the key to defining whether a potion maker can be called a potion master. The principle of over-refining is to make 2 units, 3 units or even higher units of potion materials into 1 unit of finished products. At first glance, this is similar to concentration. But concentration is actually a repurification of the finished drug. Over-refining requires you to forcefully control all the materials from the very beginning, and realize it without changing any process and steps. Of course, the result of this is that the energy contained in the medicine will be a geometric multiple. Improve. This technique, Cha, has only just been learned in the 1st grade. But it is very unfamiliar and far less easy than that of an old guy like Snape. For this reason, Cha has retreated in the Star Castle for more than N days, just to get the super quantity refining. Due to the huge amount of energy required for refining the magic potion, Ryanya almost swept away all the materials related to the magic potion in the magic world of Yin Kingdom, knowing that in the 3rd month after his return, the first bottle of magic refining with a completion rate of more than 90% was swept away. The medicine is calculated. Heck, I think I should add a bit of flavor when I make this. Looking at the occult potion in front of him, Ryan doubted whether he would die immediately after drinking it, but after many experiments, there should be no problem. So Ryan pinched his nose and poured the brown potion in front of him, and Quendang made himself a cup of coffee. The effect of the magic potion is very obvious. As soon as the coffee cold liquid is poured in, it begins to rapidly decompose into pure energy. Ryan clearly feels that his magic power is burning, and after refining it, his whole body turns red like a boiled shrimp. In sweat. When everything calms down, my magic power has increased by about n1/3. Although the magnitude of 1 time is not very exaggerated, the key is that this potion can be used multiple times. As long as the remaining magic potion in the body is absorbed, you can use the 2nd bottle. Well, basically the effect is like this. The rest is to improve the accuracy and taste of this potion. Ryan had a bitter face. It didn't taste good anyway. Sir, your honey beer. Servos handed over a cup of sweet and cool beer very timely, indicating that in this hot it's so refreshing to have a drink. Ryan raised his head and drank the honey beer in his hand, but the pain that followed was piercing, and the crystal goblet in his hand could not be held steady. Woo! Ryan frowned, covering her mouth with one hand, and placing the crystal cup on the table with the other. The pain almost made Ryan cry. 0. Ask for flowers. 0 immediately, the elf Sifos became nervous. Young master, what's the matter with you? Is there something wrong with the experiment? Ryan didn't speak. She continued to cover her mouth and shook her head silently. After about 2 minutes, she recovered. Ryan took a deep breath. Well, finally survived. Cephos looked at Ryan carefully. Master, you? Ryan expressed that he was extremely aggrieved. Don't ask, just ask too. Toothache, Cephos. Obviously, there is no magic book that records how to deal with a toothache, and Ryan has not broken any teeth after looking in the mirror for a long time. But for some reason, as soon as Ryan encounters cold or heat, her teeth will be sore and painful, and she can't even close her mouth. She has to wait for half a day to recover. Seeing that the magic potion was basically mastered, and the next bottle would take a long time to brew, Ryan thought seriously for a few minutes. For the sake of her teeth and her future life experience, Ryan decided to write a letter to Hermione. When Hermione, who was at home, received a letter from Zaya, she said that she must be confused. There was not much content on it, but it told Hermione an accurate message. Dear Hermione, my name is Char. I have a toothache for an unknown reason. I urgently need the help of my parents. I will visit your house at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I also hope to take in Char Ambrosius. Suddenly Hermione almost laughed. Who would have thought that such a talented Ryania would have a solution? Hermione was a little proud when she thought about it, and her parents were both very experienced dentists. So, is Ryan coming to my house the day after tomorrow? Hermione blushed a little at the thought of this, but she was happy to tell her parents the news. Granger couples say Char name may be too familiar. Their ears are almost unconscious. Daughter talking to grind out a cocoon and, according to his daughter, that this is your home for the first time to encounter diagonally the enthusiastic Boyd. The kind-hearted Grangers said that they would help Zaya solve the toothache problem as soon as possible, and they would also treat him well and thank him for taking care of Hermione. Towel Chapter 61 Youth and Summer 7 More Sifton. What do you think of me? Ryan looked at himself in the mirror. He was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and decent black trousers. It looked good, but his hair was too long, almost reaching his waist, so Ryan had to tie it with a rubber band. When he got up, he looked a bit like an old-fashioned man. Surface thought for a while. Sorry sir, I don't know the taste of the mole world very well, but I think this dress makes your temperament very perfect. Sifton, you have a strong desire to survive. Promise me not to be a licking dog. Char looked at Surface with a half smile. After all, it cost a lot of money to have it custom-made by some famous Italian craftsman. Cephos bowed his head a little embarrassedly. You are right. By the way, did you get the pounds for me to exchange? Cephos handed over a storage bag. It's all inside, and there are gifts from you, master. Very good. Ryan hung the small storage bag on his waist, and the storage bag was automatically invisible immediately, and there was no trace at all. Let me think about where London is. Char is trying to use her own perception to locate the coordinates of London. This is an essential part of shape-shifting. Obviously, Char has mastered it well during the holidays. Shape-shifting is actually the transmission of two spatial points. As long as the positioning is accurate, there will be no problems. The most terrifying thing is that the accurate positioning is not done in a hurry, which is very vulnerable to the impact of time and space turbulence, and then the terrible thing of limb separation occurs. Therefore, it is very rare for underage wizards to master the transformation. But this basically doesn't exist for Char, whose magic power is twice that of an adult wizard. Yes, here it is. Shreya said to Suphos, I'll go first. I'm not sure when I'll be back. If I don't come back in 3 days, you can send Lyhan the sample book I've prepared on my desk. Bookstore, lest they rush me with a flock of owls again. Okay, I get it, master. You have a smooth journey. Ryan nodded, and in a snap of his fingers, the whole person disappeared into Star Fortress. On the streets of London, Char looked at the streets with familiar people with some nostalgia. Although their skin colors were different, such a simple and ordinary life seemed to be far away from him. Compared to London's attraction to Ryan, Ryan himself has become a more eye-catching object. Everyone is discussing whether this beautiful young man with long blonde hair is a film and television actor. Otherwise, how can you usually see such an outstanding temperament on the street? People. Ryan thought for a while. It was unnecessary to continue using the spell in this place, so he stopped a taxi, told the driver the address of Hermione's house, and went straight to the back seat with his eyes closed. As for the reason, the driver looked at him too gay, and he said he didn't want to see him. After an unknown time, The driver said softly. Guest, we have already arrived. Ryan opened her eyes swayingly. Okay, I see. How much is it? After paying the bill, the driver hesitated for a moment and asked, well, guest, can you tell me your contact information and address? Zaya smiled politely and yet friendly. It's not convenient for me to disclose this. Well, the driver with some regrets quietly drove his taxi away from here. In front of them is a private apartment with white paint, which is quite large. After all, the dentist is a serious upper class in the country, so there is absolutely no need to worry about the economic level of the Granger family. Ryan silently cast a spell on himself. His clothes quickly became neat, and then rushed out the prepared gift from his storage bag. Although the Grangers should be able to accept magic, but since they came here, we still have to respect the life of ordinary people. Holding the still fresh flowers in her hand, and placing the boxes of various sizes on the ground, Zaya gently pressed the doorbell of Hermione's house. Even through a wooden door, Ryan heard the hurried sound of going downstairs, and knew who it was without thinking. Sure enough, in the hurried sound of the door, Hermione's face with surprise came into view. Almost without thinking, Hermione threw herself into Ryan's arms. Ryan, long time no see. Well, little Hermione is a little enthusiastic. Ryan hugged Hermione gently. Long time no see, relax a little, don't hold the flowers down. Ah! Hermione pulled away abruptly, only to realize that Zaya was still holding flowers in one hand. Hey, here it is. Char smiled. Phalaenopsis with some little magic, I hope you like it. It is a pure white Phalaenopsis, just like its name, like a butterfly flying in the air is free and beautiful, with a little water droplets flowing on it, and it can be preserved for a long time after being enchanted. What's more, the white Phalaenopsis speaks of pure feelings, precious friendship, and is a very loving plant. Hermione's pretty face was immediately flushed. This was the first time she had received flowers from her peers and took the Phalaenopsis from Char. Hermione whispered, thank you. At this time, the Grangers had also come over. You are Char Ambrosius. You are very welcome. Hello, uncles and aunts. Ryan's etiquette is elegant and decent. After a few months, his body has grown a little taller. Except for the childishness on his face, he doesn't look like a 12-year-old boy at all. Here are some small gifts from me. I hope you guys like it. Ryan gently lifted the gift box beside him and handed it to the Grangers. Immediately, the Grangers were very embarrassed. How sensible this child is. In the face of Char's sincere gift, the Granger family could not refuse. A box, one for each person, and also specially smelled the preferences of Hermione's parents. Hermione's father is a delicate snuff bottle, Hermione's mother is a beautiful bracelet, and Hermione is a delicate crystal music box. These aren't all that expensive in terms of value, but each one is of solid quality and fit for the first time. After a nice and harmonious lunch, Ryan immediately started his own business and felt that the toothache was resolved. Don't look at the meal, I just had a good time. In fact, I was dying of pain. Okay. After detailing his own situation, Hermione's father thoughtfully said, so, Char, your teeth are always sore when they encounter cold or hot food, right? Yes. I think it's because you don't usually pay attention to the protection of your teeth, which causes you to have some tooth sensitivity now. Tooth sensitivity? Seeing a chilly Cheerio, Hermione's mother was overwhelmed with love, and she thought that Cheerio was so cute. I think our little friends of Char must be paying too little attention to what they eat. You must know that you are still in the stage of changing your teeth. Letting yourself be exposed to those irritating foods will cause very bad effects. Chapter 62 The unexpected person ate more. When Ryan's classmates looked unlovable, Hermione's father took a probe to carefully identify the sensitive points on Ryan's teeth, and then prepared some medicines for him. There should be no problem for the time being. If you have time in a week, Ryan, you'd better come to me again, and I will give you another drug treatment. All that needs to be done is done. So Char said, I think I have time. because I should stay in London for half a month next. Speaking of this, Zaya couldn't help but smile. My hotel has been booked, but I don't know much about London, and I hope you can show me more. Hermione, who thought that Ryan was about to leave, suddenly smiled. No problem. At this time, Hermione's mother gave Hermione a white look. Little Hermione's front teeth have just been pulled out, and she's still smiling so happily. Be careful of leaking teeth. Suddenly Hermione covered her mouth a little aggrieved. Mom, you hate it. The atmosphere is still peaceful. In the next time, Zaya basically followed the Grangers and Hermione to stroll the streets of London. I have to say that this ancient city has many stories, especially 221 Baker Street, the address of the famous Sherlock Holmes. I don't know how many years have passed between the past life and the present life before Zaya really saw it. But London not only has the bustling and modern side of the tower, but also the existence of slums in a city that often becomes gloomy and raining at this time. The life there is the real helplessness of the city. Another night, Char happily finished dinner at Granger's house, and brought some small gifts for Granger and his wife. Don't dare to ask. God knows what will be given according to the amount of pounds that Char will exchange. After saying goodbye to the Granger family, Char walked slowly along the street to the hotel he had booked, but this made him meet an unexpected person. When crossing the street, Zaya passed an alley, where some ordinary local residents lived. At this time, what was passed into Ryan's ears was a very ugly abuse, and there was a woman roaring at a vicious commoner. You freak. Why do you want to come back? Can you go back to that school? Don't come back here. I don't want to see you, you monster. At the same time, a middle-aged man roared, all I told you to get out of here. What are you still doing here? You have been relying on it for a few months. Can you point your face? After speaking, it was the sound of ping ping pong pong. It seemed that the bottle and the like had been knocked over. Mum and Dad, please, don't drive me away. Give me a chance. I can do a lot for you. It was the sad cry of a girl. With the dim light, the girl was pushed out of the house by his father. The middle-aged man said with some fear, it must be some kind of magic. I won't believe you. Get out. Roll. Bang. The heavy door closing sound was particularly harsh in this dark alley. Woo-oo-oo-oo. The girl weakly knocked on the cold iron door. Tears fell down her face drop by drop, and Ryan could almost hear the girl's heartbroken voice. Magic school? Shouldn't this be a student from a magic school? I don't know if it was a whim or something. Ryan sighed and walked into the alley. The girl was still kneeling on the ground, unable to see her face in the dim environment. This lady. Ryan handed over a handkerchief and said softly, are you okay? The girl was startled suddenly, only to realize that a teenager suddenly appeared beside her. She instinctively wanted to take something out of her back, but stopped halfway through. Thanks, I'm fine. The girl suddenly turned her head away after she stopped. Even in the dark, she didn't want to show her vulnerable side to Ryan. And the girl's action just now, Ryan can see clearly. You just wanted to take the wand. You are a wizard, right? Who are you? Suddenly, the girl's whole body trembled, and she found that the boy's voice was a little familiar, as if he had a good heart, and Ryan also thought of a certain person. The girl tremblingly picked up the wand behind her. Silver light flashes. The soft light from the tip of the wand brightened the dim alley. When she saw Char's face, the girl's pupils shrank suddenly. Anne, Ambrosius? Ryan Adam was also stunned. Sister Penlow, what are you? What are you doing? Before he finished speaking, the fluorescent spell emanating from Penlow's wand was lifted directly, and the whole person tried desperately to run out of the alley. Wait a minute, Sister Penlow, please wait. Penlow ignored Zaya and walked so fast that Zaya had no choice but to follow. It turns out that Penlow and Hermione are from a mole family, but Penlow seems far less happy than Hermione, and her parents seemed to reject her learning magic. I don't know if Penlow was injured or not. Her pace was not fast, but she still ran forward tenaciously. After walking out of the alley, the orange light shone on Penlow's beautiful long curly brown hair, and a gust of evening wind rolled up thousands of blue silk. Sister, be careful. Seeing that Punlo didn't care about the traffic lights and wanted to cross the road directly, it was already night. There was no one on the street in this section, and the driver of the truck was also very relaxed. Who would have thought that a young girl would suddenly jump? Come out. Faced with the sudden appearance of Punlo, the driver was really too late to react at all. He instinctively honked the horn, but the speed could not be lowered. In the distance, Ryan shook his head when he saw it, silently released an acceleration spell on himself, rushed to the side of the road and pulled Punlo back, which made Punlo suffer the accident. Senior sister, you are a little restless. Come with me. Ryan's face was not very good. If it wasn't for her quick reaction, I'm afraid this beautiful girl who helped her a lot last semester would die here, because she didn't even think about releasing the magic spell to resist. You, Ambrosius, let go of me. Punlo's voice revealed deep fatigue, and Ryan ignored her and Punlo's resistance, holding her hand and walking quickly. Pedestrians who occasionally walked on the road greeted the two young men. The men and women cast curious glances. Soon the two came to the Thames River. The Thames River was beautiful at night, and the garden on the river was quiet and peaceful. I'm not as vulnerable as my beautiful and wise Punlo-senpai. Ryan gently released Punlo's hand. Sister, don't be impulsive, okay? Punlo bit his lip, and under the light, you could see some scars on her face, and there were traces of blood on the corners of her mouth. Seems to have been slapped by her father. Ambrosius, why are you here? Have you seen everything just now? Chapter 63, Night Chat on the River. 9 more. Don't ask, just keep on asking in the continuous unlimited update. The only thing that can beat me is time. Thank you for your support, for your flowers. Friends who like this book can click to collect and subscribe, and continue to rush to Ryan and say, it's a bit ashamed to say, because of my wrong life habits have caused me to suffer from severe toothaches, and there is currently no magic spell that can cure my teeth, so I had to come to the streets of London to find a dentist. Of course, it can be said to be a very unexpected surprise to meet senior sister. Punlo's eyes were full of sadness, but this is not a surprise to me. The scene fell into a brief silence. Ryan pondered for a moment, took out a tube of healing potion from the storage bag, and handed it to Punlo. Sister Punlo, your face is hurt, take a little of this medicine. Thanks, I don't think I need to. Punlo's words were calm. It doesn't make much sense what I am like now. Obviously, Punlo is still in a bad mood. Ryan sighed softly. Just now, are those your parents? Punlo was silent for a while, nodded lightly, and said, do you think it's unfortunate that I have such a family, and that I am embarrassed and pitiful? No. Ryan shook his head. If this is unfortunate, then I am much more miserable than you. Let me tell my story. Ryan talked about everything about himself in a hurry. When Punlo heard that Ryan was actually an orphan and was raised by a house elf since childhood, his cold face gradually softened. Since Punlo spoke from an ordinary mill family, she didn't know that Char was in the devil. What kind of wealth and power does the Dharma realm possess? In her impression, the boy in front of him was just the arrogant figure, talented, humble and eager to learn. Everything about him was beautiful, but such beauty made people feel a little unreal. But all of this followed Char's elaboration, and Char in Punlo's heart slowly changed. I don't know how many people are eyeing the assets of the Ambrosius family, and I don't know how many people have bad intentions against me, but no matter how much they think, they are useless to me. But no matter how much wealth I get, no matter how much status I have achieved, no one can share it with me for a long time. Actually, Sister Punlo, at least you still have parents now, and I no longer have any blood relatives, so I cherish my friends very much. There is no conflict in a family that cannot be resolved, but sometimes it takes enough time. Ryan looked at the silent Punlo and chuckled. So always keep an optimistic and positive attitude. There are always more ways than problems. If you are sad here, there is really no way out. After saying this, Char looked at the view of the Thames River. The dark river water was sparkling at night. When a gust of evening wind blows, I can still smell a faint fishy smell. Sometimes, I hate myself very much. Pinlo suddenly said, I was thinking, how good would it be if I didn't know magic? Then I'm still my parents' precious daughter, still their cherished, although the conditions will be tougher, but our family can continue happy life. But the magic made them see me as a monster and made them afraid to approach me, and no matter how hard I tried to explain it, they were indifferent. Punlo's nails are getting harder and harder, almost to hold his hands with blood, but my heart loves magic. I want to know everything about magic. I want to become a confident and excellent girl. Why don't they support me? Why don't you give me this chance? Is it a mistake to be magic? Halfway through the words, Punlo only felt that he was forcibly pulled into a warm embrace. His broad chest was not solid and powerful, and the beating heart sound was so clear. Believe me, there is nothing wrong with magic, but everyone's mind is limited. You have to believe that your parents will always love you. And you must also believe that you can become what you want to change the girl who became. Char's whisper in his ear was so gentle, which gradually relaxed Punlo's tense body. Ryan chuckled, at least in my mind, senior sister will always be that gentle, beautiful, wise and lovely girl. It's warm and reassuring. Punlo almost wanted to lie in Char's arms like this, but reason quickly took over Punlo's mind. So Punlo shoved Zaya away, and there was a slight blush on his tear-stained face. Ambrosius, little brother, how can you hug me casually? Ryan Dow, because I want to give senior sister a loving comfort. Bah, sloppy little guy. Punlo's face became a little rosier, and his mood became clearer. I don't know who you learned this from. Maybe it's a talent. Ryan shook the healing potion in her hand with a smile. So, do you want to treat Punlo-senpai? You don't want to leave any sequelae to yourself. Before he could finish speaking, Punlo grabbed the healing potion from Ryan's hand and spit out 2 words, I don't want to. Well, after drinking the healing potion, the beautiful Punlo-senpai is back. In the evening wind, Punlo, who was wearing a white dress, looked particularly attractive, and her delicate back drew a beautiful arc in the night. The younger brother of Ambrosius. Ryan smiled and said, you can call me Ryan. Senior Punlo rolled her eyes at Ryan, and after a few seconds, she said softly, thank you. Ryan bowed slightly. It's my honor to be able to rescue a good girl like senior sister. Shire. Punlo's voice raised a little bit, which made Ryan a little strange. You are getting taller. Ryan, Punlo said, right, I should give my parents some time, they will understand me one day. But now I seem to be homeless. Do you have any place where I can stay for a while? I will make money and return it to you after the school starts. Why don't you go home with me? Whoa, what are you thinking? Ryan coughed lightly. I don't know how to arrange the accommodation, because my elf helped me solve it, but I have a job here. Would you like to try it? Okay. Ryan Dow, I have a newly opened store in Diagon Alley. It's a Wizarding World theme store. Wizarding World theme store. Simply put, it's a theme store based on the background world of Gwent. Char said quickly. The store will open in about a week. The store manager I ask must be good enough, and love the Wizarding World and the Gwent card. At present, this position is still vacant. Would you like to try it? Chapter 64. You know too much. 10 more. A theme store about the Wizarding World. Punlo didn't answer right away. She asked, what do I need to do there? Ryan pondered the sentence, and then gave a concluding sentence. In short, it's to trick them into buying things in the store. Punlo, Ryan Dow, at present, I have basically completed the overall layout of the Wizarding World, including the Gwent card, the world view, and the third part of the complete series of novels has also been sent to Lion Bookstore, which will be released in a week. Which novels? Punlo's beautiful eyes were a little confused. When did this come out? How come I don't know? Looking at Punlo with a blank face, Ryan basically guessed that she should not have ordered her best-selling books, but then she was relieved when she thought about her current family situation. Well, Let's take a look first. So Zaya took out 3 beautifully packaged finished novels from the storage bag, which are the complete Wizard series novels. Punlo took over the novel, and the hardcover had beautiful bronzing fonts. I'll take you the When I Solve the Dental Problem this week. Would you like to go to the hotel with me during this time? What did you say? Suddenly Punlo's body tightened and his eyes were bad. Go to the hotel? What do you want to do? Ryan. Oh question mark. What else can you do in a hotel besides rest, sleep and eat? Ryan, who seemed to know something, looked at Punlo strangely, and then remembered that the senior sister in front of her was already 14 years old, and living in the mole world. She also understood a lot of what she should know. Having said that, Ryan's strong desire to survive prevented him from showing any abnormality. Of course I'll reserve a room for you to stay temporarily. Are you going to sleep on the road? Ryan Dow, I'm afraid that someone who doesn't know what to do will trick the beautiful senior sister the next day. Nonsense. Punlo turned his head and couldn't see his expression. Then, I will thank you first. You can rest assured that I will pay you back when I make money. Ryan smiled and said nothing. So Ryan very readily reserved a luxurious room of the same level as himself, and took her home quietly by the way, taking all the luggage and the like away while her parents were away. After resolving the matter on Punlo's side, the Granger family had to go. Facing Hermione here, Char decided not to tell her about Punlo for the time being. God knows what the girl will think when she hears it. Punlo, on the other hand, locked himself in his room and read the novel for nearly a week with relish. He knew that on the last night, after Zaya returned to the hotel, he was ready to rest, but heard someone hurriedly knocking on the door. Penelope Punlo was wearing simple pajamas, standing outside Char's door with her bare white and slender feet, and her beautiful long brown hair that was wet and drooping in front of her, and the lights in the corridor illuminated the snow like swans. The neck, and the straight and beginning to take shape radiant below it. My little brother Ambrosius, I've finished reading all the books. I didn't expect the wizarding world to look like this. Hurry up and take me to your theme store. Punlo's eyes are bright and his tone is very serious. That is the power of fans! Exclamation mark. Can you let me rest for a night first, and leave tomorrow? Okay. Charles Adam's apple moved slightly. It seemed that Punlo didn't notice the beauty that he exuded at this time. If I grow up for a few more years and my body is fully mature, I will definitely not be able to withstand it. Oh, okay, but I guess I can't sleep. Punlo shook his head regretfully. See you tomorrow then. That okay? Punlo looked at Ryan suspiciously. What's the matter? Ryan pointed to Punlo's chest. I think senior sister should pay attention to her image when she comes out next time. Punlo looked down blankly. Well, the chest of his pajamas seemed to be too low, and Punlo blushed and covered his clothes mouth. Don't look at it. Ryan nodded honestly, but Punlo's hand was a little small, and it couldn't make any substantial changes. I said don't look. You still look. Penelope glared and said angrily, why do I suddenly feel that you are actually a little villain? Ryan said that he was wronged. If the eyes are not used to see things, it is better to donate them to those in need. I can't control myself. I'm going to bed. You have to get up early tomorrow and take me there. Good. Well, good night MMP. Why do I have a feeling of chatting WX or QQ with others in my previous life? Ryan shook his head vigorously. Forget it. I don't want to do so much anymore. Broken sleep. Nothing happened all night. The next day, Zaya brought the last set of gifts to the Grangers' house. The Grangers said that Zaya begged you not to send gifts. You bring 3 gifts a day, and you have already given 42. Okay. There will be no more piles at home. In the laughter, Zaya said goodbye to the Granger family, but before he had gone far, he saw Punlo in plain clothes waiting at the corner of the street. I saw Punlo said playfully. It turns out that the home of Hermione's primary school sister is also in London, and she is also a dentist, so you have gained a lot of goodwill now. Ryan glared at Punlo. Sister, you know too much. so your chest will be small. Punlo looked at himself unconsciously. Obviously it was already very good. Okay, I can't hold it with my own hand. Without giving Punlo a chance to argue, Zaya grabbed Punlo's hand. It was soft and comfortable. Gone. Ryan quickly positioned diagonally, and in a twist, the two disappeared in place. Punlo, who came to the wizard theme store, said that he immediately forgot the previous unhappiness and fell into great happiness. This is really great. Punlo fondled the lifelike sculpture on the counter, which was a griffin and a very famous creature in the wizarding world. It may not be large in size, but it is exceptionally beautiful. Each feather has distinct layers. More importantly, this sculpture made by magic means combined with alchemy technology has a strong simulation effect. So different people react differently to it in different ways. For example, the griffin sculpture that was touched by Punlo was spread out on the ground very much, and he wanted to lie directly in Punlo's arms, and Punlo was also very playful, and interacted with this little griffin sculpture. Also happy. MMP, you little colored griffin. Ryan looked at the sculpture with contempt. When the labor and management were looking for someone to experience it, you were all dragged like 258,000 or 80,000. Why can't you walk when you see my beautiful senior? Chapter 65 is approaching the start of school. 11 more. Hey, this is a teleporter I made. And it's also the key to this store. Ryan took out an exquisite necklace from his bosom. The necklace was made of platinum with a delicate texture. There was a light gold pendant in the center. The shape of the pendant was like a water drop, and a crystal was hidden in the innermost part of the water drop. Sapphire, while a gilt A is engraved on the clasp at the link. This necklace is a symbol of your identity. As long as you hold it, any store under the name of Ambrosius will not stop you from visiting and studying. When you inject magic into it, you can teleport here from Hogwarts. Come, but I suggest you just come over on weekends, because you should still have your own school work to take care of. This store took me a lot of thought, and there are many simulation props made based on the things directly in the wizard. At the same time, this store and the Kent brand store will also put different types of Kent cards on the shelves, on the market side. Don't worry too much. As for you, the store manager, I don't want you to visit the store every day. That's a job without technical content, but I hope that when the store has something to do, and when there is a large-scale opening experience every weekend, you can relax. You can control the situation and control the whole situation. There is still nearly a month before the start of school. You should familiarize yourself with everything as soon as possible. In addition, you are responsible for the recruitment, screening and training of employees in this store. This store has your own bedroom, and you can arrange them yourself. The salary is tentatively set at 10 galleons per month. If the income is good, there will be a commission. In addition, Ryan, who quickly told Punlo a lot of things, paused for a while, because Punlo looked at him with a straight smile. What's the matter, little brother Ambrosius? I'm listening. Ryan thought for a while. Is there something you don't understand, senior? Why are you staring at me like this? Punlo said, you finish what you have to say first. Ryan made some adjustments and continued, in addition, this necklace is also a protective charm. If there is any difficulty or danger that cannot be solved, you can directly crush the pendant on it. I will come over immediately after I sense it. Is it gone? It seems like nothing is missing. Ryan nodded. Number. Okay, little brother Ambrosius, can you answer my two questions first? You said, Punlo said, since you are already so rich, why do you continue to think about making money? I think the prices of the things here are not cheap, and it will bring you a lot of profits then. Ryan smiled. Because I have too many places to spend money, it is absolutely impossible to sit and eat, so don't let me let go of those who can make money. PFFT. Punlo almost laughed. Why does such an elegant and noble teenager feel an indescribable sense of disobedience when he talks about making money? Okay, little brother Ambrosius, my second question is, with such an excellent store and such a good position, you are so relieved to throw it to me? Seeing Punlo's serious eyes, Ryan said indifferently, I thought, why? I like to leave my things to my friends to take care of, and it doesn't matter even if this store is broken, it's a big deal. Open a family, the young master has the funds in addition. Ryan, you looked at Punlo. I think you need to find something to do, senior, otherwise who knows if you will not think about it again. You can't think of it. Punlo spat. Okay, I know, you will be my boss from now on. Don't worry, you have offered me such a high salary, I will not disappoint you. Bring the necklace. Good Char placed the necklace lightly on Punlo's hand, and pointed to a table on the main table in the store. I lost a book on the pricing and sales of the product. It will help you grasp it as soon as possible. How to do business. I won't come here for the next month, because I still have a lot of things to do. If there is anything, please contact me directly. Punlo nodded. Okay, Boss Ambrosius' junior brother. So it's a strange name. Ryan's mouth twitched. Then he'll wait and see. By the way, the salary will be paid to you in advance this month. After throwing out a purse, Ryan said, then he'll go first. Slap. With the crisp snap of fingers, Ryan's body disappeared again. And sure enough, outside Hogwarts is freedom, and it's easy to change shape or something. It's not like the necklace in Punlo's hand. Just setting up the teleportation function doesn't know how much thought was wasted. In the end, the toastage jump method was used, which first moved the user outside of Hogwarts, and then apparat 0. Ask for flowers. This is still based on Char's use of a higher level of spatial positioning. Otherwise, with the strength of Hogwarts' magical enchantment, the students would never have a second way to reach it except using various means of transportation. That's why you have to take the train to Hogwarts. If you can use flu powder or shapeshifter or something. There's so much going on after returning home. Ryan first checked the progress of his magic potion refining. After the current phase of the refining process, the subsequent slow refining process is a very long process. Even if Ryan did not come back for 2 weeks, the current second tube more than half of the magic potion was completed. At this rate, this thing can only be mass-produced. Therefore, in the following days, Char will be in an infinite loop under the rhythm of frantically exercising his magic power, taking drugs, one refining medicine. When the school day finally comes, Char's magic power is no longer what it used to be. Combined with the magic potion he had taken 3 times before and after, Ryan's magic power reserve is now nearly 4 times that of an adult wizard. But his reputation grows faster than his magic power. In view of the wonderful and rich content of the Witcher series of novels, as well as the wonderful worldview, the trilogy series of novels immediately caused a sensation in the entire magical world after the release. The wizarding novels sold by the bookstore partnership became the most popular books of the year. The theme store where Punlo is located is also operating well. The Quinty brand series still maintains its popularity, and Char's children's shoes are stably and efficiently brushing waves of fame. Master, the day of school is coming soon. Seeing that Cephos had prepared a salute for himself, Char nodded with satisfaction. Well done, Civs. You are getting more and more efficient. It is a lifetime honor for Cephos to be at your service. Char patted Cephos on the back. Anyone here would be surprised to find that Cephos was wearing very delicate clothes, which meant that Cephos was actually a free body. But Cephos and the Ambrosius family have a relationship beyond freedom and contract, so it is still the most loyal servant of the Ambrosius family. In chapter 66, Little Boss. You are here 12 more. I would never have come to this place if I hadn't known that there would still be some stories in Diagon Alley this year. The crowd in front of him was surging, and Ryan slowly stepped down from his carriage. The 3 white Pegasus and the gold-neared carriage were so dazzling that the wizard in the broken cauldron was stunned. Char, in black and gold robes, greeted the excited wizards in the Leaky Cauldron Bar and quickly entered the Leaky Cauldron Bar. By the way, let me check the gang and see how Punlo is doing, Ryan muttered inwardly, while dexterously passing through the crowd. First of all, we have to solve the textbook for this semester. Ryan looked at the Lyhan bookstore in front of her, and suddenly felt even more depressed. Why are the textbooks different every year? and even various reprints are required, which makes it unnecessary for me to book in advance for the year, and I have to wait a few days after the start of school before coming here. Like an bookstore, one of the most famous bookstores in Diagon Alley, is a bit stronger than the bookstore run by the Ambrosius family. At this time, there were two long banners on the door of Lyhan Bookstore. One is, written by the genius wizard, Char Ambrosius, the Wizard Trilogy is on sale. You are welcome to go to the second floor to buy it. The second is, Gildo Lockhart will autograph sales of his autobiography today, The Magical Me. Welcome everyone to participate in the sales activities. So how did this liar get famous? Looking at the crowd of people in front of Lyhan Bookstore, Ryan couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that the wizard's concept of true and false resolution is extremely low? Hey, little brother Ambrosius, why are you here? When Ryan heard a familiar voice behind her, she couldn't help turning her head to look. Sister Penlo. Penlo looked at Ryanya with a smile. She was holding a large bag of books in one hand, as if it seems to be the textbook she needs this semester. What? Is my little boss coming to buy textbooks too? Chaya sighed sadly. Yeah, but this is only one aspect, mainly because I want to come and see it. Penlo laughed and scolded. Poor. Ryan said, there are too many people here, and there's the book The Magical Me. What is the content of the book written by Gidlow? So that there are so many cues. Did you mean this? Penlo took out a book from his handbag, and the book was very valuable from the binding alone. I heard from our staff that there are a lot of things in here that overlap with things in our wizarding world, such as griffins, ghouls and the like. So many people feel that this The Amazing Me is a supplement to the wizarding world, so this book sells very well. I rub it. The Book of Feelings is rubbing my enthusiasm, which is very embarrassing. Originally, there are many creatures in the wizarding world. In addition, the popularity of wizards continues to spread, and Gilroy's very good writing and bragging skills have indeed become one of the most popular books. It was so. Ryanya shook his head. If that's the case, take me to the wizard-themed store first. Okay. Penlo said, there are a lot of people here, you follow me closely, eh? I don't know when. Ryanya has firmly grasped Penlo's slender and fair hand. Ryan said solemnly, there are quite a few, so that I won't get lost, you have to take good care of your boss. Penlo was a little dumbfounded, but he didn't shake Char's hand away. So Penlo took Char's hand through the crowd and came to the wizard-themed store. I don't know if I don't see it. I can see that there are so many people in the wizard-themed store. I don't know how many people gathered in front of the store and waited in line to enter. The spacious space at the entrance of the store became extremely crowded at this time. Go this way. Penlo kept moving, and it gently dragged Ryan around to the back of the store. The wand was lightly placed on the grey wall, and a secret door appeared in front of him. Go in. Well, thanks to the design back then. Why, don't you want to let go? Penlo glared at Ryanya with big eyes. Are you still addicted to grip? Ryan smiled and said, because it's very comfortable. Having said that, Ryanya quickly let go. It seems that you are doing a good job. The space at the back is separated from the main store in the front. This is reserved for Penlo to rest and check the store. Because the new glass divides this space, you can't see the inside from the outside, but you can see everything in the store from the inside. Penlo seems to have adjusted the layout of the store's merchandise, which is very different from the initial layout. After Ryan's observation, he found that this layout seems to be more suitable, because the just right height design and placement make it easier for customers to make purchases, and all the products based on the wizarding world are very popular, and several employees were recruited. Very busy. Little boss, this is the business situation last month. Penlo took out a ledger from somewhere and handed it to Char. Char quickly scanned it and found that in just 1 month, the store had already created 9,000 galleons for Char. I have set the price cheap. Ryan sat behind the table and touched his chin. Why do I feel that the enthusiasm of this group is so high? I have to study and get more good things. What is cheap? You have already priced a sculpture over there at 80 silver. Okay. Seeing what Ryan thought about, Punlo could be sure that Ryan must be thinking about something new. Luxury. Punlo is a little speechless. Poor wizard fan. Your evil producers are ready to make money from you again. At this moment, the sound of knocking on the glass came, and the two of them couldn't help looking up. What came into view was a young man with fiery red hair, tall and thin, and his brows were always gloomy for some reason. Clivat, are you there? With this iconic hair, Char asked curiously, a member of the Weasley family you recognize? Punlo sighed. How do you say it? A tough guy. Punlo gently opened a glass window in the back room. Percy, this is the non-open space of our store, I want you to know. Percy scratched his head, a rare shyness on his 15-year-old face. I know, but in fact, my parents and family are here. I want to take you to meet them. Nanny, Percy Weasley, it's you. Ryan clearly remembers that Ron said that his ambitious brother, Punlo, is the object he has been pursuing. And look at your ridiculous excuse. I don't even have to think about it to know what you're thinking about, seeing your parents. Can you be more naive? Char's face was a little unsightly. Sitting at the back table did not speak, and looked at Percy silently through the glass. Chapter 67. Let youth feel the pain. 13 more. For some reason, Punlo felt very irritable. Even if she didn't look back, she could almost feel Zaya's eyes. Unfortunately, Percy couldn't see what was going on through the glass. Punlo shook his head. Sorry, Percy, I'm so busy right now. I'm afraid I don't have time to see your family. Percy said, it's okay, just meet. I think my parents will like you very much. Does your parents like me or not, and what does it have to do with me? Equals? Punlo tried to keep himself graceful. I know exactly what you mean, but I don't think our relationship is that level, so why do not you go? What a lazy voice sounded from behind Punlo, and Percy thought he had heard it wrong. Wait a minute, Crewot, what did you just say? Punlo looked at Zaya strangely. Ryan stood up slowly, opened the door in the back room without any explanation, and held Punlo's hand tightly with the other hand. Ambrosius, what are you doing? Ignoring Punlo's whispered exclamation, Ryan led Punlo out, and the two appeared in front of Percy. Hello, Senior Percy. Percy complexion as if changing his face. The shyness before that disappeared, and suddenly turned into an ugly pig liver color. Ambrosius, I'm honored to be able to remember my name. Just now, did you hear that? The flames in Percy's eyes almost burned. And you. Oh, right. Ryan slightly raised the hand they were holding. This store belongs to me. I just came over to have a look. I didn't expect to meet you, Senior, by coincidence. At present, Sister Punlo is working for me. From the perspective of caring for my classmates, I will accompany Sister Punlo. Punlo, let's go, Senpai. Isn't Senior Percy going to take you to meet his parents? Speaking of which, the Weasley family is a very famous and ancient existence, and I'm also very interested in it. I wonder if I can ask Senior to introduce it on your behalf? Ryan turned her head and gave Punlo an elegant smile. With that handsome face and a calm smile, Ryan, who was already a little taller than Punlo, made her blushed, and the spit on her lips somehow disappeared. Percy stared at Char, but Char was still calm. By the way, Senior Percy, do you have any good advice for my shop? I think this shop is very good, worthy of the famous Master Ambrosius. Aside from Percy's cannibalistic eyes, Percy's appearance is quite well controlled, and he has a somewhat aristocratic demeanor. Speaking of which, Master Ambrosius and my brother Ron are also classmates. My parents have mentioned you many times. Now they are waiting for me outside the store. Let's meet together. Ryan nodded. It is better to be respectful than to obey. Well, Punlo looked at the two male classmates in front of him. Although Percy was in 5th grade and Zaya was in 2nd grade, the little boss had a complete victory in the aura. Ryan's hand was different from when he was on the street. This time Ryan's hand was very gentle and light, but Punlo had no way to refuse or resist, and let Ryan lead him to the outside of the store. Why did the plot suddenly turn around for a while? Punlo said he was going crazy. Those shop assistants said they were the more surprised. Why was their shop manager being led away by a strange and beautiful boy? Oh, no, that's the boss. Punlo had nowhere to let out his anger, and angrily swept over the sluggish clerk. Work hard for me, or I'll fire you all. Immediately, the shopkeepers bowed their heads. Crazy, crazy. We don't know anything. Not to mention that there are so many things to do. In order not to be fired, we should work honestly. At this time, the Weasleys were happily looking at the strange things in the showcase of the wizard-themed store. Their eldest son, Bill, was a handsome young man. He whispered to Fred and George beside him. By the way, does the girl Percy pursued really work here? Fred and George nodded tacitly, and said in unison, sure, we've been here several times, we can't be wrong. Gee, Charlie Weasley next to him shook his head. I don't know what kind of girl can make my old-fashioned. Mr. Ron raised his hand silently, expressing his second opinion. Ginny, who was about to go to first grade, frowned. You guys are so boring. Hey guys, look, Percy is out. At this time, the heads of the Weasley family, Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley, hurriedly arranged their smiles. They were also very curious about what kind of girl their third son had taken a fancy to. She seemed to be named Pen. L. Crywatched, right? But then their smiles became stiff, and the cheers that were about to burst out from the rest of Weasley's brothers were cut off abruptly. Why, the girl Percy pursued was holding hands by another boy. Percy tried his best to make himself nonchalant, and introduced the two people behind him holding hands. These two are Mr. Char Ambrosius and Miss Punlo Clearwater. Ron, whose brother was very disdainful, raised his head suddenly. What? Ron took a closer look. I wipe, Char. This time he almost roared, and the corners of Char's mouth twitched slightly, but he still waved his hand very friendly. Hello Ron. Hello everyone in the Weasley family. Char Ambrosius, it is an honor to meet you. Slightly squeezed Punlo's hand. Punlo said helplessly. Punlo Crywatched, hello. The blonde boy and the brown-haired girl look inexplicable. From the looks of them, they seemed to be very close. Could it be that the girl whom his uninteresting brother was after actually already had a boyfriend? Ginny laughed out loud when she thought of this. Still in adolescence, Ginny's small eyes are full of longing for the future. What a perfect match. I wonder if I can meet such a boy. Ron said that he laughed too. 23,333. Seeing you all so powerful, the girl you have been pursuing for a long time was taken away by someone else, although I am your younger brother, but I don't know why I am inexplicably happy. The Weasleys could clearly see the bitterness in the corners of their son's mouth. Wow, this pain is going to run through their entire youth. Aside from the two heartless and youngest, the rest of the brothers were also silent. Punlo pinched Ryan's waist without a trace, and glared at Ryan quietly, as if trying to convey something. It's a pity that Ryan said that it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt, just keep smiling. Chapter 68 is terrible. 14 more the next operation. Percy may be more uncomfortable, because Char really appreciates the Weasley family's concept of transcending rank and pure blood, and the facts have proved it. This kind of thinking is the most correct and reasonable. Of course, the price is that life is a bit hard. The Weasleys also expressed their gratitude to Char for taking care of Ron in the first grade and hoped that he could take care of Ginny in the second grade. So the two parties chatted quite happily. Poor Percy had been forgotten in the corner. Only his elder brother Bill occasionally cast a sympathetic look. In that case, I won't interrupt your trip to Diagon Alley. Char and the Weasleys waved. See you at Hogwarts. See you in debt. Watching the Weasley family leave, Punlo, who had been smiling by the side, suddenly turned pale. Leng pinched Zaya's waist again. Ambrosius, your courage is getting bigger and bigger. Ryan said in pain. Don't, senior, if you pinch my waist, it will break. Punlo tried to drag Ryanya directly back to the back room, and the employees were confused again. Wasn't the boss who dragged the store manager out just now? Why did it go the other way? So my little boss, what do you want to do? Punlo slammed the door shut with a serious look. It's rude of you to go out directly holding the girl's hand like this. Ryan Dow, I know then you are still like this. What are you thinking about when you are young? Punlo is so angry. It's shameful to hold hands in front of so many people. Ryan suddenly looked at Punlo seriously, because, I don't want you to run away with others, Senior. Why did I run away with someone else? Punlo was angry and funny. Don't worry, I won't change jobs again. You have helped so much. I will definitely give you a good job. Ryan dragged Punlo to his side. The distance between the two was so close that Ryan could almost smell the faint fragrance on Punlo's body. What do you want to do? Punlo's face was slightly red, and his trembling eyebrows showed his inner restlessness. Ryan smiled. That Percy is here to chase after Senior Sister. Senior Sister is so beautiful and good. How can she be the target of such a gloomy person? For the sake of the majority of men, I must come out to defend justice. Punlo bit his lip lightly. Well, thank you so much. Welcome, it's my pleasure. In the end, almost with a bang, Punlo drove Char out of the store. Logically speaking, this is not the case. How can an employee drive away the boss? Senpai, don't forget to buy some textbooks for me. When Punlo saw a list and purse dropped on the table, he was so angry that he couldn't find a place for me. The heartless guy asked me to squeeze in among so many people. Ryan, who was kicked away by Punlo, said that he was in a good mood, but unfortunately, after having lunch in Diagon Alley, the headache came. For some reason, all the acquaintances in Diagon Alley came today, and Zaya saw Harry before he walked too far. Hey, Harry, long time no see. Do you like your birthday present? Harry saw Char's strange face. Hello Char, long time no see. I like your gift very much. Ryan was a little strange. What's the matter? Is there something on my face? Why is my face so strange? Harry pointed to the back, and Char felt a chill. Hello Shire. Ryan suddenly felt a headache. Hello Hermione. Looking at Hermione's unusually low expression, as well as Ron next to Hermione and the Weasley family not far away, you don't have to guess what the situation is. Hermione's voice was a little tired. I heard Ron say, have you robbed you of his brother's girlfriend and been with Sister Punlo? Which big mouth is talking nonsense here? Ryan shook his head. Don't listen to Ron's nonsense. I just helped Senior Sister out of the siege. So Ryan started to make up reasons for herself. After listening to the simple Hermione, she thought about it and chose to believe Ryan. MMP, I don't have any wicked thoughts yet. Just two girls like this almost make me stupid. However, at this time, Ryan noticed that Harry's textbooks had been purchased. So according to the normal plot, the Malfoy family had already met the Weasley family, and Lucius should have left the diary belonging to Tom Riddle without a trace at this moment. In Ginny's textbook. In fact, at this time, Ryan can put it forward, saying that this diary has strong black magic, and it should be handed over to Dumbledore or the like, but it will be too much less fun. In the afternoon, after saying goodbye to friends, Char did not stop at Diagon Alley. Of course, the last stop was the wizard theme store. Punlo was burying her head in the settlement of today's business situation. She seemed to notice that Ryan was coming, but she didn't lift her head. The textbooks have been bought for you. They are all over there. Well, thank you Punlo-senpai. Correct. Punlo stopped the pen in his hand and looked at Ryan with a playful look. I heard that your little fangirl was a little unhappy in the afternoon. Ryan said that she was very shocked. Why would you know such a thing? Punlo said, don't panic. I have spent a lot of time stepping on Diagon Alley to find some well-informed guys. They often tell the story of Diagon Alley or the trend of the trend. I recommend so that I can both adjust the dog to market needs. Speaking of this, Punlo said earnestly, Ambrosius, the little boss and younger brother, you must know that the mind of a girl is more complicated than you think. And you have to be careful to protect your little fangirl. Beware that she will suffer from a misunderstanding. Why do you look so experienced? Obviously you beat me when I was 2 years old. Okay. Zaya was a little angry at once, put both hands on the table, and looked at Punlo very sadly. It seems that you have a lot of experience, senpai. You? Punlo smiled slightly. you can see this kind of thing. Chapter 69 The new school year 15 updates. He took his textbook and rode back to Star Castle in his very coquettish carriage. Char spent the last day in Notting Island this year. Unless there is a big accident, Char will stay in Hog until next year. So the next day, Ryan got on the long-lost 9:34 train, and of course he also left with him Hai Dong King Yi Xuoluo, who was always elusive. By the time it was evening at Hogwarts, the familiar scene was still nostalgic, and the brightly lit hall prepared a lavish dinner for the students who started the new school year. A slight difference is that this year, Zaya and the others have become second graders, and a new group of children has entered Hogwarts, and each student has to inject new blood. It's a pity that Slytherin doesn't have any talented guys. After all, these self-proclaimed noble families are not necessarily better than the mixed-race families in all aspects except the basic education. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor have two very interesting students this year. One is the cute, even eccentric Luna Lovegood. She entered Ravenclaw. Her eyes are very different from ordinary students, always so ethereal and unpredictable, like clouds floating in the sky. In the heart, there is a world of its own. The other is the last child of the Weasley family, their youngest daughter Ginny, who has successfully transformed into a lion cub following Weasley's glorious tradition. Apart from the sorting ceremony, our Dumbledore very enthusiastically introduced me the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy. Char is really incomprehensible about this. What qualifications does he have to enter Hogwarts? In the world of Harry Potter, there is no way to identify the intensity of a person's magic power from the surface, so that a person like Gilderoy can get away with it. But the more interesting thing is yet to come. After the sorting ceremony and dinner, Char and Slytherin's classmates walked slowly to the common room of the Snake House. I told something that made Ryan laugh and cry. Two Gryffindor students flew from London to Hogwarts in a flying car, and then slammed into the Beating Willow. It is said that the current situation is unknown, but according to Barrow, the Beating Willow is very rare. A student is also very precious. If which side is compared, more serious injuries may have very bad consequences. So is there a crazy beast in every Gryffindor? Char, who knows who these two are, doesn't worry much. If Harry and the others have an accident so easily, there is no need for Dumbledore to go. It took a lot of hard work to hone Harry. But there is one thing that I have to give Dumbledore a compliment. He successfully won a single room of excellent quality for Zaya. Since then, Zaya can start various experiments in the dormitory to his heart's content. On the second day, when they were eating breakfast, Ryan saw Harry and Ron, who were full of frustration. It seemed that they had learned a lot last night. Harry, Ron, good morning, your faces are very good. Harry drooped his head. Oh, we've been scolded to death by Professor McGonagall, and our minds are dizzy now. After all, you have accomplished a very remarkable thing. Ryan silently picked up a cup of hot tea. I drove the Sky Speeder and rammed into the Beating Willow. Hermione shook her head, but it's great that you're safe and sound. In the early morning, the windows at the top of the hall opened, and thousands of owls flew in. These were all instructions or supplements from parents to the children who had just returned to school. And a bright red roaring letter successfully mobilized the atmosphere of the audience. Molly Weasley's endless anger was conveyed to Ron through this thin letter, and Ron instantly became everyone's laughing stock. But it's very strange that no one laughed at Harry, who got into this trouble with Ron. So while Ron's face was flushed, Molly's roaring letter slowly turned to ashes. It's no wonder that Ron always has various character flaws in the original book. His father doesn't care, his mother doesn't love him, he can't get along everywhere, and he has to bear pressure from all sides. If he can be as simple as Fred or George, I'm sure life will be a lot easier. Hey, Ryanya, do you have your email? I saw a sturdy black owl drop a small delicate wooden box, and the box snapped and the tabletop made a violent sound. Ryan frowned slightly. Don't look at the fact that he doesn't usually receive letters, because Ryan set up a transfer before sending his letters to Hogwarts, and will not accept any interviews that have not been agreed or communicated with him. Love letters will not be accepted. Junk letters will not be accepted, so your desk can be kept clean enough. However, this is only the first day. Who sent me something? Ryan. You quickly put the wooden box of firewood, and there was a roll of parchment, a medal, and a postcard quietly placed in it. This is? Hermione on the side couldn't believe her eyes. Merlin's second-class medal? Char did not open the parchment. He picked up the postcard gently, and saw that it said, "Dear Mr. Char Ambrosius, since you did not attend the Merlin Medal awarding ceremony in time, we can only send it by mail. Your medals and certificates of honor are sent to you. If you need a ceremony, you can send the reply letter to this owl. We will serve you wholeheartedly, Sir Merlin." It turned out to be this thing. Ryan just remembered what was going on. After he finished refining the magic potion, he considered that the Merlin Medal would bring him a lot of privileges, such as entering the Hogwarts Forbidden Area to study, or bringing books directly from the library. Let's go. So I mailed a point to Sir Merlin for their evaluation. When Sir Merlin received the magic refining potion and its formula prepared by Char, countless people fell into a frenzy. This turned out to be a magic potion that could blindly enhance magic power and stimulate real energy. Because of the extremely high and complex refining difficulty of the magic potion, as well as a few protection methods that Ryan left behind, the production of this potion is extremely difficult, and maybe only those real potion masters are carefully studying to be completed later. Despite these restrictions, there was almost no hesitation. Sir Merlin unanimously passed the decision to award the second-level Merlin Medal to Ryan. If it wasn't for the fact that there were very few people who could refine this potion, then I'm afraid it would be the first-level award. Merlin Medal. As for the Merlin troupe that awarded the awards, it seemed that they let them go half a month ago, and Char, who was busy with his own affairs, didn't care at all. So Sir Merlin mailed the medal and certificate directly to Hogwarts. Chapter 70 Liar Professor 16 more. End today, plus some words guys. I can't stand it anymore. I wrote until 4 o'clock last night. I have to go to work at 7:30 during the day, and I didn't rest at noon. I feel that my body is hollowed out now. Thank you very much for your flowers and your rewards. At present, these chapters mainly tend to be excessive and emotional foreshadowing. Everything about Penlo is basically ready, and the relationship can be established with the development of the later story. After the beginning of the second grade, I will not spend too much time on my daily life. It may seem interesting for a while, but it is not a long-term solution. Some original content combined with the background of Harry Potter will gradually expand. To be honest, I only wanted to write 10 more chapters, but my obsessive-compulsive disorder attacked again. It's not that multiples of 5 are uncomfortable. I finally wrote 70 chapters. Today is here. The 5-day update will resume tomorrow, and the update time will remain unchanged. There are 2 changes in the morning, 1 change in the afternoon, and 2 changes in the evening. In special cases, chapters will be released together at night. By the way, please subscribe and collect. The story of Harry Potter is very wide. The way back help you've been there. About Char being awarded a second grade plum in the second grade. The matter of Ling Xunjing immediately spread in the school, and at this time, Zaya also changed from an outstanding potion master in the past to the youngest potion master in history. Severus, if I remember correctly, you're only a Merlin class 2 right now, right? Snape said calmly. Yes, potions is already very difficult, and it is difficult to have epoch-making innovations with the existing system, so it is difficult to obtain the Merlin Medal first class by taking potions as a breakthrough. It's a pity that the difficulty of refining this potion is too high, and the subtle parameter changes involved may only be known by Mr. Ambrosius himself. But there is no doubt that this second-level Merlin Medal is well deserved, and even some give low. I didn't expect you to praise someone like that, Dumbledore said with a smile. Mr. Ambrosius has created brilliance again, and I think this is also the result of his accumulated wisdom. Our headmaster Dumbledore felt relieved, But the three houses outside the snake house heard bad news. Ambrosius, win 2% for Slytherin. MMP, how does this work? Usually, an academy's score is between 400% and 500% in 1 year. Now, Ryan Yar directly gave the Snake Academy a 200% score on the first day of school. The title that was feared by all the prefects outside the Snake Academy resounded in their minds again. Breakpoint Maniac. But this can only show that Zaya can rank first in the Harry Potter world in terms of potions, and the rest still needs a lot of practice. Think of Voldemort back then, a broken soul like that was able to suppress himself. God knows what it would have been like if it wasn't for the help of his sworn enemy Harry. Therefore, Ryan Yar was in a very bad mood this afternoon, and he desperately needed an excellent teacher to teach him how to perform a higher-level wizard duel, not the guy who smiled like a flower in front of him. Gilderoy, relying on the magical me, a forgetting spell and the perfect ability to plagiarize stories, he successfully packaged himself as a calm, wise, experienced wizard with splendid travel experience. His first class was so impressive. Gidlow walked into the classroom with an elegant demeanor and a steady pace. He showed what he thought was a perfect smile, and his shiny white teeth were facing the classmates in front of him. After the whole class was seated, Lockhart clear your throat and keep silent. Then he took a step forward, picked up Neville's Swim with Giants, and held the book up to show everyone his smiling, winking portrait on the cover. He said, pointing to the cover and blinking, Gilderoy Lockhart, Merlin Medal 3rd Class, honorary member of the Black Witchcraft Defense League, and 5 consecutive Witch Weekly Best Smile Award winners. I didn't want to mention this. I smiled at the flowery witch and made her disappear. He waited for them to burst into laughter, but only if you laughed softly. Harry said in a low voice, why is he so proud of getting a 3rd-class medal, Char? Didn't you just get a 2nd-class medal? But you are so calm. While reading the Book of Law Gods in his head, Ryan replied softly, what else can I do, because I'm too strong. Everyone turned their heads silently, so that they could not restrain themselves from laughing. Mr. Ambrosius, Guy Dello said, I have read the wizarding novels you wrote, which are very exciting. There are many things in it that have the shadow of my experience. I am very happy to have readers like you. Sorry, Professor, Ryan said with a smile, my novels are based on life and not from you. 0. Ask for flowers. I just looked at the book, and it says you've been involved in catching a griffin, right? Gidlow raised his chest proudly. Yes, that was an unforgettable experience. Char interrupted Gidlow's words. Then Professor, I have a question. If I want to capture a griffin, what food should I prepare for him as bait? Gidlow scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and said hesitantly, this question is a bit complicated to answer. I'll tell you when I finish the get out of class. And now let's continue the class. Well, you have thick skin and you are amazing. Hermione had a panoramic view of Gildlow's performance. She was going to regard Gildlow as her second admirer, but now she was a little skeptical. Ryan, is that the problem? It's not difficult, although the griffin is rare, as long as the person who has caught it must know what the answer is. This answer will take him a second at most, but he refuses to answer, so it can be seen that he does not know. How come? Hermione frowned. Isn't the story written in this book his experience? Ryan shook his head. Don't worry about it so much. It's just like reading my book. Just read the novel. 23,333. Gidlow is still gushing about it. I think you bought my set of books, which is good. Today I will give you a quiz. Don't worry, this quiz is just to see how much you have read and understood. After handing out the quiz, he went back to the front of the class and said, you have 30 minutes to answer the questions. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest wish? 3. What do you think is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement? Almost all of these questions, there are 3 sheets of paper in total. The last question is 64. What is the birthday of Gilderoy Lockhart? What is his favorite gift? So are you mentally retarded? with such a brain-dead question. Are you a teacher of defense against the dark arts? Char didn't want to pay any attention to Gildero at all. But out of courtesy, he kindly put the test paper aside and resisted the urge to crumple it into a ball and stuff it into Gidlow's mouth. Half an hour later, Lockhart put away the papers and read them in class. Knife Chapter 71. A painful lesson. I suddenly remembered that I might not have time to get up early tomorrow for a serious lack of sleep. I will publish a chapter at 12 o'clock first. Today, there will be no less 5 updates. Everyone, please pay more attention to rest. In addition, yesterday was the 16th update, but there are 2 chapters that seem to have not yet been published. Just swipe it out. Please wait a little longer. TSK. Few of you remember that my favorite color is lavender, which I mentioned in Days with the Snowman. Oh, Mr. Ambrosius, why you didn't answer a question? It seems that you don't know me well enough. In this regard, Char continued to maintain an elegant smile, and Gilderoy, who looked straight at it, was a little terrified. So Gidlow quickly changed the subject. Also, you have to read Weekend with Werewolf carefully. I wrote it very clearly in Chapter 12. My most favorite birthday wish is magic people and people. Non-magic people can live in harmony, but I wouldn't say no to a big bottle of Wago's aged whiskey either. But Hermione Granger knew that my biggest wish was to sweep the world of demons and successfully market my line of hair care potions. Not bad. Actually, he flipped through her papers. All right. Who is Hermione Granger? Hermione raised her hand. In fact, she felt a little ashamed at this moment because of the close contact with Hadlow. Hermione felt how exaggerated and even false Hadlow was. Why did I think he was an outstanding wizard at the beginning? It must be that Char's novels influenced my judgment, so I thought Hadlow was very powerful. It must be like this. That's it. Everything is Char's fault. Very good. Gidlow smiled and said, 10 points for Gryffindor. Okay, let's just win glory for the Academy, Hermione thought with a lifeless expression. All right, let's get to the point. He bent down under the desk and brought out a large cage covered with cloth. Now, I have to warn everyone. My job is to let you know about the wizarding world, the most vicious creatures, so that you will be mentally prepared for the future. And now I'm showing you probably the most terrifying thing you have ever seen. But don't be afraid, as long as I am here, there will be no problem. I ask everyone to remain calm and not panic. The listless Harry stuck his head out, which intrigued him, and he wanted to take a good look at what it was. Gidlow put one hand on the cloth of the cage, and the students who were still laughing stopped their voices. And some people even hid in the corner in fear. I have to make sure you don't cry out when you see it, Gilderoy whispered, because that might irritate them. At the time, everyone held their breath, and Gidlow suddenly lifted the cloth. Correct, he said expressively, the elf from Cornwall we just caught. Suddenly another student burst out laughing. How? He said with a smile. Ah, they don't. They aren't. Very dangerous. Right? Don't jump to conclusions so early. Gidlow shook his fingers angrily. These little guys are vicious and smart and scary. Through the cage, everyone can clearly see these little elves, their whole body flashing blue electric light, less than 20 centimeters in height, sharp faces and shrill voices. This kind of little cleverness has a strong phototaxis, so after the cloth was uncovered, they began to rush around in the cage, slamming the iron bar with a rattling sound, and slapped the people who were sitting closer. Grimace, Gidlow exclaimed, let's see how you deal with them. Then he opened the lid of the cage, which seemed to open Pandora's box, and the elves fled like rockets. 2 of them pulled the student by the ears and lifted him in midair. A few smashed out of the window, scattering the people in the back row with shattered glass. The rest continued to effectively damage the classroom more than rampage rhinos are even more destructive. They picked up inkwells, splashed twine everywhere, shredded textbooks, exam papers, and put pictures on the walls. Also torn apart. Put the garbage basket upside down, grab your school bag and textbooks and throw them out the window within a few minutes. Half the class was hiding under the desk. and some poor classmates were hung from the headlights on the ceiling. "Come on, subdue them, and catch them," Gilderoy shouted. "They are nothing but elves." At the same time he rolled up his sleeves, waved his wand, and shouted, "Babaji, Baitnami." Seeing that, Ryan only shook his head. "What kind of magic spell is this trademark? It does not conform to the structure of the magic net, it is not logical, and even the way you wave it will greatly reduce your spellcasting efficiency." Apparently the spell didn't work at all. A genie grabbed Gilderoy's wand and threw it out the window. Dilo swallowed and hid under the table, just as the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, and everyone frantically crowded towards the door. "Forget it, I can't take it anymore." Char stood up calmly, and drew his red sandalwood wand. The sound is heavy. Apart from the uncomfortable low sound waves released from Char's wand, the little elves started all over their bodies after being hit by these low sound shells. When I pulled it out, my body that was still jubilant just now fell straight from the air, and the classroom suddenly returned to calm. These pixies are fast and difficult to deal with, but they are very afraid of sonic waves, so just cast a normal sonic spell. Ryan waved his wand and put down the children's shoes hanging on the chandelier. The classmate felt like he was going to live after a catastrophe, and thanked Ryan very excitedly. "You are welcome." Ryan waved his hand. "Well, Professor Guidello, you must be responsible for your actions. I'll leave it to you to clean up the classroom, or else the seniors will be mad when they see this." After finishing speaking, Ryan picked up the only thing he had in class, the notebook. This was not to listen to the teacher's lecture, but to write down the ideas and inspirations that flashed by him occasionally, and Ryan's departure immediately made the students in the entire classroom start to act, especially the little snakes scrambling to follow Ryan. "Dinner time." "So, this guy is a liar," Harry said angrily. "When I was in Diagon Alley, I thought, how did someone like him get in?" Faced with Harry's doubts, Hermione could only sigh. "Ryan Dow. He can come here. It means that he must have a skill, but we don't know what this skill is. But I can tell you responsibly that the second-year defense against the dark arts class is basically over. I suggest you practice more in private when you have time. Of course, if you have any questions, you can ask me." "Master Ambrosius, Master Ambrosius." A panting first-grade boy came running with a newspaper in his hand and an old-fashioned camera around his neck. Ryan quickly flipped through his memory. "You are Colin, that boy in first grade who likes to take pictures, right?" Colin's face flushed. "I didn't expect you to remember me, Master Ambrosius." No, now is not the time to say this, Master Ambrosius. Look at this. You are on the big news." Okay, Char has some strange results. The thing that Colin handed over was a Daily Prophet. Chapter 72. The Ryan classmate who made the headlines shocked. The love story that the commoner girl and the Ambrosius family had to tell. The Daily Prophet reporter Rita Skeeter exclusively reported for you, Ryan. Looking at it for myself, the front page on it was impressively printed with a photo of Char holding Penelow's hand standing at the door of the wizard-themed store, with Ritus writing below it. Evaluated as the most talented genius wizard at the end of the 20th century, the head of the ancient and noble Ambrosius family, the 12-year-old Chirio Ambrosius has always been the object of everyone's attention, but it seems that our genius boy already has in front of a shop in Diagon Alley. The reporter took this photo. Rita Skeeter? Chaya, who seems to be indifferent, is quite angry in her heart. It doesn't matter if she is a public figure anyway. If this incident hurts Penlow, Chaya will definitely feel guilty. Although Penlow left only one silhouette and could not see the specific face clearly, it was like Hermione standing beside him. Instantly recognized who it was. You. Hermione's eyes were slightly red, and she was almost speechless. Is everything really like that? Shire. Hermione, don't cry. This time, Char is at a loss. Although I also want to say that the truth is not what you think. Char has to admit that he seems to have a strange mentality. What a headache. I am not a child. Can I have all of them? What the hell is the Daily Prophet? It's just a brigade of lace paparazzi. No, I can't bear it. Immediately, Ryan was so angry that he began to ponder all kinds of bad ideas in his mind. Obviously, the topic about Char is very popular among the enthusiastic people, and the sales of this issue of the Daily Prophet are extremely hot. As for the client, Punlo said that he was innocent, but fortunately, he was just a side face. But a certain Gryffindor Percy couldn't stop the tears flowing into the newspaper. This is too sad. You have to know that the two people in this photo are talking to themselves. So he is the supporting role who is not even qualified to be on the mirror. After finally comforting Hermione, Zaya was lying helplessly on the sofa in the Ravenclaw lounge at this time. Ravenclaw students were not surprised by this. They had spent most of the semester anyway, and will point out the little eagle from time to time. He can do whatever he likes. Ambrosius. You see, Punlo's big beautiful eyes were a little misty, and he pointed to the Daily Prophet. Fortunately, I didn't take a photo of the face. Otherwise I would be embarrassed. Ryan thought for a while, and said tentatively, it's actually nothing, and the Daily Prophet has always liked to make these gimmicks. Punlo said suspiciously, really? Ryan nodded, then said with a wicked smile, of course, I don't recommend making the above things come true. Feeling the gentle and teasing tone, Punlo spat softly, little boss, you haven't learned well. Ryan Dow, I mean it. Sister Punlo's face flushed slightly. Mudplay Kai. By the way, senpai, I have something to tell you. Char, stop teasing. I'm going to hold a Gwent card game this year, and I've decided to give it to you to host it. Punlo was shocked. The game, this is a good thing, but why don't you do such an important thing yourself? Because I want to make you my girlfriend. 2333. Gunchar couldn't hold back. In the next period of time, I'm going to be busy with magic, so I won't have time to worry about it. Your managerial talent is pretty good, and you love the Witcher series, so be nice, come and work for me. Punlo frowned slightly. I think you should consider this matter carefully, and have you ever thought about handing over such an important matter to me? Others will doubt whether there is such a relationship between us. When the time comes, it's not good for your reputation either. Ryan turned over the book in his hand, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc. What is reputation? And when did we not have such a relationship? This goddamn Ambrosius has been teasing me like crazy lately. Ryan Dow, okay, that's the decision. Anyway, when you brought you over from London, you were ready to work for me for the rest of your life. I will give you the corresponding plans and bonuses in a few days. I hope you do well. Punlo gritted his teeth. There was no way. Ryanya really helped him a lot, and the treatment he gave was so good. There was absolutely no way to refuse. I know, let's go. Since Char has already won the Merlin Medal, this honor has brought him great convenience at Hogwarts. He can use the school's laboratory more easily or bring books from the library back to read by himself. Taking into account the actual level, Dumbledore even decided that as long as Zaya can guarantee the normal results of the final academic assessment, he can also control the class time to a certain extent. Of course, in the face of Ryan, who often misses classes, many professors expressed their nostalgia, because the hot one can be talked about every day, and the typical children of other families are gone, which makes their own mantras a bit awkward. For example, look at Ambrosius, you should study hard with Mr. Ambrosius. Fortunately, Gryffindor also has an outstanding student, Granger. She is also very good in her studies. I heard that she is a friend and admirer of Ryan. Sure enough, Gzwibber and Gzwibber can cherish each other. And what Chaya will be busy with next is a very critical and dangerous magic. With his own time, Zaya added a lot of equipment to his single-person dormitory. For example, he is now holding a microscope to study a kind of golden-eared blood. This blood has actually been studied by Char for half a year, because it is the pure dragon blood that Char took from the newborn Norwegian Spinosaurus when he was in the first grade. Dragons, they have amazing magic and physical strength after adulthood, but their reproduction is not so unusual. If the phoenix is the product of the elements, then the dragon family is the result of the development of ecological variation. Ryan, you looked at the unique structure of the dragon blood, which is very different from humans and any normal creatures. It is a blood cell with a 3-cell structure, a stable and extremely powerful structure. The triangular structure brings the terrible talent of the dragon, so the usual polymorphism cannot complete the transformation of the dragon. Chapter 73 The higher realm of transfiguration Nema will be blocked, so I will replace it with Alimagus in the future. If I have to go out for dinner at night, I will post a chapter in advance, and the remaining 2 chapters will be later. Whether it is ordinary magic or transfiguration, it is only by understanding the essence that we can explore the more esoteric level. The reason why Chaya wants to set aside so much time for himself is actually to explore the most difficult magic in this world, Alimagus. The basic polymorphism is to transform the shape of the dead object. The advanced stage is to make the dead object into a living object, and the further step is to change the structure of the creature into another creature, and the most difficult is to make yourself complete. Transform. Realize the transformation of humans and animals. In Char's research and analysis, Alimagus training is a complete improvement of his body and physique. By consulting various materials and non-self transformation experiments, Char is more willing to use alchemy to explain Alimagus, that is, refining his own human body. It is taboo to train a human body without a soul, but it is not impossible to perform it on a body with a soul. In Alimagus, the spell is the formation, the magic power is the toll, and the other one constructed in the mind is the animal body, thus completing the formation of a stable and qualitatively transformed human body. From the very beginning, Ryan never thought about becoming an ordinary animal. Although Alimagus transformation is usually related to a person's body shape and personality, you must know that Alimagus can completely change the physique of creatures. If it becomes a powerful magical creature, then the wizard's strength will take a qualitative leap. This is also recorded in the Book of Law. God's beast body. Even if it is very dangerous, Zaya wants to turn himself into a magical creature through Alimagus, which is the preparation from the first grade. Now, about the power of the dragon family, Ryan is fully aware of it. The tyrannical 3-cell blood cells. If you make your own body blood cells become like this, then you can get the power of the dragon family, but this power requires huge magical support, especially when you transform for the first time. So Ryan, you must do enough of preparation. For this reason, Ryan had to consult Professor McGonagall many times about matters, and at the same time improved and took refined magic potion, and mixes the ancient Alimagus transformation potion. Although Professor McGonagall was a little worried, he was still very happy to guide Char. Of course, if she knew that Char wanted to become a magical creature from the very beginning, then Professor McGonagall must have pumped Char's puppets first, and then kicked him far. For a whole month, between 2 full moons, Char must continue to hold a single mandrake leaf in his mouth, and at any time must not swallow the leaf or take out his mouth. If you leave your mouth, you must start over. When you see the second full moon, take out the leaves, fill a small crystal vial with saliva, soak the leaves in it, and let it receive pure moonlight. If the night is cloudy, you must find a new one. The Mandela leaf is all over again. To the moonlit crystal vial, add a hair, a silver teaspoon of dew, which must be collected from a place without sunlight or human contact for 7 full days. Add a pupae of the grimace hawk moth at the end. Keep this mixture in a quiet, dark place. Do not look at it or disturb it until the next thunderstorm. While waiting for the storm, you should do the following every sunrise and sunset. Point the tip of your wand at your heart, and chanted the mantra, Amado, Alamo, Alamador, Alamags. In fact, this is using the power of nature and there is time to grind the potion, but if you are unlucky, the waiting time may be as long as weeks, months or even years. During this time, the crystal vials must be kept completely undisturbed and out of contact with the sun, as sun pollution will cause the worst mutations. If you keep repeating the mantra at sunrise and sunset, you will come to a point when the tip of the wand touches your chest and you will feel a second heartbeat, sometimes stronger than the original, sometimes weaker. In this case, everything must be unchanged as usual, the mantra must be recited the correct number of times, and no one should be missed. However, Ryan's luck was good, and the potion operation was perfect enough. This back and forth turned out to be successful. Of course, it took nearly a month. At the same time, Penlow made preparations while ensuring his studies. After many discussions with Ryanya, the first Gwent card competition kicked off. The competition system is very simple, covering all Hogwarts teachers and students, and any place in Hogwarts is a competition venue. Each registered player has a badge, the players challenge each other, and the winner of the game will decide whether their badge will go or stay. Within 3 days, the 16 contestants who were the first to receive 12 medals will stand out from the audition, and the 16 contestants will draw lots, compete, advance, and move up layer by layer until the final champion is determined. Char was very generous in setting the prize money to 10,000 galleons, which immediately aroused the madness of countless Gwent card fans. The prize money was 10 times that of the champion of the Hogwarts Quidditch match. But Quidditch prizes go to the whole team, and Gwent games are for individuals, which is enough to make a wizarding family rich or even luxurious to live a lifetime. Thinking that their opponents are likely to be seniors or teachers, the students who like Gwent cards have started hard magic training, and the atmosphere of Hogwarts is very positive. And Ryan is currently not active, except for some occasional questions about guiding the little snake, the little lion, and even the little eagle. He waits quietly for the rest of the time. When the first bolt of lightning pierced the sky above the buried medicine bottle, Ryan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately went to the place where the crystal vial was buried. The slightly changed elements in the air and the rules brought by lightning caused the medicine in the crystal vial to sublimate and turn into a dose of red liquid. In order to ensure the efficacy of the medicine, Zaya rushed to Professor McGonagall's office the moment she got the potion. This was an appointment between him and Professor McGonagall, and she would act as a role for Zaya when she transformed. Char's guardian Professor McGonagall looked at Zaya seriously. "Mr. Ambrosius, although you are good enough and well prepared, I still want to remind you that Alimagus has a very high risk. If it fails, the incomplete transformation is likely to result in irreversible counties. Therefore, once the transformation begins, you must not have any hesitation and hold your mind firmly. Are you ready?" "No problem." Chiria took a deep breath. At present, Mag doesn't know that he plans to become a magical creature. Chiria has already thought about the risk of Alimagus, so he specially prepared a potion that can offset the effect of Alimagus transformation. The antidote: even if there is an accident, as long as Mag on the side pours the bottle of potion into Ryan in time, Alimagus transformation will be restored, and there will be no problem. So what is there to worry about with all this preparation? Ryan first poured a concentrated bottle of delayed blue sky potion, which is different from the instant fast-acting blue sky potion. It will be absorbed when the magic power of Zaya is not enough, so as to ensure that the magic power of Zaya is abundant. The tip of the red sandalwood wand pointed to the heart, and Char softly chanted the incantation, Amado, Alimo, Alimador, Alimagus, and then drank the blood-like potion. Chapter 74 The First Transformation for Collection. Please subscribe. This is a very wonderful feeling. Ryan, you can feel the heart in his chest beating at 2 frequencies, one is intense and fast, and the other is painful and heavy. Ambrosius, hold your mind, control your magic, imagine constructing the creature you want to become. Char nodded and put the wand aside. Alimagus transformation potion seemed to burn violently in his body, and the scorching temperature seemed to melt his body. So, what am I going to become? Now is the most critical step, which is to construct in your mind the creature you want to become. Now that it has been determined that it is a dragon, Ryan said that he must never become an ugly lizard dragon. Anyway, it is necessary to have a good image. Anyway, as long as it is a dragon, it will be fine. 3 cell blood cells, strength, magic, and anti-magic. Forget it, I don't want so many. Almost instinctive, there is a pattern in Ryan's mind that is slowly taking shape. Strange to say, Alimagus's transformation is not just the body. He can also change the caster's clothes, jewelry and other things. A decent wizard's robe is gradually put into Ryan's body, and Ryan's appearance is gradually changing. It is a creature with a small size. Professor McGonagall stared at Zaya with a strange expression. This is a snake? Well, just looking at the shape and the snake is a bit similar, but the details are completely different. Ryan's originally tall and straight body gradually shrank, becoming a slender and graceful snake-like shape, about 1 meter long, with 4 limbs at the same time. On a closer look, none of the snakes are soft, but they are strong, like tigers. The slender tail swayed slightly, and the whole body was covered with beautiful golden color. The whole body was covered with layers of scales. The small head is like a crocodile and a deer. It looks very good looking, full of energy and spirituality. A pair of pointed horns on the top of the head extend back, outlining a graceful and elegant arc, and the neck. His mane was elegant and comfortable, and it was as bright as Ryan's hair color. The most impressive are the 2 places. Its claws are very similar to those of a phoenix. The 4 claws are firmly on the ground, and his eyes are so clean and bright that Mag can recognize at a glance that this is their Hogwarts' little son. So, what kind of creature is this? Mag pondered hard and found that in his memory, there was no such graceful, noble and imposing creature in the magic world of Yin Kingdom. Although it was indeed a bit strange. But this person is definitely not unfamiliar to the people of the eastern countries. What is it if it is not a 4-clawed golden dragon? I succeeded. Ryan looked at the front in confusion. Professor McGonagall seemed to have grown a lot taller, but for some reason his heartbeat did not slow down at all, but beat more violently. Okay. So dizzy. A strong sense of dizziness and a feeling that he was almost out of control spread and grew in his soul, and his reason was being swallowed up a little bit, and Ryan doubted whether he would go mad in the next moment. But at this moment, the Dharma God throne, which has almost never expressed anything, came into play. Although the Dharma God throne has been in Ryan's body for 12 years, there is only 1 copy of Dharma God it has given to Ryan. The book. This is the first time that the treasure in Char's soul has taken the initiative. The cool yet gentle energy enveloped Ryan's soul, and the restless and even messy mind gradually calmed down. Ryan moved her fingers, and the feeling of finally taking control of her body came back. He clearly felt that his body structure had indeed changed. If there was no accident, now his blood cells had become 3 cells as expected. So his whole body was filled with this almost incredible power. Not only has the magic capacity in my body been much larger, but the quality has also improved a lot. And this body seems to be able to easily construct a magic network with the world. Ryan stretched out a golden claw and held it gently in the air, and a golden flame immediately appeared in his hand, exuding divine light. The power of that is the spell, the fire of the day. Originally, the fire of this kind of purity is difficult to use. If it is in Char's normal state, it can only be released completely by the way of subsequent singing. But now this golden dragon body simply grabbed the element of the air, and released the fire of the sky that was no less than the full version in a way of casting without a staff. I don't know what the effect of using the dragon language magic recorded in the Book of the Law God in this form will be. But there is a very serious problem at present. In this state, Ryan's magic power consumption is too fast. You must know that his magic power has reached 5 times that of an adult wizard. But these magic powers are now running out. The blue sky medicine in the stomach supports the consumption of magic power. Even if a lot of blue sky potions are concentrated, the effect is to make the current Ryan fill up the magic power 3 times. So it is the sum of the magic power of 15 adult wizards. If these are not enough for the 3-cell blood cells to absorb, I am afraid something will happen. Professor McGonagall, who was still surprised by the flames that suddenly appeared in Ryan's hands, clearly felt that Ryan's state was not right. because Rano Jinlong's body was constantly trembling and seemed to be in great pain. This is a manifestation of excessive consumption of magic power, but Professor McGonagall has checked Char's magic power reserve, and his magic power is about to catch up with himself, so it is impossible to have such symptoms. Combined with that flame, Professor McGonagall immediately understood. So, this little guy turned into a magical creature? She said, Mr. Ambrosius, look at me, can you hear me? Ryan endured the pain caused by the crazy consumption of magic power, raised his head, looked at Mag with a pair of bright long eyes, and then nodded. Very well, your sanity has not been lost, Professor McGonagall said solemnly. Now you have to release the transformation. Immediately, Ryan said that if he could speak now, he would definitely shout, I think so too, but how do I get rid of it? And Professor McGonagall has already answered, relax your mind, imagine your original appearance, think about the happy things in the past, and don't care about your current body. MMP, it seems like I really can't hold back if I don't change it again. So listening to Mag's words, Ryan closed his eyes and let himself be as empty as possible. Relax, relax, now I'm a corpse, and now my body won't move. In the heart of Ryanya, the brilliance of Rano Jinlong is gradually dimmed, and his body is getting bigger. After about 5 minutes, Professor McGonagall finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it has changed back, or I will have to pour the potion he made into Ambrosius. Of course, all this will not happen on its own. Restored mild and effective. In Mag's office, on the cold marble floor, the handsome blonde boy reappeared, but he was sitting listlessly with a tired face. Ryan raised his pale face, his voice was a little hoarse. I'm sorry Professor, can you give me some water, I'm dying of thirst. Chapter 75. Too big is not good. Professor McGonagall picked up a glass and handed it to Char. Clear spring is like water. Ryan took the cup and drank, but the heat of her body still did not subside. Professor McGonagall said with a smile, is it better? Ryan nodded, there should be nothing else. It'll trouble the professor. Well, Professor McGonagall's smile suddenly stopped. Let's talk about your transformation next. Zai asked with some guilty conscience. What's wrong, Professor? Professor McGonagall stepped forward, and Ryan could clearly feel the anger in her body. I told you many times, you must not try to become a magical creature, but what about you? But, I should have succeeded, right? Ryan asked cautiously. Is there something wrong with me? Professor McGonagall was very angry. There have been many people who tried to become magical creatures, but the price was extremely heavy. As for your success, it was because of a very fluke, but luckily, it was not allowed in Alima. It appeared in Gus. Well, although Professor McGonagall was very unhappy, he cared about himself anyway. Ryan lowered his head silently, admitting counseling, waiting for you to calm down. Under the guidance of Mag's sadness and reproach, Alimaga's first transformation was completed this time, although Mag strongly disapproved of Char's transformation into a little golden dragon again, because the magical creature's Alimagus it is very different from the Alimagus of ordinary creatures. Regarding the transformation of magical creatures, it takes longer time and energy to adapt, and each transformation is accompanied by potential risks such as loss of control and riots before it is completely accustomed and mastered. If possible, Mag will forcibly replace Char's transformation object with an ordinary creature, but Alimagus transformation has a uniqueness. After you successfully transform for the first time, no matter if you change in the future, the transformation of this creature has been written into the soul and body, and the caster can no longer choose other animals as the transformation object. That is, said that Ryan's attempt led to him Alimagus locked the only identity of Jinlong. Ambrosius, you have to remember it for me. Don't use your Alimagus lightly unless it is absolutely necessary. Although Mag has repeatedly emphasized it many times, when Char left the office, he couldn't help but instruct him again. There are indeed people in history who have become Alimagus of magical creatures, but the energy required by every magical creature far from what we humans are equivalent to creating. Therefore, even if you want to use it, you must control the time. Once your magic power cannot support your form, then you are very likely to go crazy, lose your mind, and even never change your life back. Ryan nodded. Professor, I know. Hey, Mag's heart is very strange at this time. He finally taught a student who can become Alimagus, but this guy is not at all troublesome, but he wants to try magical creatures. He tries, and he succeeds. I don't know what kind of creature he transformed into. Maybe it was an ancient claim. As Professor McGonagall thought about it, she, an expert in the shape-shifting world, doubted whether there was anything wrong with her memory. It was late at night, and Ryanya, who had returned to his dormitory, simply washed his head and fell asleep. The tiredness swept through every inch of his body. This torment is finally over. Zaya hid his head in the pillow. Although Professor McGonagall told me to use it less, I still need to practice a lot. Otherwise it will be a waste if I really have something to do. Thinking of these, Ryan fell asleep. It wasn't until the next day that Char's body fully recovered, and every cell was rejuvenated. After adjusting himself to the best state as much as possible, Chaya started Alimagus practice again. Alimagus. Although it's a simple spell, it's really what Alimagus must use to start transforming. Originally, Char could use a Starfaller's spell with a silent spell alone, but in order to ensure the effectiveness, Char would omit one action. If the first deformation is painful and uncomfortable, then the follow-up is quite natural. So a beautiful and magical little golden dragon turned from Ryan appeared in front of the mirror in his dormitory. Ryan picked it up lightly. It looks pretty cute. Even if I didn't do anything, I instinctively grasped it as if I were free to move in the air. Joke. Jinlong is not a stinky fish or a rotten shrimp. The so-called cloud is from the dragon and the wind is from the tiger. The dragon family is born with the ability to travel the sky. Ryan shook her body slightly, and her slender and powerful tail shot a sonic boom directly in the air. DSK, this strength, I don't feel like I need to use magic. It's enough to run over and fight Melili 0. Ask for flowers 0. But this consumption of magic power is really touching. Ryan, who is in the form of a golden dragon, is floating in front of the mirror, with a pair of 4 claws resting on his chin, looking a little cute. In 5 minutes, my mana was drained, and now it's the blue striped potion again to keep me alive. Although my current body is not big, it is less than 1 meter long. But I already have quite strong strength. My magic power, body, and strength have all been greatly improved. But in order to maintain this form, Ryan's body suffered from seedlings. Because it has become a powerful magical creature, all the structures of the body have undergone qualitative changes, and the 3-cell blood cells all over the body are almost like wolves. Ryan said that the magic power that he thought was okay was just a joke, and it was really unbearable. As Professor McGonagall said, the magic meter of magical creatures is completely different from that of humans. 0.0 Think about it, have you seen a wizard who lacks blue? But have you ever seen a dragon who lacks blue? The structure is not too bad. The concentrated blue sky medicine is also rapidly being consumed. Only in this way can those 3-cell blood cells calm down. Otherwise the blood cells that lose their stable structure are likely to cause the collapse of Char's entire body. Too big. Ryan roared in his heart. I shouldn't have made my body so big, so that the number of 3-cell blood cells in my body will not be so many. Without these energy-burning guys, I will need less magic power. Then I won't be so embarrassed now. It's really a misstep. But what Ryan never thought was that, thinking this way in his mind, the consumption of magic power somehow slowed down. He turned his head and looked at himself. It turned out that his body had really shrunk. Is there such an operation? In the mirror, Ryan could see clearly that all his proportions were reduced by an third. If it were placed in the store, it might be regarded as a beautiful model. Could it be that my body can change size freely? Zaya was instantly delighted. I'll try again. In his mind, he continued to think about making himself smaller, and the golden body slowly shrank under the urging of Ryan's thoughts. and finally turned into an ultra-small golden dragon about 30 centimeters long. 23,333. Looking at herself in the mirror, Ryan almost amused herself. I am a boy who is almost 1.5 meters, and just turned into a small loach of 30 centimeters. Oh no, I am a dragon. I am a dragon. 8 Chapter 76. I am 30 centimeters now. At 30 centimeters, Char is a little longer than the one he put aside. Why does this sentence sound a little strange? Char used his tail to pick up his wand and put it away, so that he could change it back and use it again. The wonderful Alimagus. It really made my transformation have the characteristics of the dragon. The reason why I can change the shape should be related to the talent of the real dragon. Thinking about it, he has become an oriental dragon. Which of the dragons in the oriental legends can be long or short, big or small? Looking at his exquisite and even flawless dragon body, Ryan expressed that he was very happy, because the consumption of magic power at this time was completely within his tolerance range. If he did not increase the size, Ryan could maintain this form for more than 15 years minute. It might be a bit BT, but I feel like I want to dissect myself. Ryan tried hard to tell himself not to have such thoughts, and then tried to practice the transformation between the human form and the dragon form, and after mastering it, he didn't have to recite the magic spell every time. Next I had to test two things. Ryan first poured a bottle of magic refining potion into the saucer, then turned into a dragon and drank it. Sure enough, since my body's ability to store magic has been greatly improved after I became a dragon, this time the increase in the magic potion is 3 times that of my human form. After returning to the doll, it was confirmed again that the magical power of that transformation had been passed on to the doll's body. It's an endless treasure. Char immediately felt that the previous hard work was worth it. Some people may think that the magic in the Harry Potter world is amazing, but these books of the God of Law can be handed over to Char and only Alimagus. This kind of high-end transfiguration is simply amazing. This is the grace of the goddess of magic, which embodies the character and soul in the human heart. So the form of Alimagus is generally the same as that of the Patronus incantation. Make a person completely become another kind of creature, and can be transformed at will. Even other this will not have any effect. Sharia in the form of a dragon is obviously much more talented than his own body in the form of a human, so his judgment is not wrong. Using the body structure of magical creatures to exercise magic, how terrifying strength should the humanoid cultivated in this way be? Of course, there is another test to be done. Ryan bit his tail in one bite, and Ryan, who was in the form of a small golden dragon with hard dragon scales, only got a little blood from his toothache. After finally dripping them into the test tube, his wounds had already healed. This golden blood carries a faint language, like melted gold, exuding an exceptionally pure light. Really, my own blood also changed after the transformation. Rano Jinlong Ryan's eyes widened, and he returned to his normal form again. Under the microscope, Char could see very clearly that the 3-cell blood cells were similar to his own research results. Char's Alimagus had the physiological characteristics that dragons should have. But there is one thing that is very strange. It seems that he was stimulated by some kind of stimulation. When Zaya checked his normal blood, he found that his blood cells were stronger than before, and the color became darker. Could this be the effect of magic growth? Ryan thought about it carefully for a long time, and finally only got this result, because Ryan's examination has confirmed that he has no sequelae, and once Alimagus succeeds, there will be absolutely no assimilation phenomenon, so he has not become a dragon. In the future, I will use Alimagus to exercise my magic power, and I will not be able to beat the dragon shape in a fight. Besides, I will continue to be an individual. So decided, Ryan hummed a little song and cleaned up her room. It had been 2 months before and after, and she hadn't taken a good lesson at Hogwarts. Although Ryan won't do anything to keep people out, but due to research, only Penlow, Hermione, Harry and others, as well as the little snakes, have more opportunities to contact themselves during this time. Since it's time for me to get things done now, My swinging career is about to begin again. Ryan sorted out her appearance, and she was still so radiant. Correct. Ryan thought for a while. I don't know what the Gwent card game is going to look like. About half an hour later, Punlo and Char were sitting opposite each other in the Ravenclaw common room. Speaking of which, Char liked the style of the Ravenclaw common room, which was elegant, simple and comfortable. At this time, the little eagle actually wants to complain. This is obviously our Ravenclaw public lounge. Why are you so skilled here? The problem of the eagle-shaped knocker that breaks the magic door is not easy. Yours is the brain different from our mortals. So, little brother Ambrosius, my little boss, your research has come to an end. Punlo lay lazily on the red satin sofa, where Punlo sat when they first met. Ryan Dow, it's over now. So does Sister Punlo miss me? In no mood. Punlo didn't even look at Zaya. Didn't I just tell you about the Gwent card final the day before yesterday? Do I need to think about it the other day? Does that mean you'll think about it every few days? Punlo, 0. Ryan you looked at Punlo's blushing unconsciously, and only felt that the scene of the two sitting relatively quietly was very warm and comfortable. By the way, Senpai, is the finals over already? Punlo nodded. Yes. After speaking, Punlo handed Zaya a thick note. I made a summary of the process, problems and feedback of some students in this competition, and the last part is the details of the benefits brought by this competition. Speaking of this, Punlo was a little excited. By the way, you know what, little boss, this time our Gwent card contest was really successful. And we earned more than 1,000 galleons from the ticket price alone. Not to mention that because of the promotion of the Gwent card competition, the sales of wizard-themed stores and Gwent brand specialty stores have greatly improved, and even Quidditch is almost overwhelmed. A lot of people have turned their attention to Gwent, and I think we can make this game more effective for the long term. Char looked at Punlo with a smile, and his words were quite approving. Sister is actually very talented. It is inevitable to make the game long-term, but what I want is not at Hogwarts. I hope he can get bigger. Speaking of this, Ryanya picked up her skin again. Also, senior sister has been working hard during this time. I didn't expect that I would just pick up a baby at that time. Hee hee. Punlo spat. Ambrosius, what are you talking about? Who picked it up by you? Ryan looked puzzled. Isn't it? If it wasn't for me, you might be living on the streets now. Just think about it. I want to see such a beautiful, kind, intelligent, hard-working senior sister suffer such a catastrophe, and I feel a little heartache in the next day. 3.0 Well, a few months have passed. Punlo doesn't actually blame his parents for a long time, but look at Ryan in front of him. This guy, although you smile very nicely, I will still be angry. You said that. Punlo threw the pillow on the sofa to Ryan in embarrassment. Ryan caught it firmly, smiled and said, okay, I won't say it. After finishing speaking, Ryan slowly got up and tidied up his clothes, and gave a noble gift very formally and ceremoniously. I saw that he stretched out one hand to Punlo and bowed slightly. In order to thank the beautiful sister Punlo for her hard work, may I be honored to invite you to have dinner with me? Punlo laughed suddenly. Hogwarts doesn't have any Western restaurant. What to have dinner with? Isn't it just going to the cafeteria to eat? I promise you. After saying that, Punlo gently put his hand in Ryan's palm, and then the two held it tightly. Chapter 77 The hot guy is back. I saw a comment from a child's shoes in the book review, but I made a mistake. It should be the cloud from the dragon and the tiger, silently rectifying. Thank you for the advice. And I saw a reader who had questions about the exchange rate. In Harry Potter in the world, 1 gold galleon equals £5, not my cack, so 10,000 gold galleons equals £50,000. Which was definitely a lot of money in the 1990s. Although the main line of this book will definitely revolve around the Harry Potter worldview, in fact, the author has set a lot of things. At present, the biggest foreshadowing is the family name of the protagonist. Interested children's shoes can check it out. Spoiler, after all, it is impossible to just write the original plot plus the nanny text. Then I think you might as well go watch the original movie directly. I was a little tired last night, so I didn't get up early in the morning to update the chapters. I'm a little sorry. The remaining 3 chapters will be updated together in the evening. Those who like this book, click to collect and subscribe, and continue to code words next time. Rush rush. Ryan's return makes many people happy, and the teacher's mantras can be talked about again. Those who really desire knowledge are eager to learn. Some of the classmates also have GSW to help them solve their doubts. Of course, some people are not happy, because the hot score madman has returned till again. At present, the homework in the school is really difficult for Ryan, but Ryan doesn't want to lock herself in a certain room every day to study things. After all, it is really unnecessary. For example, Hermione is actually very tired now, because she is working hard to lay a perfect foundation step by step, and her time is quite short, and Ryan is building a small second floor next to the tall building. As time goes by, tonight is also a very meaningful day in the West, Halloween, for which Hogwarts held a grand banquet, including Char and Penlow. But there was another person who also held a special banquet. It was a banquet hosted by Nick, who was almost headless. His 500th birthday. It was said that he died 500 years ago, and he even had a birthday party. Okay, the most staggering thing is that Dumbledore also personally sent his blessings. I don't know why Harry and others expressed that they don't really want to attend the Halloween party, and Hermione grumbled again. Judah looked at Penlow beside Ryan and said goodbye to Ryan, and then the 3 of them went to Nick's side to play, but something went wrong. The students who had just ended the banquet were still very happy, walking their respective joyous steps, which came to an abrupt end when the students passed an empty corridor on the 3rd floor. There were 3 people in the corridor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and in front of them was a cat, Mrs. Norris of Filch. In normal times, Mrs. Norris must have been looking at the students with graceful steps, but today, the ground is full of water, reflecting the lights of the corridor. Mrs. Norris was as dead as a stone statue, her body was as stiff as a plank, her eyes were wide and she stared straight ahead, while its tail was hung on the torch stand on one side. This cat is too deep in the student's memory. It is old-fashioned, weird and cunning. It gives the student the same impression as his owner Filch. But who would have thought that such a famous cat would appear in front of everyone in this way? What is even more frightening is that there is a slogan under Mrs. Norris' corpse. The slogan is written with red paint like blood. Each letter is as big as a palm, and it looks particularly ethereal under the flickering light. The secret room has been opened. Those who are enemies of the heir, be alert. What is a secret room? What is the heir? Who is his enemy? Questions rushed to the students like a tide. But one person's strange cry attracted everyone. That man Malfoy. He repeated the sentence aloud. I don't know. When he had squeezed in front of the crowd, his cold eyes became alive, and he quickly glanced at the Gryffindor students, his usually bloodless face flushed red. He looked at the still and stiff cat hanging there with a grin on his face. What's going on here? What's going on? Filch, no doubt drawn to Malfoy's shout, squeezed his shoulders through the crowd, and then, seeing Mrs. Norris, he stumbled back a few steps, grabbing his face with his hands in horror. My cat! My cat! What happened to Mrs. Norris? He screamed when his bulging eyes caught sight of Harry. You! He screamed. You killed my cat. You killed it. I am going to kill you. I am going to Filch. Since the Halloween feast was very grand, all the teachers at the school also participated. At this time, Dumbledore arrived at the scene, followed by many other teachers. In the blink of an eye, he walked past Harry, Ron and Hermione, unfastening Mrs. Norris from the torch holder. Come with me, Filch, he said to Filch, and you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger. Lockhart stepped forward anxiously. My office is closest to here, Principal. It's upstairs. You can. Thank you, Gidlow. The silent crowd parted to allow them to pass. Lockhart was very excited, and with an air of air, he hurried after Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall and Snape followed. Penlow asked in a low voice, Little boss, Do you know what's going on? Ryan was silent for a moment. I know, but compared to the things in front of me, I think I have to go back and deal with things in the academy. Finlow was a little surprised. In the academy, are you a prefect? Char looked at the dispersed crowd. Malfoy's back had gone a long way. But I am above the prefect. The dark common room of Slytherin, the black marble floor is cold and quiet, just like the mark of Slytherin, a snake. At this time, there were a lot of small snakes gathered in the common room. Their faces had a sick color for some reason, and they seemed to be waiting for someone. I don't know who spoke first. Master Ambrosius is back. As soon as Ryan entered the common room, she felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. What are you doing? These little snakes are not just second-grade students, but there are many senior grades. For example, there are students in the 6th and 6th grades, and the focus is on 7 male prefects, 5 of whom came. Master Ambrosius, our time has come. It's time to clean up those filthy bloodlines. Ryan slowly walked into the crowd, and he frowned. Senior Keedy, what are you talking about? Ryan knows this person, and his family is quite famous, but Keedy's father used to be a fanatical Death Eater. He is also an avid pureblood. Master Ryan, it's impossible for you not to know what a secret room is, right? Char looked at Malfoy in surprise. Now he is a second-year prefect. I know. Malfoy had a sure-footed expression. Master Char, the opening of the Chamber of Secrets is our noble Slytherin calling us, and it is supporting us to move towards a more standardized and elite line. This time, Ryan was surprised. He thought that the secret room should be worthy of its name. It was a small place where countless secrets were buried. As a result, these little snakes seemed to know a little bit about the secret room. Malfoy is right, this is the 7th grade senior, San, he whispered. Master Ambrosius has the most noble and pure blood. He will definitely lead us to restore the glory of our pure blood. Tell me. Seeing this group of people show their favor to him one by one, Ryan is still calm. What do you want to do? Good. Malfoy said first, we want to find the successor of the Chamber of Secrets, cooperate with him, and then purify the entire Hogwarts. Chapter 78 Abnormalities of the Snake Courtyard. What the hell? Ryan looked at Malfoy a little strangely. Why did he suddenly have this kind of thought if he had just been trained just last semester? It's not just Malfoy. Ryan, you obviously found that some of the students in the Little Snakes have been in a bad state since the beginning of the school, as if there is some kind of force that makes them crazy. Where did you hear about the secret room and the heir? What? Malfoy was a little puzzled. These are all stories that have been passed down in our family. Not only Malfoy, but the little snakes who gathered together nodded, which made Char even more confused. Family run? There is absolutely no such thing in the original plot. The secret room is a secret that has always been hidden in the history of Hogwarts. Except for those professors who have experienced it, almost no one knows what a secret room is. But looking at Malfoy and the others, Char had a bad feeling. In this case, who can tell me who is the heir and who is the enemy? Any more questions? The little snakes licked their lips. The heir must be someone who has fully inherited Salazar Slytherin's talent and has an ancient and noble bloodline, although that person doesn't know it yet. I think Ambrosio Master C fully deserves this title. Yes, and we pure-blooded noble Slytherins. Our enemy is Gryffindor, especially those mud. Sin, who was still a little excited, suddenly became cold all over, and a biting chill poured down from the top of his head. Ryan, who is much shorter than himself, just glanced at him lightly. The golden eye mask looked so ruthless, and suddenly he wanted to come to Ryan's performance in the duel at the academy that year. So the 3 words were hard. Sheng Sheng was stuffed into his stomach. Ryan, you looked away from San. You should know that I hate racism. The little snakes at the scene were quiet, and everyone knew that even though Ryan was only in the 2nd grade, he was already the strongest person in Slytherin in terms of strength, prestige, and family, and he also had other things that the major pure-blooded families were reluctant to mention. The bloodline, the most ancient and noble bloodline in the sacred Twenton family. But I understand what you're saying. Ryan's tone slowed down. But this matter is definitely not as simple as imagined. Who opened the secret room? We don't know what that person wants to do. We can't get too excited just because of some rumors. Think about it clearly. If the person who opened the secret room has enough strength, maybe Slytherin can go to revival. If that's just a lie, and some people foolishly use it to other students. Conspiracy. Once this is over, then Slytherin will become the most excluded house in Hogwarts. So starting today, I hope you don't mention the secret room. What should we do? Malfoy was a little embarrassed. My father specially told me before coming this semester that I must give my full support if I encounter something related to the secret room. My father too. Me too. Char's eyes swept over everyone. Don't forget the qualities Slytherin taught us: ambition, shrewdness, emphasis on honor, judging the situation, being wise and protecting oneself, and victory first. Right now we have only one thing to do, and that is to wait and see. Perhaps the huge hat of Slytherin was buckled up, and the little snakes might be a little puzzled, and some were even reluctant, but they nodded, and in this way, the uneasy factors that had been showing signs of in Slytherin were temporarily calmed down. When Ryan returned to the dormitory, his face was not very good, although he deceived those restless little snakes in a seemingly domineering and indifferent way tonight. You must know that some guys are overexcited, like a fanatical religious believer. Shy Arcee will not doubt to tell her an unforgivable charm. He dares to go to Gryffindor to use a little wine. This is a very terrible symptom. Originally, no matter how thoughtful the students of Hogwarts were, they were still children, and there was no such paranoid guy. But now the little snakes in Slytherin are very like being swayed. They were puzzled, and their family members even asked them to cooperate with them. It's like Voldemort's order. Ryan quickly searched for the identities of those little snakes tonight. Sure enough, the family members of these people were either Death Eaters or those who were very close to the Dark Lord. It seems that Voldemort's preparations this time are much more adequate than before. Ryan turned his wand gently. The so-called pure blood is actually just a joke. There is no family that doesn't marry those mixed bloods. This is just a ridiculous way for those families to make themselves look taller. Pure blood is not superiority, and magic is not talent. They are responsibilities, they are capabilities. The next morning, Ryan saw Harry and the others again, and the faces of the three were not very good. Ryan looked at the dejected appearance of the three people with some amusing. It's not the first time I've been trained for trouble. What's wrong? Harry sighed and quickly explained what happened last night. It turned out that although Harry tried hard to defend and repeatedly stated that he had never done any harm to Mrs. Norris, Filch didn't believe it at all. Plus Snape's sidekick knocks from time to time. The three of them were like this inexplicably. He was taught until the middle of the night. In fact, Snape is a bit of a vicious tongue, but there is one thing you can rest assured. Char said, Snape may give you some trouble, or make you stumbling, but in principle he will never put your lives in danger. So Harry and the others looked at Char with some anticipation. They knew that Char was not the kind of person who would protect Snape because Snape was his own dean. God knows how many times Snape and Char have complained about each other in private. So you just enjoy being abused and driven? Ha ha ha. Ryan smiled happily, while the iron triangle was full of black lines. How could such a beautiful young man become like this? There was supposed to be a Quidditch final this week, but because the influence of the Gwent game was still there, the students asked for this year's Quidditch to be postponed or even not to be played. Finally, the Gwent final was over. Why don't you just leave it to Chaya to present awards to the finalists this week and do some more activities? Of course, Ryan will not let go of the time after the final. First of all, he made a special package of all the constituent cards of the deck used in the final. Any player who buys the special package will definitely get a card in the final deck. As for whether it will be repeated or not, it depends on luck how much you can collect. In addition, a Hogwarts order point is added, which supports owl and telephone ordering, and cash on delivery after signing a magic contract. On the weekends, a grand award ceremony and a friendly match were held. The friendly match was played against Char and Dumbledore. There were additional rewards regardless of whether they won or lost. It seemed that Dumbledore was having a good time. But what made Char's forehead a little darker was that the first Gwent card champion was actually the usual serious Snape. Ambrosius, thank you for the bonus. I think I have a lot of money to buy new potion ingredients. I rub. Punlo. Why is this guy a champion? This old Yanix! Exclamation mark. How can my bonus go to someone like you? Exclamation mark. Seeing Snape's playful smile, Char gritted her teeth and squeezed out a good-looking smile. Thank you. Chapter 79. Isn't this too shameless? The first Gwent card game came to a perfect end after the final awards and carnival. The only regret is why the champion was Snape. Next time I have to get an adult group and a non-adult group, and I can't let these old guys take advantage of me. Ryan muttered in a low voice, causing Punlo, who was beside him, to snicker. In view of Punlo's excellent completion of the task assigned by Char directly rewarded her with 1,000 galleons, regardless of how it was spent. This made Hermione even more delicious, because since the Gwent card game was held, Hermione found out that Punlo was the organizer of the game, and almost instinctively, she felt that Punlo should be highly valued by Char. But Hermione was also very helpless. At present, she had been working very hard to ensure that each study was infinitely close to Ryan. She had no time to do her own thing while taking care of her studies, so she admired Punlo very much in her heart. During Halloween, the incident of Mrs. Norris gradually calmed down over time. Just like Harry, there were not a few people who were looking for the meaning of the secret room in the slogan. Harry also asked Zaya, and Zaya simply revealed the content. But the rooms, monsters, and secret rooms in Slytherin's legend have already taken root in Harry's mind. It seems that Harry's mortal heart is about to start again, and I don't know how Dumbledore is going to wipe his ass. On the contrary, Slytherin's suppressed unease had a tendency to resurface, like Malfoy's unprovoked irritability recently. Especially in Gryffindor, there is a first-year boy Colin who takes pictures with a camera every day. Looking at the flashing light in his hand, Malfoy feels inexplicably irritable. Sure enough, all the little lions are not good things. Why Master Iron can get along with them peacefully, it must be because these seemingly well-behaved little lions have a lot of inner routines. Poor Colin has thus become the object of Malfoy's venting of his unhappiness. Although it is not too much, he is always harassed by Malfoy. And he also deliberately avoids the place where Char is present. On Monday morning, the school was rattled again by news that Colin, who was often bullied by Malfoy, the bubbly but funny Colin, was attacked and now lay dying in hospital. So, this is the second incident after Mrs. Norris, and their symptoms are very similar, both petrified. Harry discussed with everyone in a low voice, Char, do you know what they were attacked by? Ryan Dow, I know, but you have to find the answer by yourself. I have already come to tell you the hints that I should have given you before. I'll just talk to you directly. You have to do it yourself. Don't let yourself. His brain is there for display. Ron said resentfully, I think it was Malfoy who did it. He always looked down on Colin and bullied him all the time. Ryan rolled his eyes. If it's really Malfoy, he could be sentenced to a few years in prison for this kind of behavior. I don't think he's that stupid yet, but this kid is really itchy recently. When I go back and give him a good beating. In any case, this is the second bizarre petrochemical incident and the first incident of attacking the students. For this reason, Dumbledore had to personally come forward to appease the emotions of the students, while the little snakes who were scheming were smiling happily. Suddenly they felt that what Ryan said was right. It was enough to just wait and see. That's when Gidlow tapped into his ability to seize any opportunity to become famous, and he restarted an activity that many learned to love, the duel club. Magic is magical, but no one will refuse the confrontation between the spells, cracking and anti-cracking, skill and wisdom, reaction and speed, and basic magic. If it is not considered that duels are likely to cause unnecessary casualties, so that duels are usually limited to a small range, as long as the restrictions are relaxed, Such dueling clubs will be second only to Gwent and Quidditch. This event also attracted a large number of students, one of which was the most belligerent Gryffindor and Slytherin. At first glance, this scene seemed to be back to the scene of the duel in the college, and there were people of all grades. It's just that the duel referee this time is no longer Char, but Gilderoy. Although the degree of freedom to play spells has decreased, those extremely destructive spells must not be used. On the other hand, if you win, you will beat the opponent in the face even more than last time. Because there are students from the 4 colleges, it is known to the whole school if it is spread casually. Ambrosius, come here tonight. Ryan looked blindly at the dormitory door. He was kicked open. Snape stood at the door with a gloomy face, and the wide black robe almost made Ryan think that it was a black curtain. Professor Snape! Exclamation mark. Can you knock on the door? It's scary. Okay! Exclamation mark. Snape sneered. I didn't knock on the door. I waited for you outside for 5 minutes, and you didn't come to open the door, so I guessed you were doing an experiment again. Ryan, you put down the crystal bottle in hand without a trace. I'm studying. Snape continued. I repeat, tonight, Fight Club, you gotta get me here. Ryan, you expressed his confusion. I said, Professor Snape, do you have a cold or a fever? What did I do in the past, and abuse all the people there? Who knows? Snape nodded. Not bad. 1. Snape looked unhappy. Recently, the guys in Gryffindor have scored a lot of points, and so has Ravenclaw. And apart from the 200 points you got from the Merlin medal when you started school, this year's Slytherin is actually a good one. No one gave the Academy extra points. It really made me regret. Our Slytherin honor can't be lost, and the Academy Cup must be in our hands. So tonight's Fight Club, you must bring it to me. Snape's eyes gleamed. There are 2 people in charge of this fighting club. One is that fool Gilderoy, and the other is me. Don't worry, as long as you win a person, I will give you 10 points. We will give you 10 points. Let the advantage of Slytherin be regained as soon as possible. Or Ryan expressed that he would kneel. So whether we are secretly conspiring to perform music, be embarrassed, confused? It's too shameful to let me help you score points. But you want me to go and I'll go? I don't want to be ashamed. Ryan, you smiled and said, sorry Professor, I don't think I have time. Hee hee. Snape sneered. A lot of people have applied for single-person dorms this semester. I think your dormitory is pretty good, but Malfoy just lacks a roommate. Do not talk. Ryan's face suddenly became serious. Professor, don't worry, I will perform well tonight. Good job. Snape closed the door with satisfaction. Very good. I can send you 2 interesting potion formulas by the way after this is done. Slam. Char's door was rudely shut by Snape. Chapter 80. A little handsome Snape about the complaints in the book review. I said below that the nanny can't cry, and Harry is not a woman, so why are you going to do cack? It can only be said that the progress of the plot is still inseparable from Harry, and it is related to him. There will be many branch plots, so the nanny text does not exist. Maybe it's because of the last few accidents the school also attaches great importance to and supports the promotion of the dueling club, or the dueling training class. There are many leaflets posted on the bulletin boards of various channels. When Ryan walked slowly to the auditorium at night, the auditorium had completely changed. There were many students gathered in it. They were all students who came to participate in the dueling club. Gone was the long dining table, replaced by a gilded stage against the wall, with thousands of candles lit, and the ceiling was dark purple, and it seemed that the entire training class was wrapped under it, all of them with faces excited, with a wand. I wonder who taught us? As they approached the chattering crowd, Hermione said, I was told that Professor Flitwick was a duel champion when he was young. Maybe he was. Char said lazily. It would be nice if it was Professor Flitwick. Harry suddenly cried out in pain, and he saw Giggler walk onto the stage, wearing his best robes, very shiny, as if he was going to attend an award ceremony. Next to him was Snape, wearing his usual black robe. Why is it him? Exclamation mark. Harry was obviously angry, and he whispered, this guy is not reliable at all. Let him be our coach instead of us teaching ourselves. Gidlow obviously didn't hear Harry's complaints, and he may still be very popular in his mind. He waved and motioned for people to quiet down, focus, gather together. Can each of you see me? Can you hear me? Great. Now, Professor Dumbledore has given me permission to start a dueling club to train you in case you need to defend yourself, as I have countless times. The details can be found in my writings. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. Gidlow showed a big smile. He told me he knew a lot about duels and promised to provide some temporary help before we started. Now, I don't want you young people to worry, you will still have yours potions teacher. But when my spell defeats him, don't worry. Ryan's expression is a headache. Why is this person so good at bragging? Sure enough, this is a guy who writes ugly characters as 5 characters. You must know that Snape's hard power is second only to Dumbledore at Hogwarts. In the era of Death Eaters, he was also the strongest wizard under Voldemort, not to mention Gilderoy never beats up. After all, Snape's whole life can be said to be fighting, or being a spy, or being a dead man. He has never seen any strong winds and waves, and his dueling experience is too rich. Ron muttered, wouldn't it be better if the two of them perished together? Snape's upper lip pursed tightly, his face ashen, and anyone who knew Snape knew that this was a precursor to his eruption. Char would like to know why Gilderoy still smiles. At this time, only one word is suggested to Ron. Then let me, Professor Snape, show me the correct duel etiquette and methods. After that, Gidlow and Snape bowed to each other, and then Snape held his head up, his face full of anger. Then they held their wands in front of them like swords, while Gilderoy didn't forget the live commentary of his death. As you can see, we start by holding the wand in this fighting stance. It's basic etiquette, and it's important. Gidlow said loudly to the silent crowd in the audience. Then when we count to 3, our duel will officially start. Of course, our purpose is not to kill each other. In fact, this is very much like the duel of Western cowboys. The two sides face each other first, and then compare whose response faster, whoever shoots first. Of course, this is a formal duel, and there are so many ghosts in a real duel, and in order to ensure sufficient speed, the starting spell usually pays more attention to speed rather than power. I don't think so. The wand was too tight, and the concentration was not enough. It was like a dueling baby, and Ryan's keen eyes clearly saw Gilderoy. As if to verify Char's words, their wands slid across their shoulders at the same time, which is a necessary spell-casting step because they cast the same spell. Snape yelled, "Accept your weapons." A dazzling red light flashed, and Gidlow was hit by Snape's spell. The tyrannical but not lethal spell knocked him away, and then flew directly to the other side of the stage, and then banged into the enclosed wooden wall, and a big hole was made in the wall. In that tragic situation, many students silently covered their eyes, and Harry's eyes lit up. Why do you think Snape is a little handsome? And I love this magic! Exclamation mark. Classmate Harry suddenly felt that he had encountered the most suitable magic in his life, which could subdue others without causing danger to his life. Facts have also proved that the weapon except you has always been the easiest and best magic to use. Oh, the little snakes in the audience cheered. What could be more pleasant than the dean of his own who hammered other professors? Gidlow staggered up from the pit. His fancy hat fell off, and his curly hair stood on end. Oh, very good, Professor Snape. You won. Gilderoy staggered to the front of the podium, forcing his composure. Did you see that this is the blade-snatching magic that removes your weapon? As you can see, my wand was pierced, disarmed. Oh, thanks, Miss Brown. How's it going? I think such a demo should be good. Gidlow seemed to think of another excuse. Professor Snape, although this may be a bit rude, I still want to say that I know exactly what you want to do. It would be easy if I wanted to stop you, but I'd rather let the students see it for themselves, which should be very instructive. Comrade Snape was quite indifferent to Gilderoy, who continued to make excuses for himself and even slander him, so he ignored him at all and gave a proud back. and the atmosphere suddenly fell into an embarrassing situation. Seeing that Snape was very disrespectful, and the classmates in the audience were also very suspicious, Gilderoy suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Cough cough. Gilderoy coughed a few times. Then the demonstration is over. Now I will divide you into two groups, Professor Snape, if you are willing to help me. I didn't expect Snape to be very straightforward this time, and took a few steps to the front of the stage. I think a team of two is fine, but the winner can stay and continue to accept the challenge. I don't know how Professor Gilderoy thinks of my suggestion. Corpse. Chapter 81 The Confrontation of Transfiguration. It's an inquiry, but look at Snape's cannibalistic gaze. Will he be killed if he refuses? So Gilderoy was cowardly. I think Professor Snape's advice is good. Snape nodded. Very well, thank you very much, Professor Gilderoy. Then let's sublet. By the way, aren't you an assistant? Almost as soon as everyone was awake, the dominant player on the field changed. Or maybe Snape's aura was too strong, coupled with his long-standing prestige in school. Gilderoy suddenly became a supporting role. Then let me think about how to group it. Snape trotted fast as he made his way through the crowd to Ron and Harry. It's time to part your dream couple. The sarcasm in Snape's words was not concealed in the slightest. Weasley, you and Finn are in a group. As for you, Potter. Harry moved towards Hermione and Char almost unconsciously. Did you go to Ambrosius to die? Snape said coldly. I don't think you don't want to have a little bit of training experience. Well, today's hall is well decorated. Char looked up and counted how many candles there were in the crystal lamp. So why didn't Hogwarts have electricity? Also, I don't think Miss Granger is appropriate. Snape smiled cruelly. Malfoy, come here and let me see if you and the famous Potter have any wonderful chemistry. As for you, Miss Granger, you are with Ms. Millicent. Blessing pompous to come over, his face full of pride. Well, it seems we cannot complete the last year to achieve a duel. Harry pouted. The academy duel last year was not a good memory. Even though Hermione's skillful formation, Malfoy's strength is indeed not bad. Then you, Mr. Ambrosius. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly, like a fox full of thoughts. I think of a good opponent. Mr. Diggory. A handsome young man in the crowd let out a cry, and then he came out a little embarrassed. The professor am here. Snape said, you are paired with Mr. Ambrosius. Hearing this arrangement, the crowd began to whisper. Of course, more complaints, especially some Gryffindor students. Although I have seen Zaya for a long time, why did this guy participate in this kind of training? Last year, he slapped and beat a famous militant in our hospital, so that they are still in a state of autism. Are you going to start another college now? Cedric Diggory. Zaya said of course he knew him. He was 3 years older than him, but 2 years higher than him. The best of Hufflepuff 4th year, friendly and gentle. He was an excellent Quidditch seeker. He was very good in his studies and dominated the first place for many years. Many professors have praised him for his extraordinary talent, especially in Transfiguration, and even the always strict Professor McGonagall is full of praise, claiming that he is a rare genius for many years. It is said that his magic level is no less than that of some 6th graders' predecessors. But Cedric was very unlucky, because he was involved in the love-hate relationship between Voldemort and Harry, so he had an unfortunate tragedy in the back, which is indeed a bit regrettable. For the students participating in the training, it is another matter. The two are the best boys in their respective grades. Everyone is eager to see if the two will collide. Cedric walked towards Zaya. His pace was steady and he looked elegant. He stretched out his hand and said, hello, classmate Ambrosius. In the face of such a tolerant and polite Cedric Char, he would naturally show the same respect, and Char shook Cedric's hand a few times. Hello, Senior Diggory. Snape in the distance gave Ryan a look that you know, and Ryan's mouth twitched slightly, pretending not to see it. The grouping was over soon, and Snape didn't care about Gilderoy at all. He whispered, then let's start the first practice. Mr. Ambrosius, Mr. Diggory, come up. MMP, Snape, you old guy is really bad." Ryan smiled at Cedric. "I hope the senior can give me more advice," Cedric said with a wry smile. "No, I hope classmate Ambrosius will show mercy." When the two came to the stage, they bowed as Gidlow demonstrated, and then raised their wands as if they were holding a long sword. "Looks like you guys are ready," I said. 1, 2, 3, the duel begins. The audience was silent at this time, which made Snape's voice even more sinister, and Cedric was the first to move. His reaction was quick, and it was obvious that he was quite experienced, and his wand quickly went around his shoulders. "Accept your weapons." Ryan moved at this time. It stands to reason that he was late at this time, and he should have suffered some losses. Seeing that Char's wand didn't wave, he just straightened the standing wand to level the magic spell hit by Cedric, break to pieces. Speaking of which, Ryan likes to use the smashing spell very much, because this spell can be used to break the spell directly, and the casting speed is extremely fast, which can achieve the first come first, but its shortcomings are also obvious. That is, it is not good to align the head control. Of course, it depends on who. The steady shattering spell controlled by Char did not infuse all the magic power, so the strength of the spell was comparable to the one cast by Cedric. The golden magic power and Cedric's red magic power collided, and the two quickly cancelled out, splashing dots of fluorescence in the air. Cedric was not discouraged by this. He waved his wand from bottom to top, left and right, and the short wooden pillars on the edge of the stage that acted as guardrails suddenly extended, like two arms, and the front of the wooden pillars became too turbulent. The fist. The target is Char's abdomen. It really is an excellent transfiguration, and Cedric pays great attention to details. He can completely turn two wooden pillars into two sharp swords, but he doesn't, because he doesn't want to bring some unnecessary risks. In this regard, Ryan also waved left and right. Unlike Cedric, his wand was split from the top, and the two candles of the crystal lamp above his head fell directly, turning into two open palms to block them firmly. "Block me with transfiguration." "Well, come on." Cedric kept moving. His wand flicking made the two fists change again. They were originally attacking from left and right, and they suddenly joined together, and the surface was covered with a layer of metallic brilliance. The castration was violent and heavy. The palm that the candle turned into was directly broken. The fists together were unabated, and the target was still Ryan's abdomen. Everyone's breath was almost held at the same time. Could it be that Ambrosius is going to lose here? Chapter 82 Chaos Battlers. For the follow-up plot, I will definitely move forward slowly according to what I have set, and will not change it at will. I also hope to bring you a somewhat different HP fanboy who likes this book. Click to subscribe and collect. Ryan picked up the wand without hesitation, and also had a transfiguration in his hand. The changes this time around are not trivial. I saw that the wooden floor on which the stage was built stood up one after another, and a huge palm taller than Zaya stood in front of Zaya, and then slapped the iron fist created by Cedric in this huge palm. The fragile mud ball in front of him was directly smashed, and Char's wand was pushed forward. The huge palm was raised and the bottom extended forward. He grabbed Cedric and lifted him up. "Can't move," Ryan said softly. "Senior degree, you lose." Cedric struggled a few times. This hand was too hard, and he used a spell. "I can't come out, and I can't change back something so big." So Cedric sighed. Yes. There was a brief silence on the field, followed by a burst of enthusiastic cheers, especially Snake and Gilderoy. Gidlow was very happy. He waved his wand, as if he was the one who won the duel. "It's wonderful, it's wonderful." The two classmates showed us the exquisite transfiguration, although our Mr. Ambrosius' skill one step up, but Mr. Degree is good enough. Let's cheer them on. With a light wave of Char's wand, he grabbed Cedric's huge palm and put it firmly back on the ground, then kept his palm back, and finally turned back to its original appearance. The golden stage was still bright and new, as if everything had changed. did not happen. Very good, Snape exclaimed. I think such a good performance should go to Ambrosius. 10 points, sir. Professor Gidlow, what do you think? What, 10? Gidlow looked very angry. Such a wonderful duel is too rare in school days. I think Mr. Ambrosius should award 20 points. Snape. Shire. Sure enough, this guy is a joke. It must be so. Cedric walked in front of Zaya with a calm expression. As expected, classmate Ambrosius is better. Senior degree is also very good. Cedric seemed a little embarrassed. For the sake of my loss, why don't you give me a few Gwent cards? Now I'm missing a few core cards of the Skellige faction. Please, Ryania? Question mark. Obviously it was me who won, so why do I have to compensate you? Is there still Wang Fa? Cedric says there is no king at Hogwarts! Exclamation mark. Having said that, in the end, Char still stuffed Cedric with a legendary card of Skellige's power. Snape pretended not to see Char's actions, and he said sternly, then Mr. Ambrosius won the first game and stayed, and he can continue to accept the challenge. So in the second game, does anyone want to take the initiative to be his opponent? The field was suddenly quiet. What a pity, Snape said regretfully. You missed a good opportunity to become famous. As long as you defeat this guy, you will become a new man in the next moment. It's easy to say, if you have the ability, you are looking for someone to come. The students off the field bowed their heads silently, indicating that whoever took the initiative was a fool. Then he'll pick someone. Snape felt that the conspiracy had succeeded. Second game. Longbottom, come here. Neville shivered. No, I don't want it. Snape frowned. What did you say? Neville almost cried. Professor Snape, please. 2 don't want to go up. Snape's face became more and more ugly, and he had already thought of 20 ways to fix Neville. There is. Neville felt a flash of inspiration. Professor Snape, I admit defeat in the second game. Snape was silent for a few seconds. Very good. Then Ambrosius won the second game again, and since Mr. Ambrosius achieved a rare win without a fight, I think he should give Slytherin a 10. Now everyone can see it. What is it? The feeling is that the Score Madman and the old professor team up to make achievements. It's shameful, but Snape's expression clearly said, that's what I did. I don't want you to go up and kill Ambrosius. Gidlow next to him asked cautiously, Professor Snape, wouldn't it be too hasty to add points like this? Snape said, no, I think it's a normal thing to give extra points to outstanding students. Don't worry, I have always been a very fair person, and I will not hesitate to reward subsequent students for their outstanding performance. But Snape glared at Gidlow, and in an instant Gidlow trembled and did not dare to speak. I think that's it, Professor. Zaya put his red sandalwood wand back in his pocket. If you keep doing it like this, don't do it for this dueling club. Looking at the silent students in the stands, Snape also understood that it couldn't be too stiff. There happened to be an idiot guy Darrow who gave away 10 points. Now that Ryania has earned 30 points, he will give Malfoy a little more later. Points. The whole is enough. With that in mind, Snape said, well, Mr. Ambrosius, you go down. Okay. Ryan expressed that she was very happy, and the smile on her face increased a little. It's finally over. The other students were also very happy. I can finally watch other programs. Then in order to save time, I think let the rest of the students start together. Professor Gidlow, you are the keynote speaker. Please. Phew. Snape finally remembered that he was actually an assistant. All right, then all the students who have been divided into groups, facing your partner, of course, except for the previous ones. Gidlow returned to the podium, and he shouted to the students below, bow. Harry and Malfoy were staring at each other at this point, no intention of lowering their heads, let alone bowing. Don't disobey. Now, get your wands ready, Gidlow said. In view of the uneven level of everyone, accidents have not been avoided. You only need to practice the disarming spell. Remember to remove your weapon, as long as this, because I believe most people don't have the abilities of Mr. Ambrosius and Mr. Diggory. Now listen to me count to 3. Harry was waving his wand over his shoulder, but Malfoy had already started when he said to a very simple blast of magic. Malfoy's spell hit Harry, making Harry feel as though someone had slapped a sap on the head. Harry fell all of a sudden, but he didn't lose his ability to fight, and Harry got a lot stronger this year, so he saw the moment, pointed his wand at Malfoy and shouted, "Grin!" The beam of silver light hit Malfoy in the stomach, and he bent sharply, laughing uncontrollably, and finally fell to the ground. Suddenly, Gidlow on the podium found Harry and Malfoy at war, and he shouted loudly that I said, "Just practice removing your weapons, Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, what are you two doing?" Harry was hesitant to go back, because Malfoy was already on the ground. Should he still kill him? It's a pity that Malfoy not only did nothing, he even played a wave. He gritted his teeth and raised his head, put his wand on Harry's knee, and tried to hold a spell. Tarantella dance. Harry's feet were immediately off the ground, and he was spinning and jumping in the air without stopping. Why are the students fighting so fiercely now? Gidlow yelled desperately at Harry and Malfoy. Stop for me. Chapter 83. Parseltongue. Snape, who was going to paddle on the side, frowned, and let the two guys fight like this again. God knows what's going to happen. So Snape waved his wand. Stop the curse. Harry stopped spinning and jumping. Malfoy stopped twitching and laughing, and apart from the two of them, the rest of the students had already won. You two, come to the middle, Gidlow said loudly. I've said it many times. Now only contact the disarming spell. You have to take this to heart, and now you will demonstrate it again in front of all of us. Look at me first. Gidlow raised his wand in an attempt to make a complex, quick swing, but it fell with a thud, and Snape smirked. Gidlow was very calm about this, as if it was not the first time that such a situation had occurred. He quickly bent down and picked it up. This wand is a little too excited. Now you guys do it again. Remember the disarm charm. Harry said honestly. Sorry, Gidlow, Professor, I don't remember if you could demonstrate the disarm charm. Scared. Malfoy and Harry were so close, his voice was so low that Gerald couldn't hear him. Harry squeezed a word out of his mouth. Just you? Gilderoy said. When I count to 3, you start. Harry's getting bored. Can't you be more reliable? So he asked again. Professor, please tell me, disarm, and Gidlow still didn't hear what Harry was saying. Attention, start 1, 2, 3. Malfoy moved quickly, and he still ignored Gidlow. How to say Malfoy is also a standard aristocratic son, whether it is strength or status. This guy Malfoy really doesn't look down on Gilderoy, so what disarming spell is? Who cares for you? What? Malfoy raised his wand quickly and shouted, Oolong out of the hole. The end of his wand exploded, and a black snake shot out of it and landed heavily on the floor. When it raised its head to attack, Harry was stunned, and the crowd around the stage quickly backed away. Scream and Ryan's eyes lit up. Wait a minute, this seems to be a spell I've never noticed before. This is a summoning technique? Putting aside Ryan's curiosity for a while, the snake in front of the students is really too big. Its sinuous body is about 2 meters long, and the dark snake scales exude a faint brilliance under the light. He is extremely dangerous. Don't move, Potter. Snape's tone was languid, obviously happy to see Harry's eyes facing the snake, motionless. I'll get rid of it. Let me do it. Gilderoy yelled and waved his wand at the snake, and with a thud, the snake didn't disappear but was lifted, and then fell back to the floor. It was thoroughly enraged with a loud bang, hissing furiously, but his target was not Harry, but one of the most innocent students in the audience, Justin. The black snake stood up, and the white fangs in the snake's mouth were ready to attack the target in front of him. Almost instinctively, Harry shouted at the black snake without thinking, leave him. Now, it seemed a little funny to ask, but the result was terrifying. The black snake retracted its body and stared at Harry blankly, tame like a sheep, obedient and even fearful. Harry knew the snake wouldn't attack anyone now, although Harry couldn't explain why he knew about it. He smiled at Justin, showing a few teeth, hoping to see Justin relieved, confused, or grateful expression. It's a pity that this scene is so bizarre. Justin, of course, not angry and scared. What were you doing just now? Justin yelled, his face pale, as if thinking of something, and then spelled. He rushed out of the auditorium. Snape stepped forward, waved his wand a few times, and the snake disappeared in a puff of black smoke. There was silence on the field, and the Slytherin students looked at Harry silently, and even Malfoy looked surprised. Snape also looked at Harry with an unexpected look, but he didn't say anything more. "Come over." Ron leaned into his ear and said, "Come on, come here." Ron pulled him out of the auditorium. Hermione bowed apologetically to Snape and Gidlow and followed closely. As they passed the gate, the people on both sides gave way, as if afraid of getting on something. Harry had no idea what was going on, and neither Ron nor Hermione told him until they pulled him into the empty Gryffindor lounge, and then Ron pushed Harry into the sofa. Halfway through, shocked, half trembling, he asked, "You turn out to be a Parseltongue?" Harry asked, a little puzzled. What's wrong?" "You are a Parseltongue," Ron repeated again, and then he said, "So you can talk to snakes, is that right?" "It's only the second time I've done it, except once at the zoo where I accidentally stopped a boa constrictor that was entangled in my cousin Dudley," Harry said. "It's a long story. It told me he'd never been to Brazil, so I let him go, which of course was before Hogwarts." The Gryffindor common room fell deadly silent. "A boa constrictor tells you it's never been to Brazil?" Ron repeated in disbelief. "Okay, I think that's something a lot of people here can do," Harry said. "No, they can't." Hermione's face was also very bad. "Harry, this is not a simple talent. It can even be said to be very bad." "What's wrong?" Harry was a little annoyed. "What's the matter with you all?" "If I hadn't told the snake not to attack Justin, God knows it would do. I guess I'm not doing anything wrong." Ron was slightly taken aback. "Is that what you said to it?" "What do you mean?" "Right under the stage." Parseltongue is the language of snakes. Ron seemed to know this very well. "You know what, you said something in the language of a snake on stage, so it sounds like you're instigating the snake to do something else." Harry stared blankly. I speak another language. How is this possible? I didn't even notice it." The faces of Ron and Hermione at the scene became more and more ugly. "I can't just watch my classmate get bitten to death by a big snake, right?" Harry became more and more irritable. "So what are you afraid of?" "Listen to me, Harry." Hermione tried her best to soften her tone, because it's Salazar Slytherin who can talk to snakes. Chapter 84, The Missing Diary. I heard Char said that the reason why Slytherin Academy's logo is to pick a python is because their founder, Salazar Slytherin, can talk to snakes. And now you have such a rare talent that you haven't seen in so many years. I think the whole school will now think you are the descendant of Salazar, even. Hermione's voice was a little weak. "Remember the slogan that night? You, even the heirs, and the two strange incidents that have popped up recently?" Harry felt like he was being poured cold water. "But, I'm not." "But you can't prove it," Hermione said. "Salazar's bloodline is not like some families have a complete heritage. He is a person from more than 1,000 years ago. We know this history, but we don't know where his bloodline will be after more than 1,000 years." At that moment Harry seemed to be back in the day of the sorting, and the sorting hat had said that Slytherin was a perfect fit for him. "And I also intend to go to Slytherin, but why? Why would I go to Gryffindor?" Harry was taken out of the auditorium, and the students on the field also seemed to be a little less interested, and almost all of them connected Harry with the air of the secret room. Malfoy jumped off the ring and said in a low voice, "Master Char, do you think Potter will be?" Ryan glared at him suddenly. "If you don't look at this place, go back and talk about it." Oh, I see, sorry." Only then did Malfoy remember how many people were present. If this matter were discussed here, God knows if it would cause even greater confusion. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene became more and more embarrassing, the first duel club this year was dull and hastily, leaving only the students to return to their dormitories. Slytherin common room. Those little snakes got together again. Their faces were different, and they didn't know what they were thinking. Everyone, if Potter is really Slytherin's heir, shall we support him? Malfoy immediately retorted, don't be kidding, that guy Potter has long been contaminated with Gryffindor's dirty blood. He definitely won't help me. And the silent Char sighed, everyone, don't worry anymore, Parseltongue is rare, but not unique. Malfoy, Harry and you have been at odds with each other since last term. I think you know his character very well. Malfoy curled his lips, reckless, arrogant, extremely curious, but indecisive, can't do anything great. It looks like you can't get any better. Ryan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. So do you think someone like him would open a secret room to harm his classmates? Hearing that Malfoy fell into silence, Mrs. Norris' matter made sense, but Colin and Harry have always had a good relationship. It is impossible for someone with Harry's character to kill him. Even if he does it, he must look for opponents, like Malfoy himself. The matter of the heir is more serious than you think, so you must not do anything during this time, or else it is estimated that without me, our dean will criticize you. This is just the beginning, and it took Harry a while to regain his composure. Just the day after the dueling club ended, Harry stepped up the stairs and then bent down another hallway. It was very dark in the corridor, and the torches had been blown out by the strong and cold wind that blew in through the broken glass window. When he was walking halfway, he suddenly tripped over something lying on the floor. When he turned to see what tripped him, the sight in front of him once again stunned him. That is, Justin, the target of the Black Snake attack at the duel club. He lay on the ground, cold and hard, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, a look of utter shock on his face. There was another man lying next to him, and it was the weirdest scene Harry had ever seen. That was the headless Nick. He was a soul. But now he is no longer snow-white and transparent. His body is black and smoking, floating 10 centimeters above the floor, motionless. This time, he was no longer nearly headless, but only had half of his head left, with the same expression on his face as Justin. It happened that this scene was discovered by Peeves, a very annoying guy in Hogwarts, and other professors were attracted by his screams. Suddenly everyone knew about it, and Harry once again trapped in a storm. There are also some curious people who have investigated the 2 students who have been victimized, so they found one thing in common, that is, the victims were born in ordinary mole families, and their parents did not have any magical talent. Then Harry became the incarnation of the persecuting mole family, cruel and ruthless in the mouth of the students. Almost everyone was avoiding him, except for the little snakes in Slytherin, and some of his friends. Of course, this kind of rumor is not credible, but it also reminded Ryania. Because of Hermione and Punlo, they came from ordinary families without magical talent, and they are indeed the target choice for the current basilisk attack. Ryania doesn't want them to take this risk, knowing that if they are directly seen by the eyes of the basilisk, the witnesses will die directly. The reason why the victimized students did not die suddenly is because they saw the basilisk more or less indirectly through the media. What would happen if Hermione and Punlo accidentally targeted the basilisk directly? And Hermione was actually attacked in the original. Thinking of this, Ryanu is a little chilled. The eyes of the basilisk are a kind of detached magic. This is a kind of rule-like thing, and it is even more terrifying than the legendary Medusa. Indirectly seeing the basilisk may be solved by using mandrake root to prepare a potion, but if it is not indirect, it is really hopeless. To this end, Chaya also gave Hermione a pendant, which also had the ability to tell Char's location after crushing it. Shreya specifically instructed Hermione and Punlo that they should be careful not to walk on uninhabited passages, and at the same time, they must not look back casually. Reflective equipment. In addition, if there is really any danger, just crush the pendant directly. At least Ryanya can go to the rescue as soon as possible. But waiting blindly is not what Ryanya wants. It is better to directly kill the risk at the source. So, I should just find Voldemort's diary and destroy it. Strange things happened. When Zaya searched for the key Horcrux, Riddle's diary, and there was no trace of it anywhere. When Ryan asked Ginny intentionally or unintentionally, she said that she didn't find any diary, and Harry did the same. At the beginning, Ryan thought that Ginny might be lying, but after passing some unmarked tests, Ginny was in a very healthy state at this time, and her thoughts were clear, and she did not have any negative state of being bewitched by Horcruxes. Is that impossible? Ryan suddenly felt that things were a little out of control. Familiarity with the plot was his greatest advantage, but now it seems to have changed. Chapter 85. The bathroom. Several attacks in a row have made Hogwarts students even more uneasy, and even some animals around the school have suffered, such as the attack by Hagrid. In this environment, some students began to have the idea of temporarily suspending their studies, but under Dumbledore's calm statement, this anxiety was temporarily suppressed. Harry, on the other hand, picked himself up after talking to Dumbledore and continued his studies, but they also wanted to know more about the Chamber of Secrets. So they asked Professor Binns of the History of Magic, one of the only ghost professors at Hogwarts, about it, and in an all-seeing class, Professor Binns couldn't refuse when all the students were so demanding about the answer to the secret room. So he spent half a class telling the students what the secret room was in quite detail, and said that the secret room had been opened once many years ago. It turns out that the history of the secret room can be traced back to 1,000 years ago. At that time, Hogwarts was just established, and the four founders lived in harmony, constantly fighting for the wizards to create a paradise that belonged to them. But the four founders each have different talents and talents. Although they teach students, they have no real heirs. In order to avoid the loss of their inheritance, they stayed in an unknown corner of the castle. Their respective heritage. And the first to leave the legacy is Salazar Slytherin. After his quarrel with his former best friend, Godric Gryffindor, the relationship became increasingly cold. In the end, Salazar took the lead in Hogwarts and left the place where he had worked his whole life, and the Chamber of Secrets was Salazar's. The mysterious room below is said to contain treasures left by Salazar. However, when the secret room was opened last time, Professor Binns said he didn't know, because at that time Professor Binns did not witness the whole process with his own eyes. As for Ryan, who has been looking for Riddle's diary for almost all this time, he still doesn't see him for some reason. Who owns that diary now? Ryan doesn't know much about basilisks, even in the forbidden books. It's just his origin and weakness, so Ryan can't make corresponding needles for the various abilities of the basilisks. I think Professor Dumbledore must know who opened the Chamber of Secrets last time. Should we ask him? Harry whispered to Char while eating breakfast in the hall. He should help us. And Ryan hadn't spoken yet. An unexpected answer suddenly came out of Ron's mouth. Guys, I think I know who opened the Chamber of Secrets last time. Harry's eyes widened immediately. Really? Ron nodded, and then he put it carefully in Harry's ear, a voice that only a few people in the room could hear. But I think you guys need to be prepared. After a short pause, Ron said, the last person who opened the Chamber of Secrets was Hagrid. Ryan's face was as usual, but his heart was not calm. Oh, it's you? Harry couldn't help but said, it's impossible. How could it be Hagrid? Absolutely not, said Ron. I don't believe it either, but he was the one who opened the secret room last time. Because Ron's tone was so determined, as if he had seen it with his own eyes, Hermione couldn't help but feel a little strange at this time. Where did you know that? Faced with this question, Ron seemed a little hesitant. Is this actually what I saw in a note left by Senior Ben? Notes. Hermione was suspicious. How could there be such a thing? Ron felt a little guilty. I found this by accident in the library. I think it is very reliable. I heard that the Myrtle in the toilet was the student who died in the back room incident. We can have Hagrid and Myrtle ask both sides of the text, so that should be able to determine the answer. You go. Ryan slowly got up. I still have something to do here, but I think Hagrid is a kind and simple person, so I believe that Hagrid will not open the secret room to persecute the students. Harry nodded too. Although you say so, Ron, I think so too. Ron suddenly became a little irritable. and he shouted loudly, "You have to believe me, I won't lie to you." The sound immediately caused the other students in the hall who bowed their heads to deign to cast strange glances, and no one knew what happened to this red-haired Weasley. Ryan glanced at Ron, only to realize that Ron's face had turned abnormally pale, and even the freckles had dimmed a lot, which was a symbol of the weakening of vitality. Ryan suddenly sat back. He stared at Ron and said, "Have you encountered any magical writing items recently, such as a diary?" Ron's eyelids jumped involuntarily. He tried his best to keep his calm. No, what are you talking about, Char? Any magical items of unknown origin may have extremely powerful effects. They can confuse people's minds, and even cause many tragedies. So do not arbitrarily believe in using things of unknown origin. Ryan Dow, in full. I won't go to class this month. If you have anything, you can come to Ravenclaw's lounge to find me. After saying that, Ryan got up and left the hall. Harry and the others were not surprised by this, because Slytherin's style is too weird, the dormitory is too messy, and the library can't speak, so Char likes it very much. Ravenclaw's public rest is one of the places where he thinks about his research. But Ryan, who left the hall, didn't stop at all. Ron's words also reminded Ryan. He walked straight to the bathroom on the second floor. He was looking for someone, Myrtle, a ghost who had been dead for a long time. The entrance with the secret room is there. There are many bathrooms on the second floor, but Myrtle's bathroom must be the kind of existence that is both famous and unpopular, because there will always be all kinds of shrill and even uncomfortable crying. Ryan knocked on the door lightly. After all, this is the women's toilet. Excuse me, is anyone in there? The only answer to Char was his own echo in the empty bathroom. Seeing that no one, Char level bought directly into the bathroom. He remembered that Myrtle lived in a toilet, so he let his voice fill the entire bathroom softly. Myrtle, are you there? The answer to Char is still air. DSK, it's a little embarrassing, but it's okay. I came here today mainly to try the faucet. That Zaya walked to the center of the bathroom. The faucet was separated out from a column, and Zaya one by one. After fumbling around, he finally stopped in front of a faucet with a slender snake tattooed on it. Sure enough, the exit from the secret room is here. Char took out his wand. I don't know if I can just destroy it. Fractured. The red sandalwood wand was aimed at the sink, and the sink shook slightly. But nothing changed. Death Chapter 86. Stars and Earth move. Sure enough, there is a curse on it. You must know that this spell is not labissiving, and the tyrannical magic is almost completely instilled. At first glance, this wash basin is made of ceramics, but at this moment the quality is far better than steel. Ryan gently reached out and stroked the wash basin. If you didn't feel it carefully, you would hardly notice the extremely meticulous protection spell. The strength of this protective spell is a bit too much. Ryan's face was not very good. It's not Salazar who stayed, it's been over 1,000 years. In fact, this is possible, because the only thing that has changed in the toilet is the toilet and other equipment. The washstand in the center has been like this since the school was established, and such ancient things are actually very common in Hogwarts. I have to try again. Char took a deep breath, and the tip of his wand released a light golden magic power like flowing water. Safely guard, protect all, silent, touch the rebound, crystal barrier. Without any pause, Ryan released 5 guardian spells at once to protect the entire bathroom, because he wanted to release a very destructive spell. The golden magic barrier filled all the corners of Myrtle's washroom. Char's magic power poured into his wand with all his might, and his mouth uttered slow and melodious syllables. Hidden in the starlight in the sky, listening to the sound of falling, standing on the vast earth, awakening the enthusiasm in the ground. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and his wand waved sharply. The stars are moving. Complete, without any omitted magic. This is an ancient spell. The early stage of singing accumulates energy, and finally the completion of the spell is achieved. This is an earth magic spell, but it took Zaya about 1 minute in just 2 sentences. The destructive power of this magic spell, star-sinking earthquake, on the terrain is particularly amazing. The estimate of one's own magic power, if it is used in the normal world with all its strength, it is enough to blow up those dozens of skyscrapers into powder. In an instant, countless starlight appeared in the air, and the starlight gradually condensed from the beginning, and the gravity was compressed together, and even the space seemed to be distorted. The heavy pressure is like a huge grinding disc pressing hard on the washstand. I always feel that the next second I will go to this ancient, old, and small wash basin and crush it into powder, but the protection on the wash basin happens. The mantra is like the bottomless ocean. No matter how noisy you are, you can face it calmly in the end, and finally let it return to peace. The release of the incantation movement lasted at least 2 minutes. Ryanya's forehead seeped layers of sweat, and the magic power that had increased too much from before was exhausted again. Finally, he could only helplessly stop, and the wash basin was still the same. Safe and sound. I guess no one thought that there would be such a powerful guardian spell at the entrance of the secret room. As Ryan poured himself some blue sky potion, he thought, I don't think the strength is much worse than our Notting Island barrier. So this is really the barrier left by Salazar. So Thea's only a snake in the secret room? Char's wand, whose magic power had recovered quickly, waved lightly, and the guardian curse that had been blessed in the bathroom was instantly released. As it is, if you want to enter the secret room, you must use Parcel Tong. If it doesn't work, it's really not going well. Char shook his head and walked out of the bathroom silently. It seems that I have to bring Harry here. Since these efforts had no effect for the time being, Zaya didn't stop there. He walked towards Ravenclaw's common room, but there was no one waiting for him in front of the Ravenclaw tower. It was Ron, and he was holding a diary with a black cover in his hand. Ryan, are you here? Ron's face was a little ugly, and he tried to squeeze a smile. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and the Ravenclaw people said you haven't come yet. Char looked at Ron in surprise. I went back to the dormitory to get something. You are not. Have you and Harry found Hagrid? Why are they here? Forget about it. Ron looked very anxious. His eyes were dodging. He didn't dare to look at Ryanya. Someone asked me to give this to you. After he finished speaking, Ron shoved the diary into Ryanya's hands without hesitation. The moment he touched it, Ryanya clearly felt the magic power contained in it. This is by no means an ordinary diary. Riddle's diary? Ryan released a protective layer with a magic spell in his hand without a trace to avoid direct contact between his palm and the diary. I'm leaving first. After speaking, Ron left here as if he had escaped, leaving only Char with the diary in place, and Ravenclaw Tower in front of him. Entrusted? Give me this. Ryan turned over the diary, and there was no text on it, but the parchment in it had turned yellow, which showed that the diary had a long history. I want to see what you want to do. Char held the diary in his arms and stepped onto the steps of Ravenclaw Tower. In the Ravenclaw common room, there is a place in the corner that was almost reserved by Char. It was filled with the materials he needed, and Professor Flitwick didn't care. Perhaps in his heart, Char was half of it. Ravenclaw student. A diary with magical fluctuations and a deeply hidden evil. The corner of Char's mouth, who was sitting in front of the desk, raised a slight arc, and the shorthand quill controlled by magic power slid quickly on the diary, and wrote a line of beautiful words. Imchar Ambrosius. The ink was quickly absorbed, and then a new line of text appeared. In terms of the exquisiteness of the font, it was no less than that of Char, who had experienced strict aristocratic education. Hi Char Ambrosius, my name is Tom Riddle. Ah, interesting. Ryan continued to manipulate the sketching quill. In order to ensure that there were no hidden curses in the diary, Ryan didn't even want to write by hand. I know you, Tom Riddle. Ryan deliberately slowed down the speed of the quill pen, and each letter was written so heavily that it almost penetrated the back of the paper. And the diary shows the answer as, oh. Char wrote the name Tom Riddle again, each letter loosely, and then reassembled the letters into a new sentence. I am Voldemort. The notes left by the shorthand quill took a long time to be absorbed, you know. So you know what this is? Ryan Dow, it's just a Horcrux, a fragment of your soul. This time the notes are absorbed more slowly. What do you want to do? Doing what? Ryan's eyes are getting colder. I'm sorry, I can be friends with anyone in this world, but only you, Voldemort. I may not hate you, but I will never tolerate you. With this in mind, the shorthand quill pen writes again. I want to destroy you. Chapter 87. The Weird Ron. This time, Voldemort responded very quickly. Why? Is it because of your parents? The handwriting on the diary has become a bit scribbled. Don't forget that although your parents have left you, they have left you with enough freedom and a healthy body, and I know that your desire for knowledge is as long as you are willing. I can give you any knowledge you want in this world. Knowledge, I will learn it myself, but about you and the Ambrosius family, I will not be shaken. Maybe Char can always be optimistic and positive, maybe he can always be rational, but everything about Voldemort is actually contrary to his principles. Since Quirrell, Char has never thought of letting Voldemort go, but at that time, he was still very weak, and even Quirrell, who was possessed by a broken soul, had enough trouble. But this year, Ryan's strength is no longer comparable, and he is very willing to use Voldemort's incomplete soul as his own sharpening stone. The writing on the diary disappeared for a long time, and finally 2 words popped up. Very good. Ryan continued to write, in addition, I suggest that you stop thinking about deceiving people. Although the Horcrux is extremely difficult to destroy, it is not impossible, so it is incomplete. Old Voldemort, just use your ugly soul to wait for all your soul fragments to be destroyed one by one. Hey, little brother Ambrosius. There was a surprised voice not far away. It was Penlow. I'll deal with you in a while. Chaya gently closed the diary, and at the same time pulled out his wand and cast 2 spells without leaving a trace. Absolute defense, no approaching. These movements were done very naturally and smoothly, as if what was on the stage was not some evil Horcrux, but an ordinary book. Ryan snapped his fingers lightly, and the diary swayed and fell into the pile of books on the side. Middle. Sister, good afternoon. Penlow was wearing fluffy pajamas and said lazily, why do you always run to us, which makes me suspect that you are a Ravenclaw student. It's all because I miss you. Ryan giggled, why don't you have class this afternoon? It seems that Penlow is also used to Zaya's teasing, and did not refute anything. She came to the sofa where she usually sits and leaned gently. Yeah, I have already talked to the staff about the business of Diagon Alley. The special card game is also over. During this time, I felt a lot more relaxed. Zaya sat down beside Penlow in a serious manner. Anyway, it was big enough. Yes, senior sister's complexion has improved a lot during this time. Saying that, Ryan sniffed hard. It was a faint smell of lavender. It smells so good. Senior, did you use perfume? Little boss, why are you sitting so close? Penlow blushed. And how can I use perfume? It's just the smell of shampoo. Ryan suddenly realized, so it is. Saying that, Chaya gently held Penlow's brown hair at the tip of her nose. It seems to be true. The two were sitting so close together on a sofa that Penlow wanted to distance himself. But his body had no strength, and a pair of big lake blue eyes stared at Ryan. Hey, you are getting more courageous now. It's getting bigger. Hey. Ryan had a bad smile on his face, but Penlow didn't find it annoying. Even through the pajamas, Ryan could feel Penlow's hot temperature, and the distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer without knowing it. Char could see almost every eyelash of Penlow. Penlow's delicate face was flushed, and her voice was weak. Ambrosius, what are you trying to do so close? Ryan felt that the temperature of his face was also a little high. What do you say? The faces of the two are getting closer and closer, and something very pleasant is about to happen. Penlow, the red lips parted lightly. That, Ambrosius, me. However, such a wonderful atmosphere was dissipated by the violent knock on the door. which was someone knocking on the wooden door of this Ravenclaw tower. Due to the silence charm, it was not very clear what was going on outside. Penlo was a little puzzled. Wait here, I'll go out and see what's going on. After Penlo got up and walked to the wooden door, she didn't open the door but looked out from a cat's eye behind the door. Little boss, this seems to be your friend, right? What? Ryan still has some regrets. Hearing Penlo's words, he came to look behind the wooden door. Why are you here again? Ryan's face was as usual. I'll go out. Penlo gripped the door handle, and Ravenclaw's wooden door opened. Boom! That was the sound of the door opening extremely violently. The wooden door almost smashed Penlo, but fortunately, Zaya supported Penlo. Sister, are you alright? Penlo shook his head. Your friend, there's something wrong with him. The person outside the door was Ron, who kicked it open with all his strength. His eyes were red, and he seemed to be very angry, and the eagle knocker on the door cursed, I've never seen such rude and vulgar people coming to Ravenclaw. It's a nightmare. Guys like you, please stay away from me, as far as possible. Shut up, Ron almost roared out, his voice full of mania. Ambrosius, come out. Where is my diary? Where is my diary? Diary? Didn't you just give it to me yourself? Ryan slowly released Penlo and blocked her. What nonsense are you talking about? Just about 10 minutes ago. Didn't you come here to give me the diary? A piece of nonsense. A piece of nonsense. Ron gritted his teeth and said, you despicable fellow, you are a thief. A thief. You stole my diary and dare not admit it. I know you have always been a hypocrite. The obvious state is not right. Is it because of the Imperious curse? He wasn't angry at Ron's abuse of Char. He smiled slightly. Ron, can you calm down? I think we should have seen the door knocker about what we were doing in front of the tower. Am I right? The eagle-shaped door knocker said arrogantly. That's right. I saw it clearly just now, and just 10 minutes ago. You took a book and gave it to Char Ambrosius. So you come to our Lavin now. What's wrong with Crow? I'll tell the headmaster and let him punish you. Shut up. Ron punched the knocker. You are all liars. Ambrosius, give me back my diary, hurry up. Ron's eyeballs protruded outwards at this time, his blushing face made his earlobes turn red, and his fiery red hair was messy. It was certain that Ron was definitely under a delusional spell. Maybe the Imperious curse or something else. All this happened by coincidence, and Ryan couldn't help but think of the diary he had just put away. Could it be that Voldemort wanted to use Ron's hand to save himself? I need to use magic to destroy the diary after becoming Animagus. Absolutely not for Ron now, or I don't know what will happen. Feel sorry. Ryan's expression was quite serious. That diary is very dangerous. Now I absolutely cannot give it to you. Chapter 88. In other words, I didn't plan on water, mainly because I had to speed up the rhythm a little, or else I really needed a lot of water. 23,333. Penlo next to him has seen some confusion. What's the matter? And Ron's noise also attracted the rest of the Ravenclaw students. They looked at Ron at the door with disgust, which was completely different from the elegance and rational wisdom that Ravenclaw had always admired. Sorry for causing you trouble. Ryan bowed slightly to the increasing number of Ravenclaw students. The most urgent thing to do is to quickly control Ron. His appearance is likely to be controlled by his mind. I have some potions on my side that can calm people down, and I can't let you continue to make trouble here. Char took Ravenclaw's wooden door behind him, then pulled out his wand and said solemnly, it's all petrified. The tyrannical magic hit Ron, and his body fell straight forward, but the emotion in his eyes made Ryan frown. It was a rare kind of anger, hatred and even evil. Ryan caught Ron's body, and then took out a bottle of tranquilizing potion from his bosom. It has a very good effect on removing the spells like the Dementor and loss of mind, and it can also make people's nerves extremely effective. Great relaxation. At this time, two figures came hurriedly. It was Harry and Hermione. They were gasping for breath. It seemed that they had been running for a long time along the way. Ron, Harry and Hermione struggled to climb to the top of Ravenclaw Tower, but saw Ron's body stiffly caught by Char. What happened to him? Harry's chest heaved and he spoke very discontinuously. Help me help him first. Char handed Ron to Harry, and Harry hurriedly used his body as a brace for Luon, relying, because of the strong effect of Ryanya's petrification spell. Ron can't move now, so he can only watch Ryanya pour the tranquilizing potion into him. The Snow-White calming potion is like the undissolved snow at the end of the mountain, cold to the bone, penetrating the heart and spleen. The abnormal blush on Ron's face gradually receded, and at the same time, an even more abnormal paleness appeared. His eyes gradually returned to reason, and he was no longer flooded with strange emotions. Looks like it's almost there. With a flick of Ryan's arm, Ron's petrification spell was instantly released. He coughed a few times, as if he was a little uncomfortable after being forcibly injected with the potion. What happened to me? Ron looked a little confused. Why am I here? Ryan briefly explained what had just happened to the three of them, and Ron's face became even weaker and paler. You mean, I'm under the Imperious Curse? Even if it's not the Imperious Curse, it's something that can affect your mind, Ryan explained. Any magic item may contain powerful magic, and you were influenced by that diary. Journal? Ron paused. Is that thing still there? No, I know I already gave it to you. Ryan Dow, it's hard to explain too much to you now, but there is one thing you need to know. This diary actually contains part of Voldemort's soul. Give me a little time to. Hermione was terrified. Didn't he be beaten by you and Harry last year? If that guy died so easily, it wouldn't have made the magic world fearful for so many years. Ryanya handed Ron 2 more bottles of potions, 1/3 in the morning, 1/3 in the evening, one to replenish chi and blood, and the other to soothe the mind. And soon you will be fine. Now, I have to deal with that thing. So Ryan opened the wooden door of Ravenclaw and quickly walked towards the place where his information was placed. Going to the desk, he quickly pulled out Riddle's diary. The enchantment above is complete, and there is no sign of being attacked or damaged. But I don't know why the moment the diary was taken out, all Ravenclaw students were attracted by this ordinary book, as if it was some rare treasure. This thing can actively release the magic spell under the ban I imposed. Chaya can clearly feel that the diary is steadily releasing a spell similar to the confusion charm. Although it is slight, it greatly improves the attractiveness. For this reason, Chaya has to add 2 more bans to him. I have to find a quiet place. It's better to have a powerful wizard who can help me decide on the target. He wasn't in such a hurry at first, but Voldemort's Horcrux ability seems to have exceeded his expectations. There are 2 completely different strange operations before and after, and there is a strong black magic figure in it. Think about it too. The Horcrux in the original seems to be just a simple soul fragment, but how strong was the form of Voldemort? If you look at Dumbledore today, you will know that a rare legendary archmage for hundreds of years, the strongest among the White Wizards. Such a powerful Dumbledore still cannot defeat Voldemort. This is still with the blessing of the Elder Wand in Dumbledore. So the Horcruxes left by such a powerful Voldemort really only have the functions of storing souls, bewitching people, and absorbing life. The most worrying thing is not the known predicament, but the unknown fog. So Char is simply exhorting Punlo, Harry and others. By the way, Ron, you made a lot of noise just now. I will explain it to you when I come back. In a few days, you should come here in person to apologize to the Ravenclaw classmates, otherwise there may be many people misunderstand you. Humphrey. The eagle-shaped bronze door knocker could see clearly, looking at the situation where you were cursed. I won't care about you. Ron was a little ashamed to know. I'm very sorry. It's okay. It wasn't your intention after all. Char patted Ron on the shoulder, then picked up Riddle's diary and quickly came to Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall, I need to see Headmaster Dumbledore, right now. Mag was sitting in the office with those half-moon-shaped eyes and meticulously grading the students' homework. She was a little surprised by Ryan's sudden intrusion. Ambrosius, what do you want to call Professor Dumbledore? Ryan shook the diary in his hand. A very powerful black magic tool that must be solved by Dumbledore. I think this thing is related to the recent frequent attacks. This explanation immediately made Professor McGonagall pay attention. After all, she was an excellent professor of transfiguration and also the vice principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You, come with me. McGonagall put down the pen in his hand and led Char to the White House with a quick walk. When he walked to the golden statue, Professor McGonagall whispered the password of the principal's office today, apple pudding. The statue is turned to the back, leaving enough space for two people to stand side by side. The rotating and rising statue brought the two to the principal's room. At this time, Dumbledore was standing in front of a wooden frame with a beautiful but very young golden-eared bird creature standing on it. Originally still very excited, it turned its head when it saw the two people who came in suddenly. Sorry, it's not long since Fox was reborn, and now she's a little shy. It turned out to be the Phoenix. Ryan looked at this little guy with interest. Now it is too small, like a dyed little sparrow. Dumbledore patted Fox's head lightly and smiled. Minerva, and Ambrosius, looking at your expressions, it seems like something is wrong. Chapter 89 The Principal's Room. Ryan handed the diary in his hand to Dumbledore. I think the professor should take a good look at this thing before this. Dumbledore looked at the thing Char handed over with some doubts. Be careful, Professor, this is not a normal magic item. Dumbledore naturally knows what Char is talking about. It's not a normal magic item, which means it's a black magic item. You must know that every Horcrux of Voldemort can really kill people, and a ring of Marveloghorn makes the mighty Dumbledore suffer heavy losses, even if the potions Master Snape and Dumbledore work together, only to extend Dumbledore's life for a year. Almost every one of Voldemort's Horcruxes has extremely high-level black magic, and these Horcruxes are far from being destroyed by magic, and unconventional means must be used. Dumbledore's palms were very white. At this time, he was 111 years old, but his skin did not have any age spots. He opened his hands, Riddle's diary was suspended in the air, and finally fell slowly into Deng. On Dumbledore's hand, Dumbledore, like Char, carefully placed protection in the palm of his hand. It seems that Ambrosius, your spell skills have improved again, and the ban on this is very good. Dumbledore took out his wand and looked at the ban on the diary with interest. The seemingly old wand in his hand contained the strongest power in the world. The elder wand tapped lightly on the diary, and immediately the multiple bans arranged by Chiria disintegrated. Very powerful confusion charm. And this method. Dumbledore frowned. He was all too familiar with this method, dark, evil and ancient black magic, but lacking in finesse and precision. Albus, what is this? Professor McGonagall also apparently sensed the confusion charm. Her wand swiped through the air, and the confusion charm couldn't have any effect on her. I think we've made an important discovery. Dumbledore's palm gently stroked the diary, as if he wanted to perceive something, and then his eyes suddenly opened. Ambrosius, where did you find this diary? Char shrugged. I didn't find it. This thing has been sneaking into Hogwarts for a long time, but now it popped out by itself, and someone even handed this thing into my hands. Give it to you. Why? Dumbledore stared at Zaya. Do you know what this is? It is extremely dangerous. Char didn't say anything, but Dumbledore understood Char's words from the shape of his mouth. Hidden in a river of magic, one of the most sinister objects, Horcrux. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then said, Minerva, I think you have to avoid it for a while. What's wrong? Professor McGonagall was a little confused. Albus, is there any problem? Dumbledore looked at McGonagall with a smile. His tone was gentle but difficult to deny. Minerva. Okay, I get it. Professor McGonagall nodded helplessly. I'll go out first. Mr. Ambrosius, you have to be careful. Don't be affected by the magic spell emanating from this thing. Good Professor. The sound of the sculpture falling heavily means that Professor McGonagall has left. At this time, there are only two people in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, including Char and Dumbledore, and of course the photos of the previous headmasters hanging on the wall. They are all curious. stare at the two. "Tell me, Mr. Ambrosius, how much do you know about Horcruxes?" Dumbledore's expression became serious. "This shouldn't be something you can touch." Horcrux, this word seems to have a kind of magic. All the headmaster's photos are almost all awake, and their eyes are full of incredible. Functionally, the Horcrux seems to be a life-saving means. It splits its own soul, and then uses a fresh human life as a sacrifice to let its split souls share the same memory and knowledge, while not weakening their own strength. Finally, using a medium to assist the ancient black magic method, let the broken soul reside in an object. It can be a dead thing, it can be a living thing, and of course it can be a human being. The shaman is actually easier than imagined. So easy to just recite a spell on a person who has not resisted, like the Death Eaters who don't know how many innocent lives are in their hands. There are definitely not only 7 wizards who died under Voldemort's hands, but throughout the years, only Voldemort has made his own soul into a Horcrux. Because the price of making a Horcrux is that the soul can never be placed. If the lifespan is exhausted, he will wander infinitely in the gap between death and reality, neither a ghost nor a ghost. Even the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, who was the first generation of Tangiao, never thought of trying such a thing. Facing Dumbledore's questioning, Char smiled lightly. "Don't forget the literature inheritance of the Ambrosius family. They may not have no Hogwarts banned materials." "Okay." Dumbledore's expression slowed down. "I just didn't expect that someone would actually refine this, and that person was him." "Professor, he should be Voldemort in your mouth." Ryan's tone was slow. "I think he did that guy and all these attacks in the school." Dumbledore was a little puzzled. "Oh, you mean this diary? Good." Chiria briefly told Dumbledore about the function of this diary. He could easily influence people's thinking, bewitch them, manipulate them, absorb their vitality, and finally achieve his own resurrection. After listening to Zaya's explanation, Dumbledore's face was a little ugly. "So Mr. Weasley, he is being controlled?" Cho nodded. "I guess the reason why Ron gave me the diary was also driven by Voldemort, because Voldemort wanted to see me." "Why?" Dumbledore was a little curious. "If he wanted to confuse you, he should have started in the 1st grade, right?" Ryan was stumped by this question, and he didn't think about it himself, because the current matter was actually quite strange. Why did Voldemort send his soul to Ryan? Judging from today's events, Ron is one of the people controlled by Riddle. It is also possible that he opened the Chamber of Secrets under the influence of Voldemort, which led to the petrification of Colin and Justin. Ron's situation has definitely only been in the past few days. He was very normal before, and Riddle's diary should not affect him. For example, in the first incident, the petrification of Mrs. Norris, Ron was always with Harry, even when he was there himself, and he had no time to act. At this time, Ryan seemed to have noticed something. Could it be that Ron is actually the second person to be controlled? And if Ryan opened the diary now, he would find a sentence written on the title page, which was something Ryan didn't have time to read. Voldemort's graceful lettering was now distorted, with gloom and warning in it. "Don't shoot at the secret room again, or I will destroy everything you cherish." Chapter 90, The Flame That Purifies Everything. It seems that this chapter is broken and can't be seen, so I reposted it again. I think Voldemort was trying to warn me personally. Ryan thought for a moment, but I don't want to know, and I'm not interested, because I'm not afraid of him. Dumbledore's eyes were like water. After about a few seconds, Dumbledore laughed suddenly. "I'm very happy to hear you say that. I want to let you grow for another 10 years, then I should be no match for this old man." Poor Ryan's heart suddenly felt bad. Why is this old gentleman blowing me so much? There must be a ghost. He must have to support me first, and then throw me a large number of tasks, and he will never be fooled! Char coughed lightly. "Sorry, Professor Dumbledore. I think the most urgent task now is to destroy this thing in front of me." Dumbledore also put away his smile. "You are right, as far as I know. If you want to destroy Horcruxes, you need extremely destructive props. If you only rely on magic to destroy middle dot Horcrux, this difficulty may be unbelievably high. But there are 3 ways that Chan knows: the basilisk fangs, Gryffindor's sword, and the fiery fire from hell. If Li Huo can destroy the Horcrux, then he should be able to too. By the way, try to see what kind of level you have with all your strength. So Ryan took the initiative to say, "Professor, I can come and try, but I need you to help me create a protection formation. Otherwise you may lose everything here." Dumbledore wanted to ask, but saw that Ryan's pupils shrank slightly. His body exuded faint magic fluctuations, and quickly shrank, and finally turned into a little golden dragon. Of course, the length is still 30 centimeters, because it will be very tired and even sudden death because it grows longer and bigger. "I didn't expect that, Mr. Ambrosius. You have become Alimagus, and this seems to be some kind of Eastern magical creature." Dumbledore looked at the wingless little golden dragon Char with great interest. Although the little golden dragon was not big, his aura was not weak. Even Phoenix Fox was attracted by the appearance of this Char. Ryan, who turned into a little golden dragon, said in a milky voice, "Professor, please prepare," and then put the diary on the ground. The wand in Dumbledore's hand quickly waved, and the strong magic power built a water blue bracket on the ground, and at the same time, a sophisticated protective layer was also arranged around it. Rano Jinlong Ryan nodded to Dumbledore, indicating that it was all right, and then he spit out strange syllables in his mouth. The tone was long and strange, like a low voice, like a chant. Neither a spell commonly used in the magic world, nor any human language. Dumbledore knew what it was. Dragon language magic? Dumbledore was full of consternation. Alabagos of Ambrosius turned out to be a dragon. If this news spreads to the magic world, I don't know what kind of sensation it will cause. In history, there have been Alimagus who turned into magical creatures, but they were limited to low-level objects such as toads and snakes, who only possessed a small amount of magical power. Never heard of anyone who could use Alimagus to transform himself into a super-magical creature, and still be a dragon. Isn't he afraid of being overwhelmed by the abnormally frantic magic power, and even tearing his soul? Obviously, Charles Alimagus is quite skilled, his mind is very clear, and his soul is firm. The dragon language magic that Char is chanting now is actually a spell that he is very familiar with, but through the translation and singing of the dragon language, familiar magic spells will also bring about completely different effects. The 3-cell blood cells belonging to the dragon family have powerful powers that will increase the magic power, and even the intensity of the spell will increase geometrically. The fire of the sky, the glory of wisdom. Thank the benevolent Prometheus for bringing the flame of the gods to the world. The stars are moving, the stars are changing, and the glory of the ancients is reappearing here. When Char's ancient melodious chant finally came to an end, his right front paw lightly pointed at Riddle's diary, the fire of the sky. A golden flame ignited from Char's hands. The flame was so small and pitiful that it was not even as good as the candle on the ceiling. Its target was the diary on the ground. Looking closely, the golden flame is clean and pure, without any variegation, and the beating flame is thick like a liquid, holy light. Dragon chanting, the pinnacle of fire element magic, the fire of a day. As soon as Ryan's flame landed on Riddle's diary, it began to burn violently. The golden flame instantly enveloped the old diary, and a rich black gas began to surge from the diary to the outside, which was also mixed with painful wailing and wailing. Damn, what kind of magical flame is this? Voldemort's spirit in the diary struggled to escape, making Riddle's diary cover a sinister twisted face. He desperately fled to the outside of the diary, but the fire from the sky was a wall he could never cross. Voldemort's soul is gradually being swallowed up, and at this moment, the characteristics of the fire of the sky are full of doubt, that is, extreme restraint on evil objects. Char Ambrosius, I won't let you go. Our account is endless. Ryan's magic power was rapidly consumed at this time. Originally, the Fire of Heaven was not a low-cost magic spell. After turning into a golden dragon, its power would increase, and its consumption would also be doubled. The slender dragon body was trembling constantly. Ryan said softly, "But now, please get out." Ryan clenched his right front paw tightly, and the fire of the sky that wrapped the diary suddenly shrank into a golden ball of light, for which Dumbledore had to reinforce the protective layer. Because the temperature of the flame is too high, the petals, branches and leaves of the plants on display are rapidly withering, and the water in the pensieve hidden in the cabinet is directly evaporated to dryness. Even the wooden desks and chairs showed fine cracks, as if they had been exposed to the sun for a long time and dried in the sun for a long time. In a shrill scream, Voldemort's soul hidden in the diary was finally completely disintegrated. Without the protection of Voldemort's soul, the diary suddenly became something very ordinary, and it turned to ashes in a flash of fire. Ryan slowly withdrew her magic power and turned back into a human form, leaning on her knees a little tiredly. The remnant of the fire dripped on the ground and was still burning. Before Dumbledore could take action, Fox, who was secretly watching, flew over and swallowed them into his stomach with his mouth slightly open. A satisfied expression appeared on Fox's face. He seemed to think that the taste was very good, and then fell on Char's head and kept pecking at it. "It hurts." Ryan said that this was really a tingling scalp, so he looked at Dumbledore embarrassedly. "Professor, can you please show mercy to your little bird?" Dumbledore shook his head and said with a smile, "Fox is my friend, I have no right to control her, but she seems to like your brother very much." Speaking of this, Dumbledore looked at the ashes on the ground thoughtfully. "Maybe it's because of your pure and powerful flame." Ryan silently took out the blue bottle from his pocket. Why does he feel that his style of painting is getting more and more wrong now? I should be a magician who wields a magic wand and releases all kinds of forbidden spells. But what the hell is holding the medicine every day and snorting non-stop? Shouldn't that be the romance of a warrior? So am I the legendary Shenongliu wizard? Dumbledore whispered an unknown spell in his mouth, and the light water vapor filled the entire principal's office, slowly soaking into the extremely dry environment made by Char, and it didn't take a moment for everything to return to its original state. Except for Fox's unabashed distaste for that vapor. "Mr. Ambrosius, you are doing well." Dumbledore let a chair fall behind Char, but Char said it was unknown sitting. The white-haired old man in front of him put his fingers crossed on his waist, and Dumbledore said, "Now, Voldemort's Horcrux has been dealt with by you." Chapter 91. "Now you can't run away." Ryan patted Fox lightly, and the flaming little phoenix swayed away from the top of Ryan's head. Dumbledore said, "But anyway, I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect that you have mastered the inheritance of your family to such a degree that you even learn the magic of dragon language." Ryan shrugged. "Although many people say that the Ambrosius family has a long tradition, the actual situation is that this knowledge is very complicated and there is no systematic classification, so Ryan read it all together, and did not find anything too bizarre. The place. As for the dragon language magic, it naturally came from the chapter of conjuration, but Dumbledore thought so, and Ryan was happy to accept it, just to save himself a lot of trouble. "But there is one thing I have to remind." Dumbledore walked to his desk and sat down slowly. "As far as I know, Voldemort's soul should not be limited to this level, so I don't think he made only one Horcrux. Of course, Ryan knows this, but the key is that he has to wait for Voldemort to send it up to solve it. However, it is good to be able to solve one." Dumbledore smiled. "I think your use of magic should be at a bottleneck now. If you have any doubts, please ask me." Ryan is a little excited. "Does the boss want to teach me?" So Char left Dumbledore's office in a very pleasant atmosphere. Immediately, Ryan felt that the sky outside was much clearer, and without Voldemort's soul, the diary would no longer be able to deceive people. Although there should be one more person who was controlled before Ron, but without the diary, the Chamber of Secrets will not be opened again, and wizards from ordinary families like Punlo and Hermione are also less potential danger. So I can continue to be happy and have a good time with my little sisters after returning to school. Ryan you first went to Ron to see his condition. It seems that because of the destruction of the diary, his complexion has recovered a lot, and he is no longer as ugly as before. But Hermione somehow wasn't in the Gryffindor lounge and didn't get up with Harry. According to Harry, she went to the library to find some material and needed to come back later. Little Hermione seems to be working harder now. Ryan sighed a little. It seems that I can't be too lazy. Not to mention, Dumbledore's magic control in the office is enough to make Ryan envious. Precise and perfect control, almost no waste of magic power, while maximizing the power of the magic spell. Thinking that this chaya is no longer ink. The content of the chapter of spells is so huge, you should grasp the time you need to grasp, and you need to take action if you want to practice. I have already reached a certain level with simple data research. So Chaya went to Ravenclaw's common room again. The information on the desk that he had occupied for about half a year was all over the place, and all of them had been turned into knowledge and integrated into Chaya's mind. The Ravenclaw lounge in front of them is always empty, because their students are almost all busy with their own affairs, either in the library or studying, which is deeply rooted in Ravenclaw's bones. Instinct, but there will always be someone waiting for Cha here. Little boss, has your problem been solved? Punlo was still sitting in his unchanged position. It was late at this time, and the orange wood lights made Ravenclaw's lounge look very warm. Ryan said with a chuckle, yes, the specific reasons are a bit complicated, but such a rude way of disturbing is definitely not Ron's original intention, and I hope you will bear with me. By the way, why didn't senior sister go to the library today? Are you waiting for me? Punlo's eyes were bright. Yeah, I'm more worried that my little boss won't come back, and then no one will pay me. Hee. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I'll take care of you for a day. Punlo turned his head, was silent for a while, and finally squeezed out a very slight voice. Her fair face looked particularly beautiful in the soft light. By the way, senpai, come and help me clean up this place. Punlo was slightly taken aback. Clean up? Don't you need these things? The materials from last semester, some newly added books this semester, and the ancient scrolls that Professor Flitwick brought are all here. Ryan stacked the documents on the desk together. No, I've read all these things. Is it all over? Punlo thought for a while. Then do you have any other information that you need me to find for you? Temporarily unavailable. Oh, Punlo's mood suddenly fell, and her lake blue eyes had a touch of sadness. So, will you come back here in the future? What? Char approached Punlo gently, and the fragrance of the lavender still faintly remained. He pressed close to Punlo's ear and said, could it be, senpai, are you reluctant to part with me? Don't worry, I prefer Ravenclaw's bright environment to Slytherin, and there are such beautiful young ladies here, but it's a pity that my dormitory is in Slytherin, otherwise I'll just stay here. Punlo's roots were a little red, and she spat softly. It's not serious again. Now, give me the book, I'll help you put it away. But don't spoil our Ravenclaw precious information. Okay. Since these materials are usually manuscripts left by seniors and seniors who do not know how many generations ago, their quality is quite worrying. For this reason, the two manually put the books away, just as they had brought them back. It took about half an hour for the two of them to clean up the table. Punlo let out a sigh of relief and hammered his waist lightly with his fist. I didn't expect you to read so many books, so hurry up. I am exhausted. Ryan looked at Punlo with a smile. Looking at this, senior sister has the potential to be a good wife and mother. As for the quality, I don't know who will be lucky to marry you in the future. Punlo glanced at Zaya. Marry your own business. Hey, hungry? I'll take you to dinner. Punlo nodded. Okay, I have to treat myself today. I feel hungry and thin. Ryan swept over Punlo carefully, and she felt a little thin. It was even more bumpy than last year. Her originally green body began to mature gradually. So Ryan said, I'm thin, anyway, I'm a treat. Don't save me money. Okay. Punlo's eyes were almost crescents of laughter. I won't let you two rich people walk out of Ravenclaw Tower. It was particularly hazy due to heavy clouds. Ravenclaw Tower is located on the west side of the main castle of Hogwarts. If you walk back to the hall from here, you need to pass through the corridor connecting the second floor of the castle. The lights in the corridor are a little dim at night, and cold winds blow from time to time. Punlo tightened the wizard's robe, and seemed to be a little cold. Ryan stretched out his hand to the side, and his 5 fingers swayed playfully. Punlo pretended to be completely invisible. Okay. Ryan glared at Punlo slightly, and moved her fingers again, as if urging something. Hurry up. Punlo looked a little shy looking at Ryan Jun's profile. Are you sure? If you do this, you have to go all the way to the lobby of course, if you don't want to run now. Punlo did not run. However, her beautiful hands stuck out from the long sleeves, and then clasped Ryan's fingers tightly together, and a hot temperature came from their palms. The smile on the corner of Ryan's mouth was very warm. Now, you can't run away if you want to. Chapter 92 The Touch of Shadow. Although Ryan has secretly molested Punlo many times, this should be the second time that Ryan and Punlo held hands in front of everyone. The first time was in front of the Weasleys, the theme store, and the second time was now. Ryan's hand held Punlo gently, and the pace of the two was surprisingly consistent, elegant and slow, just like strolling by the lake. This scene was seen by many students who returned to Ravenclaw Tower on the way, and they actually smiled knowingly, which made Ryan a little strange. As everyone knows, what this group of people think is that he can be considered magnanimous, let outsiders feel the pain we feel. 2,333,333. Well, it really made a lot of people miserable. After passing through the corridor, Char and Punlo immediately entered the eyes of more people. Although Char is only slightly taller than Punlo now, the two of them walking together so harmonious. The look is also warm and sweet. Didn't you see the two of them smiling like that? I feel like I've been fed before I even went to the cafeteria to eat! Exclamation mark. Then you can hear the voices of countless heartbreaks. So, does our little son at Hogwarts really have an object? So, Ravenclaw's most beautiful and gentle Punlo also has an object? Who? Let me cry first. Punlo didn't dare to look up. She asked in a low voice, will we be too flamboyant like this? Will not. Ryan Dow, this is a normal performance, just keep it up. Really? Punlo's eyes were a little innocent. I see that everyone sees that our faces are not very good. HMPH, it's just jealousy. Equals. I have to say that the castle at Hogwarts is too big, and the downstairs are always changing, so Char has been very irritable about this. Can't there be a fixed and clear route? The time change of the stairs stuck so that Char and Punlo had to give up the nearest passage downstairs to the hall, and they had to make a half circle. Fortunately, both of them were in a good mood, so they didn't struggle too much. Char, I suddenly have a question. Punlo turned her head to look at Ryan. Her smile was a bit bad. You just took me away like this. What about your little fangirl? Ryan suddenly had a headache. Why are you asking this? Penelope's nose wrinkled slightly. Don't think I can't see it. Your little fangirl is very interesting to you. Every time she sees me, she doesn't know it's awkward, and you also like your little fangirl, right? What should I do? This torture from the soul. How should I answer? Cough cough. Ryan suddenly had a strong desire to survive. But now I like you more. Punlo suddenly smiled again. It's very witty. I'll let you go for the time being. MMP, can't you be smart? Thanks to my brain enough. I can see that your other hand that has nowhere to put is ready to pinch me. Of course, there is a saying that Ryan held back in her heart and dared not say it, because she would die. Actually, it's not that difficult. Just follow me together. That's really a good wish. Wait for me here. Punlo frowned slightly. Maybe I'm a little tired. I always feel sleepy. I'll go wash my face. Oh. Punlo looked at Ryan's somewhat tangled expression and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. You wait here. But, Ryan said cautiously, the wind is so strong here. Can I change the place? I'm afraid it will give me a headache. Punlo looked at the open window above and couldn't help shaking his head. Really? It's almost Christmas. Why doesn't the school close the windows? And what's wrong with you blowing cold wind? Your body is so warm anyway. Okay, I'll go first. I'll be right back. Darling, I'm not a child. What the hell? !O_0. The hands of the two slowly separated, and Punlo walked happily towards the women's bathroom, leaving a shadow. Zaya looked around a little bored. This is a relatively remote place on the second floor of Hogwarts, and it is very familiar. After thinking about it carefully, it seems like this is Myrtle's bathroom. For some reason, Zaya suddenly had a very bad premonition. Although Riddle's diary has been destroyed, if there is no diary, no one will be able to open the secret room with Parseltongue and create any danger. But what is this inexplicable feeling? At this moment, Ryan heard a slight sound, as if something had been removed. The subtle, heavy rubbing sound should not have been noticed, but this sound was like a thunderbolt in this lonely and quiet corridor. Women's bathroom. What can make such a sound? Almost without thinking, the old wash basin appeared in Ryan's mind, and the things hidden under it. Punlo. Ryan's muscles were tense, and her legs were struggling to run to the women's bathroom with her body. Go with the environment around the bathroom was very dim, and it was only through the weak light that Cha could see that Punlo was standing in front of the sink at this time. Cha took out his wand. Silver light. Do not want. Punlo's voice. Ryan was stunned for a moment, but Punlo was right in front of her, and she clearly didn't speak. This sudden sound interrupted Cha's spell, and the sound of the counter rubbing against the counter would come again. This time the sound lasted for a very short time, but within a few seconds, even some of the distracted Chas returned to calm without responding. Silver, light flickering. Ryan walked carefully towards Punlo. Sister? Punlo? Clear water? You. The women's bathroom suddenly fell into a dead silence, because Ryan's hand touched Punlo's shoulder lightly, and what he touched was the cold and lifeless body. The temperature that belonged to Punlo was gone, and what was left was the endless cold, and even the lavender smell of the shampoo in her beautiful long brown hair was barely audible. Ryan's trembling hand turned Punlo gently. Her face was still beautiful. 187. The delicate lips are slightly opened. The bright eyes of the past have lost their vitality, and the expression seems to be confused and worried. But there was no fear or sadness on her face, and her heartbeat and breathing had completely stopped. Impossible. Ryan's pupils shrank suddenly. This was not petrification or suspended animation. But Punlo really lost his life. Will not Ryan? You didn't lose his calm. He immediately took out the dew of life from his pocket, which was the potion he used to save the unicorn, and it could heal almost all injuries. Shreya gently dripped the colorful and beautiful dew of life into Punlo's mouth, but there is an unusual death energy in the body, so the dew of life cannot be sent back at all. Because, after all, the dew of life can only save people, even if that person is half dead. But how can there be a medicine that can save a dead person? If it really exists, it may only exist in legends. The kind of treasures that come back to life. Snake. Weird. Ryan gently hugged Punlo's icy body. There is only one thing that can do this. Almost word by word popped out of his mouth, and Ryan's voice was like an secluded abyss. Earth. Demon. The golden magic in Char's body exploded like a high explosive, and a huge roar spread throughout the entire Hogwarts castle, and the corridor on the second floor of Hogwarts, which had been rarely damaged for thousands of years, collapsed inch by inch. Don't worry, how can I let the beautiful young lady get the lunchbox? The plot needs Chapter 93. Silent Campus. The roar alarmed the students in Hogwarts, including Filch of course, who dragged a sluggish leg and ran desperately to the women's bathroom on the second floor. But he couldn't move any further before he made his way to the corridor leading to the bathroom. In this passage, the thick stone bricks of Hogwarts were cracked inch by inch from the outermost side to the inside, as if they were crushed by heavy machinery. Filch had been at Hogwarts for so many years, He had a hard time imagining what had happened to make him look like this. You must know that the heavy monsters broke in and did not cause substantial damage to the stone bricks, not to mention that the building materials used at Hogwarts were extremely durable. In the darkness in the distance, a blond boy slowly walked out with a girl in his arms. Although there was no difference at the moment, his long hair was still swaying gently, and his body exuded a faint golden light. If you look closely, you will find that his feet are not on the floor at all, but he uses magic to drag himself up and walk in the air. When the boy approached, Filch could see his face clearly. Who was it if it wasn't Char? Immediately, Filch showed an ugly smile. Although he didn't understand why this place was destroyed, he intuitively told him that it must be inseparable from Ryan. Ambrosius, you seem to have something interesting here. Filch is a very vengeful person. As long as he has the opportunity, he will not let go of the students who have made him uncomfortable, including Char. Char ignored Filch. He walked through the broken corridor with Punlow's icy body in his arms. He didn't even look at Filch, and just passed by him straight. Filch felt greatly despised, and was immediately annoyed. You, stop for me. You make this place look like this, I will make the principal punish you well. Come with me. Quickly saying that, Filch reached out to Char's shoulder, trying to hold him back. But his fingers immediately retracted before they touched Char. The faint golden light around Char was extremely hot, and Filch had absolutely no way to approach Char. Ryan's golden pupil didn't fluctuate at all. He said softly, I'm in a bad mood right now, stay away from me if you don't want to be unlucky. What happened? Apparently, Ryan's movement was too great. The professors upstairs were disturbed, and the students also gathered around, and Mag was the first to bear the brunt. Her expression was incredulous in shock. Mr. Ambrosius, is this what you did? Filch immediately nodded in response. That's right. Snape in the back followed closely behind Mag. He looked at Ryania, and Punlow in his arms. What a pitiful and familiar expression. 12 years ago, he was so sad for a person. There was a rare mood swing in Snape's eyes. So he said directly, this is our Slytherin business. Ambrosius, destroying the castle is too bad. I must take you to see the headmaster. Although Snape's tone was still solemn and gloomy, the maintenance in it was unspoken, so he directly defined this matter as something inside Slytherin. Thank you very much, Professor Snape, but I'm sorry. Please give me a little time to walk slowly to Professor McGonagall, and he carefully put Punlow down from Professor McGonagall. Please take care of her. Another student has been attacked. Is this Miss Crewwater? Professor McGonagall's heart was tense, and he quickly caught Punlow, then his face changed dramatically. No, Miss Clifton, Ryan said casually, don't worry, I will save her. At this time, two more students ran towards Professor McGonagall, panting. Those two people were Harry and Ron. Their eyes flushed, as if met with great sadness. Mike, Professor McGonagall, it's not good. Hermione, she. Immediately, the crowd surrounding them was attracted by the two of them. Knowing that the lips of Professor McGonagall's two little lions in front of her were trembling slightly, she tried not to look so serious. What's the matter? Hermione, she was killed in the library on the 5th floor. Speaking of this, Ron's eyes became even more rosy. We have informed Madame Pomfrey, but she said that there is no way to save Hermione. Regulation Field. Ryan stood in place without moving, and was silent for a long time. Ryan, come with me. A gentle voice came from behind the crowd, and everyone unconsciously divided a passage that was enough for people to walk. Dumbledore walked steadily, passed through the crowd, and came to Mag's side. Albus. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Minerva, you are responsible for repairing this place. In addition, students, I may have to announce some unfortunate news. Your school year may end early. What's the meaning? While everyone was puzzled, Dumbledore's hand lightly placed on Char's body. The soft magic power was as cool as water, slightly affected by the heat around Char's surroundings, and at the same time, his boiling magic power gradually calmed down. Let's go. Dumbledore retracted his hand and strode upstairs. Char whispered, Professor McGonagall, promise me to protect Punlo and Hermione's bodies. Can? Ryan's eyes were surprisingly dim, and Mag had finally changed his words. I see. Hearing what Mag said, Char nodded and followed Dumbledore, Punlo and Hermione quickly. They all had an accident, and they should have died because they came into direct contact with the basilisk's gaze. But now is not the time to be angry or blame. What is needed now is to find help as soon as possible their way. Coming to the principal's room, Ryan sighed softly. Actually, it's my fault. It must be something I overlooked. Dumbledore looked at the outside world from the window. Char, I can understand your mood, but I can only say that Voldemort's methods are even weirder than he imagined. But it's not impossible now. Dumbledore turned around and looked at Char. You know, in fact, time can be reversed. Ryan was stunned for a moment, and almost immediately reacted. Time converter? Dumbledore nodded. Since you know this thing, you should know the taboos of using it. Ryan nodded. The time converter, an existence against the sky, can directly reverse the time. But it is impossible to have two selves in one time, so wizards who entered the reverse flow of time cannot be discovered anyway, otherwise the entire timeline will be confused and can never be restored. Then the life and death of Miss Cloveret and Miss Granger are up to you. Dumbledore continued. But I want to remind you that the use of time converters has limits on the strength of wizards, those magic powers. When a wizard reaches a certain level, the time converter cannot take him to reverse time and space. Just like me. Dumbledore's eyes seemed a little sad. Char, your magic power has surpassed that of an adult wizard, so ordinary time converters may not allow you to go back. Char stayed silent. What Dumbledore said was the biggest flaw of the time transformer. If anyone could step into the past unconditionally, think Voldemort probably wouldn't have died. I am not the Harry and the others in the original book. The current self is more time-shifting than they are. When changing the device, the magic power is at least dozens of times more, and the ordinary magic power converter will be directly burst by Char's magic power. Dumbledore thought for a moment. I remember that the Ministry of Magic has a huge time turner, enough to make 10 ordinary adult wizards temporarily go back in time. Maybe, you can try it. Chapter 94 The Ministry of Magic during this period of time. Hogwarts had a very difficult time. The death of the two girls caused the school's repressed uneasiness to break out completely. A large number of students were brought back by their own parents, who were afraid that their children would suffer. Of course, not including some Slytherins, because they thought it was a Salazar Slytherin purge. A number of Hogwarts professors and headmasters have also been blamed, especially Dumbledore, who was accused of causing the death of innocent wizards due to poor supervision, and the Ministry of Magic issued an arrest warrant for this. Also implicated is Hagrid. 50 years ago he was accused of opening the Chamber of Secrets and killing Myrtle. The reason why he was able to recover his freedom later was all because of Dumbledore's bail. Now a similar tragedy has happened again, and the old accounts have been turned over again. Hagrid has been directly arrested because he has a major criminal suspicion. Dumbledore used a phoenix to apparat in the face of the arrest of the Ministry of Magic, and disappeared without a trace in the firelight, leaving Hogwarts without a headmaster in panic. After Ryan made some simple preparations, she went to the hospital. Hermione and Punlo had been frozen by Dumbledore. Harry, how do you say open in Parseltongue? Harry, who still hasn't come out of his grief, looked at Char with a hazy look. What? Char said very seriously, tell me, it's about the life and death of Hermione and Punlo. Harry opened his mouth, then shook his head. No, not to the real snake. I can't tell. Oolong out of the hole. This is the spell Malfoy used. A real snake was summoned. So the Parseltongue, buried deep in Harry's talent, was activated again, and he sent out strange snake scales. Okay, I took it down. Ryan listened carefully, and in order to prevent accidents, he even saved it with a recording conch. During this time, don't run around. You must be careful. If you can't do it, go to Ron's house to hide. After a few simple words, Char hurriedly came to the main hall of Hogwarts, where the Floo network was set up, quickly grabbed a handful of Floo powder and threw it on the ground. Ministry of Magic. The golden flame engulfed Char's provincial hall, and he disappeared from Hogwarts as a whole. The Ministry of Magic, the core of power in the magical world of the country, is located in the core of the country London, deep underground that no one knows about under the bustling streets. Like most institutions of power, the Ministry of Magic has a solemn and rigorous layout, with black floor tiles forming the main color tone, and white lamps hanging high on the ceiling, making the underground world feel like daylight. At the same time, there is also a lot of modern atmosphere here. Telephones and elevators are very common, and their purpose is to facilitate office work. 8th basement floor. This is the entrance for visitors. Those who are allowed to visit can come here by elevator or Floo network. The unusual golden flame attracted the people coming and going, and Ryanya walked out of it. Clean up. Ryan snapped her fingers lightly, and the dust on her body disappeared immediately. He walked forward quickly. Obviously, most of the people in the Ministry of Magic knew the head of the Ambrosius family, so many people came up to ask, but one was rejected by Char. Hello, dear Mr. Char Ambrosius, which department are you going to? Ryanya said to the person in charge of lifting and lowering next to the elevator. On the first floor, the minister's office. Rest assured, I have already contacted your minister. You wait a moment. The male employee walked away quickly, came to a public telephone to dial, asked a few questions in his mouth, and then walked back. Sorry for keeping you waiting. So the internal elevator of the Ministry of Magic started again, and Char was getting closer and closer to the surface. Hello, the minister's office on the first floor called. Ryan nodded slightly to show his friendship. He straightened his black robes and walked out of the elevator, and walked quickly towards the door of the minister's office. The door handle of the minister's office is a bronze handle with antique glyphs. The magic visitor needs to say his name, and he can only enter after the person inside agrees. Char Ambrosius. After Ryan finished reporting his name, the door of the room, which was written with almost no time difference, opened, and inside was the current Minister of Magic, who was nominally the most powerful guy in the magical world of Yin Kingdom, Conley Fu. Mr. Ambrosius, I was just wondering when you'll be here. Welcome. Seeing Ryan Fuji, he stood up and extended his hand to welcome Ryan very warmly. Shreya gently held Fudge. Hello, long time no see Minister Connolly. Please sit down. The greetings between the two were official and hypocritical. The minister's office has a large space, with two sofas facing each other in the middle, and a beautiful mahogany round table in the middle. I don't know what happened to Mr. Ambrosius. I seem to see anxiety from your news, which is somewhat inconsistent with your calm personality. Fudge picked up the glass and gave himself a red currant liqueur. Mr. Ambrosius, do you need it? No thanks. I don't really like the smell of gooseberries. Ryan clearly saw Fudge's brows stretched a little, and seemed to be reluctant to bear the sugar and wine in front of him. Fudge had grey curly hair and was not tall but stocky. Wearing a pinstriped suit, bright red tie, long black cape, purple pointed boots, and a dark green top hat on the side. The clothes are a bit colourful. Secretary Connolly, I'm here with a request. Fudge held the glass to his nose and seemed pleased with the aroma of the red currant liqueur. Oh, I don't know if there is anything I can do to help the famous Mr. Ambrosius. Char, not to beat round the bush, I want to borrow the time turner from the Ministry of Magic. Fudge was stunned for a moment. Sorry, what did you say? Char repeated word by word. Time changer. Mr. Ambrosius, you should know that there are strict restrictions on the use of time converters. Fudge put down the wine glass in his hand. Disturbing time is a recognized taboo in the magical world, so the time converter is strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic, and can only be used when tracing cases or major events. Ryan's expression was calm. Don't worry, I'm only using it to trace one thing, and I will never use him to do bad things. Fudge shook his head. Although Ambrosius has always had a good relationship with our Ministry of Magic, I'm afraid I can't agree to this, because... Before Fudge finished speaking, Char continued, as a reward, I will donate 400,000 galleons to the Ministry of Magic in the name of the Ambrosius family, and I will also thank Minister Fudge in my own name. Char took out a letter from his arms, placed it lightly on the round table, and pushed it in Fudge's direction. This is Gringotts check proof, which can withdraw gold galleons of any value within 100,000. And I think that my character, Minister Connolly, can be trusted, so I will just use the time converter in the right way. Looking at the cooperation in the past few years, I hope Secretary Connolly will consider it carefully. Fudge tried to keep himself calm, but his tumbling Adam's apple betrayed his heart, and he tried desperately to keep his eyes from the white envelope on the table. Of course I believe in your character, Mr. Ambrosius, but the use of the time manager requires complicated instructions, so... Ryan smiled slightly and handed out an envelope again. It's okay, let me show my sincerity in the name of the family. This is the 400,000 gold galleon check I just said. I think it should go directly to Minister Connolly, because no one represents the impartiality of the entire Ministry of Magic better than you. Connolly's breathing was obviously heavy, and his fingers on the sofa arm trembled slightly. Okay, I promise you. Chapter 95. The last time back Fudge's movements suddenly became faster, and he accepted the check from Chaya without a trace. As for whether the money flowed into the Ministry of Magic, or fell into Fudge's own hands, Chaya had no interest at all. It didn't take long for Char to sit on the sofa and Fudge wrote the approval letter for the use of the time changer. At the same time, he picked up the phone and gave a quick order through the Ministry of Magic's internal network. Okay, Mr. Ambrosius, you can take this to the Department of Mysteries on the 9th floor of the basement and hand it over to the staff in the time room. Fudge, who took the money to do things, was quite efficient. Regarding the taboo on the use of time converters, Mr. Ambrosius must remember, I don't want the magic world to lose such a reliable young man as you. Char took the parchment handed by Fudge. Thank you. The Ministry of Magic in the underground of London has a larger scale than imagined, and it is no less complex and repetitive than a labyrinth. Ryanya came to this quiet and somewhat terrifying floor. Obviously, this is not a place that people frequent. The time room, is it here? Shreya gently pushes away in front of the dark iron door. This is a somewhat deserted room. There is a lonely table in it, and there is another door inside the room, so it is impossible to know the specific situation. Hello. Ryan handed the approval letter given by Fudge to the staff member behind the desk, a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the approval letter without raising his head, and then looked at Zaya in surprise. It turns out that you are the famous Mr. Ambrosius. Speaking of which, my child is still a loyal fan of your Gwent brand? Thanks. Ryan chuckled and took out a card from her arms. It seems that this is also a kind of fate, both however, this card will be handed over to Ling Lang. I hope he can play happily. The middle-aged man was a little embarrassed. This is not good, right? Please don't refuse. Well, I think my child will be very happy. Accepting Zaya's things, the middle-aged man was obviously much more enthusiastic. If you don't know your information, it is really difficult to associate the age of 12 with your outstanding achievements. Ryan Dao, it's overrated. Then, can I use the time converter now? Oh yes. The middle-aged man hurriedly got up, picked up the key hanging on his waist, and opened another door in the room. The space inside was very small, and only a tall cabinet stood there. The door of the cabinet was made of transparent glass, and Ryan clearly saw that there were all kinds of delicate utensils inside, including hourglasses, pendants, and discs. Here, the middle-aged man led Zaya to the cabinet. According to Minister Conley's instructions, you can borrow one of the time converters, and we will check the time converter you choose from time to time to ensure its legal use. Saying that, the middle-aged man tapped on the cabinet, and the magic ban on it was lifted. Ryan nodded. Okay. Pulling the cabinet door open, Ryan's eyes quickly swept across the entire cabinet. There are many time changers, but one is particularly conspicuous. It was a globe-shaped thing, bigger than a normal basketball, and it consisted of 6 intertwined concentric circles of different sizes. It seems that this is what Dumbledore said. Char pointed to the spherical time converter. My magic power is much more than that of an average adult. Ordinary converters can't support me, so this is the biggest one. The middle-aged man was a little surprised, although Char's famous, but it's hard to imagine such a teenager already possessing more magical powers than a grown-up wizard. However, the quality of the Ministry of Magic's personnel is still good, since Connery Fudge has approved it and let him choose whatever he wants, and he can do it himself. Carefully taking the time converter out of the cabinet, the middle-aged man pointed to the center of the ball-shaped converter. Turn the innermost circle to reverse the flow for 1 hour. The outermost one is 1 day, and the maximum cannot exceed 7 days. In addition, you must choose a good location when using it. It is not easy to carry such a big thing on your body. 7 days. Fortunately, the time should be enough. Remember, don't be discovered. Don't change history. If we find that this time converter is used in illegal ways, then we will pursue unlimited legal responsibility. Since the time converter is a prop with powerful magical rules, it cannot be placed in any storage space, so Char had to hold it, and then operate it to Notting Island, a secret room that he had left behind. This is a place that Safos doesn't even know. There are many magical protections around the room, which are used to place some of Char's most precious props. If I use it, I can't be seen by anyone, so I can't take it back to Hogwarts and go back in time. Ryan pondered for a while, and in retrospective time, it is true that he cannot be discovered by others, because the complexity and changes of people are elusive, but there are no animals in this restriction, so in the original book, Harry and the others were able to use the time converter to save the Griffin, Barkopic. I think I know where to go. Ryan quickly turned the time switch, no more or no less, just 3 clicks, because Ryan clearly remembered what he was doing in the past 3 days, and he could avoid himself completely. The scene in front of him has hardly changed, because this is Char's secret room. What is it now? What it was like a few days ago. However, the converter in his hand became hotter and hotter, and it seemed that he could no longer withstand the magic of Char. So when the 3rd stroke was halfway through, the entire converter made a crisp sound and then shattered to the ground. 2.5 days, this is the final reverse time, and the largest time converter in existence in the magic world is completely broken. Therefore, Char is equivalent to spending 500,000 galleons to buy an off time back. But as long as they can be rescued. Char packed the broken parts in a box, and if everything went well, he would throw the wreckage to Connolly as an explanation. Carefully searched for the coordinate position, and Char's body disappeared in the distortion. The distant Hogwarts was full of complex and ancient protective formations, which made apparition impossible, but the distant Forbidden Forest after Hogwarts Castle did not. This restriction. So Ryan knew appeared in the Forbidden Forest like this. It was early in the morning, the sun shone through the leaves in the forest, and there was a silent stream of water beside him. A melodious voice came from behind Char, followed by hurried footsteps. Char turned around and saw the figure and said with a chuckle, "Hello, Artemis." The unicorn's snow-white body shines even more in the sunlight, its clear eyes are full of joy, and its warm head is close to Char's face. Char touched Artemis' head. "Not bad. I've grown up a bit." I don't know if it was because the dew of life that the unicorn was saved at that time was very effective. Artemis' body grew very fast. It may take 40 or 50 years for a unicorn to grow normally before it is considered an adult. At present, Artemis has raised his head half a head higher than Char, and his wisdom is also increasing day by day. Although he can't speak human language, he can fully understand Char's words. "By the way, Artemis, there may be something to trouble you." Artemis turned his head, his eyes rather puzzled. "I just heard Zaya say, take me to find a guy, a huge 8-eyed spider, Aragog." Chapter 96 Aragog. Artemis obviously knew the location of Aragog, and its eyes were a little aggrieved. looking reluctant. If you think about it, spiders are easy to make people afraid, not to mention the extremely huge 8-eyed giant spider. Even if they haven't met, they can imagine Aragog's terrifying appearance. I need your help right now. Ryan's tone was like coaxing a child. Just bring me nearby. I won't hurt you. The unicorn seemed to be tangled, pacing incessantly, and finally nodded. Thank you. Artemis rubbed against Char, then squatted down slightly. Are you going to carry me? Char is a little surprised. It seems that not many people have ridden unicorns in history. Artemis' big silver eyes were a little cute, and he looked at Zaya strangely, as if asking why he hadn't come up yet. Well, Ryan is actually a little excited. Artemis' back is not very wide, but it is enough for Char to sit firmly. Its slender and powerful limbs speed up after a little brewing, and the figure is like a breeze wandering in the forest, and the scenery in front of Char's eyes changes rapidly. What's even more surprising is that Zaya didn't hug Artemis' neck, but he didn't cause his body to shake because of the excessive speed. In just a few minutes, Ryan walked from a section of the forbidden forest to a deeper place. The surrounding trees became denser and denser, and even sunlight could not penetrate. Artemis' footsteps slowed down. At this time, the forest was very dark, and it was even more difficult to distinguish between day and night when looking up. Artemis stopped and shrank his head back. Ryan asked, "Is it here?" Artemis nodded. In fact, it really wanted to leave this place immediately. It was cold, damp, and dark, which was completely different from the habit of unicorns. Despite this, the spiral-sharp corner of its forehead is still facing a darker direction ahead, as if to guide Char. Thank you. Ryan cautiously jumped off Artemis' body and patted its back. Come on, your eyes are about to cry, but don't be affected by this environment. Artemis looked at him worriedly. Ryan, it bites Ryan's long-distance running. It seems that it doesn't want him to leave. I have some things to confirm. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Artemis finally let go of his mouth, and Char took out his wand and walked towards the darkness in front of him. Silver flickering. Char's wand emits a soft glow, and at the same time, he exudes invisible magic, which is a shock to the creatures that spy on him nearby. In this light pressure, none of the spiders of different sizes and eager to move hidden on both sides of the road dared to attack Ryan. Strange visitor, who are you? A hoarse, old and unpleasant voice came from the front, and Ryan looked up, but saw a huge spider lazily there. His huge body is 4 meters high, but the color has already developed, and the milky white spider eyes are particularly conspicuous under the brilliance of the wand. Aragog looked at Char. Why are you here? Char said calmly, my name is Char Ambrosius, Hagrid's friend. I am here because I need your help. Hagrid's friend? This sentence was very effective, and Aragog thought of the big boy who protected it and raised it, so its tone softened. Then Hagrid's friend, what help can you ask me for? In addition, Aragog is very afraid of Char. This is an instinct of animals, and it is very dangerous for dangerous things. Avoidance. The young wizard in front of him possessed a power that he feared. Nothing, I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Char said to Aragog, of course, I will pay you enough. Aragog, who was still lacking in interest, moved his body a little closer to Ryan because his eyes had severe cataracts. In fact, he couldn't see Ryan in front of him at all, so he could only use the rest of his senses to confirm what was in front of him. The existence of this sorcerer. I can cure your cataracts, improve your physique, and even help you get rid of your natural enemies. Aragog's breathing was a little short. Really? Of course, but you have to tell me what I want to know first. If I don't help you after I get the answer, then I will never get out of this forest. The wizard's oath is solemn and sacred, and failure to fulfill it will bring serious consequences, so wizards rarely swear, and Aragog still knows this. You ask. As long as I know, I will try to tell you. Well, about the recent attacks in Hogwarts Castle, I think you can feel it. Aragog was silent for a while, Yes, my descendants who came back from the castle have already told me that now we have all evacuated the castle, and in a few days we will migrate deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Ryan Dow, but these things involve more than you think. Hagrid is accused of opening the secret room and carrying out the attack, and he has been arrested. Although it was stated that Hagrid would not be arrested in a few days, it was also true, so it wasn't a lie for Char to say that. Aragog's voice suddenly rose a bit. Stupid, they have already framed me and Hagrid once 50 years ago, and now they want to do it again. When people can't see the essence of things, what they like to do most is to find a scapegoat. Char was disdainful of this, and he continued, please tell me, the home that caused the attack, fellow basilisk, what is the source of its power? Aragog trembled slightly. Why do you know this name? Ryan said, please don't be afraid of you. You eight-eyed spiders and basilisks are mortal enemies handed down from ancient times, so I don't think there is anyone who knows its existence better than you. Tell me, what is the source of the basilisk's power, and why it will die if you directly touch his eyes? Knowing this, I will definitely help you get rid of it, and you don't have to hide deeper in the Forbidden Forest. Aragog was a little scared. No, I can't say its name, we can't bring it up. Ryan's clear voice was a little higher. If you don't tell me, Hagrid will die in Azkaban, and your descendants will hide in this dark forest for generations to be free. This is you want it? Aragog seemed irritated, and it growled at Char. You rude guy, don't think you're Hagrid's friend and I won't treat you like that. The invisible magic power on Char's body emits a faint light, and the magic power that erupted once because of Punala's murder has become stronger than before. Ryan said lightly, this sentence should be said by me. If it wasn't for you being Hagrid's friend, I wouldn't be so patient with you. The golden magic is so warm and powerful. In Aragog in his eyes, Char is like the sun, which makes him hate and can't avoid it. Think of your children and grandchildren. Think of Hagrid. Continue to choose between cowering and cowardice, or helping me and doing it once and for all. It's up to you. Chapter 97. The Cursed Gaze. Char's words stung Aragog's heart, which is why Aragog is called the King of Giant Spiders, a creature with wisdom and thinking. Aragog said in a low voice, you have to promise me that you must let it disappear completely. It won't be possible to live. Ryan is very clear that the most direct way to change everything that has happened without interfering with the original timeline is to kill the basilisk. Aragog's voice echoed in the depths of the jungle. That guy in the castle is what you call it, the basilisk. It is a creature of chaos, from the devil's egg laid by a 7-year-old rooster in the sky of Sirius and hatched by a toad. I haven't seen it, but the memory lineage in my blood clearly tells me what kind of thing it is. In fact, it's a snake-shaped magical creature. About how Aragog knew about the basilisk. In fact, Ryan has always been puzzled. He has never met his parents, and he doesn't know how to read or study. After hearing this, Ryan understands that maybe this is the magic and inheritance of magical creatures. Although the basilisk's physical strength is very strong, our giant spider family is not afraid of him, and even we have a numerical advantage. What we are afraid of is his gaze. As long as we look directly at it, we will die immediately, because its eyes are cursed. Ryan was a little strange. Curse? Good. Aragog said, the rooster is the symbol of light and heat, and the toad is the embodiment of darkness and cold, and the killing under Sirius makes the monster. Its eyes are like the spell of your human wizards. As long as the line of sight is relative, the curse will be established, and the curse will occur. Unless it is a creature with a higher bloodline or simply does not look at it, there is no way to avoid such a curse. It turns out that the power of the basilisk's gaze is a curse. Curse. This is an extremely mysterious part of incantation. It is not necessarily the power of the caster itself, it can directly relate to the rules or even the power of gods. For example, the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts was cursed by Voldemort, so no teacher of the defense against the dark arts class has ever been re-elected. Unless the source of the curse is lifted, there is no way for humans to resist the basilisk's gaze. But now that he knows what the basilisk's biggest weapon is, Ryan has a way to solve it. Because of this, he must know that what he has to do next is to face the basilisk alone that has lived for nearly 1,000 years. Without Dumbledore's phoenix to support him, he may not have the same luck as Harry. I already know what to do. Ryan nodded. Now it's time to fulfill my own promise. He took out 8 tubes of healing potion from his arms, and under the precise control of magic power, they fell neatly on all the eyes of the basilisk. Becomes pure black. Thank you. Thank you. Aragog couldn't remember how long he hadn't seen the clear world. His huge eyes stared at Zaya, trying to remember the appearance of this young wizard in his mind. Don't rush. Ryan took out a bottle of dew of life from her arms. Open your mouth. Aragog was instinctively attracted by the colorful and beautiful colors of that variety, and almost subconsciously opened his mouth, and 3 drops of the dew of life fell into Aragog's mouth. Unlike when Artemis was the unicorn, Aragog has no injuries now, but his body is aging badly. These 3 drops of dew of life are enough to improve his current physique. As for your descendants, they will be free when I destroy the basilisks. Ryan, you put away all the potions. I should go, etc. Aragog woke up from his long-lost comfort. Your name is Char Ambrosius, right? Ryan nodded. Not bad. You are a person who keeps your word. Your help has extended my life. I will be a friend of our giant spider family. I accept your kindness. Then goodbye, King of Giant Spiders. Aragog. Char waved. I wish you and your huge family a happy life. After speaking, Char's figure disappeared from Aragog's sight, and those spiders in Aragog, which were also huge, each the size of a car, could only silently watch Zaya leave. Although they like to eat human flesh, it does not mean that they have no brains. Why, this human being has a feeling that makes my heart palpitate, like a kind of instinctual fear. Aragog shook his head, somewhat incomprehensible. After leaving the place where Aragog was, the air outside smelled better. God knows how much excrement was in the place where Aragog stayed. Seeing that Cheria finally came out, the anxious Artemis rushed up immediately and walked beside Cheria very happily. It's really hard for you to make a unicorn willing to wait so long in such a humid and dark environment. Shows how attached it is and believes in Char in its heart. Ryan thought for a while, and gave Artemis all the dew of life left after he just distributed it to Aragog. As for himself, he still has a small bottle, which is enough to use at a critical time. Artemis immediately enjoyed the dew of life, and even the colorful brilliance with a horn brightened a bit. Little guy, this thing is rare. Char scolded and patted Artemis' head with a smile, and its eager eyes looked very interesting. As a reward for you, take me to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. Artemis nodded and squatted down gently, the meaning of which was self-evident, and Char dexterously jumped up. As soon as he sat firmly, the unicorn-like speed came into play again, and the entrance to the Forbidden Forest fell down while tossing and turning. The sunlight that he saw again was very warm, and through the woods he could see the Hogwarts castle in the distance. Chapter 98 is in progress. Part 1. I'm leaving. I'll come to you next time. You have to grow up obediently. I don't know how much energy those few drops of dew of life contain. It's enough for you to digest for a while. The horned beast came down from behind, and then swayed into the shape of a small golden dragon. Artemis shrank back in fright when facing Char's Alamagus. But Char's appearance in the form of a little golden dragon was quite delicate and lovely, and the aura on his body was still so familiar. Rano Jinlong Ryan waved his claws and quickly flew towards the outside of the Forbidden Forest. His stature became smaller and smaller, and in the end it was only a finger's length. At the same time, Ryan cast a powerful invisibility curse on himself. Originally, there was an invisible magical barrier between Hogwarts Castle and the Forbidden Forest, which repelled all non-Hogwarts students. But even if time goes back, it can't change Char's identity as a Hogwarts student, so Char passed through the barrier smoothly. His small size gave him great flexibility and invisibility, so he could deftly bypass the students coming and going at Hogwarts and make his way into the castle along gaps in the walls. 2 days ago, Ron should have had the diary, so he should not have seen how he got it. This form of Ryan can naturally last longer than before, estimating the consumption of magic power in his body, and insisting on it for 2 hours should not be a problem, but after 2 hours, he can't guarantee such a good concealment effect. The invisibility spell is actually a projection technique to the surrounding environment. The smaller the size, the more effective it is. If Chaya turns into a normal human form, the effect of the invisibility spell will be greatly reduced. Harry, I borrowed something from you. After Char came to Gryffindor's castle, he was opened by another Gryffindor student on the portrait of Mrs. Fatty, and quickly slipped in. Fortunately, the dormitories of each grade were carefully divided, and Zaya found Harry's bed with little effort. At this time, there was no one in the bedroom, and Zaya quickly searched under Harry's bed, and finally I found what I needed in a box. Found it, without any flaws. The most perfect invisible prop, the invisibility cloak of Death God. Ryan did not dare to change back to his human form. If someone suddenly came over, God knows what it would look like. Facts proved that Ryan's judgment was correct. Just as Ryan was about to pull the invisibility cloak out from under the bed, a footstep came from the common room. Someone entered Gryffindor's dorm. Ryan quietly flew out from the other side of the bed, curled up in the sheets that Harry hadn't laid out, with only a small head exposed, looking at everything in front of him. The person who came in was Ron. He was a little lost. He took off his shoes lazily and lay down on his bed. After lying down for about 3 minutes, Ron couldn't sit still, and he took out a diary from under his pillow. It was Riddle's diary. Looking at this notebook, Ron's pale face turned an unhealthy red. He picked up the quill and quickly wrote in the notebook, sometimes laughing and crying, looking very abnormal. This shows how powerful Voldemort is at demagogic people, and Ron's body and mind are almost controlled by him. What? A sudden scream came from Ron's mouth. He whispered into the empty room and wrote, Why should I give you to Char? He already has enough. He doesn't need to find one. No, that's not what I meant. I just want you to give me more confidence. I don't want to be too far from them. Ron's quill pen almost flew at a speed, and he muttered, I have failed at everything since I was a child, and only you have always comforted and encouraged me, and told me a lot of things. Please, give me a little more time. Tomorrow, I will give you to him tomorrow. At least you can talk to me more for a while. Ron's whispers grew weaker, humming in the bedroom like a demonic whistle. So, he was struggling with sending the diary away. Ryan understood that the day after tomorrow was the day Ron forced Riddle's diary into his hands. If I want to get this, I can't help but feel that the time is very tight. Punlo and Hermione will be attacked tomorrow afternoon, and the day after tomorrow will be the day when I come to the Ministry of Magic, so I have to deal with the basilisk before noon tomorrow. Problem 0. Ask for flowers 0. But looking at Ron's appearance, Ryan felt a little emotional. Maybe Ron has a lot of thoughts, and he also has a lot of shortcomings, but many things cannot be decided by himself, because sometimes the environment can profoundly affect your life. If someone lends a helping hand when you are most helpless and confused, then the defense line of your mind will easily collapse. After about 10 minutes, Ron's mood slowly calmed down. He hid his diary and tried to pretend to be very energetic, but the tiredness and irritability in his eyebrows was still hard to hide. At this time, Harry and the others should be in class, so Ron should have made an excuse to sneak out, and he left the bedroom after a short rest. Voldemort's soul was draining his life force, while also making a mess of Ron's spirit. This diary, Ryan frowned slightly, and decided not to destroy him for the time being. Without Dumbledore's care, the movement caused by his flames would be known to the whole school. Just wait until I get to the secret room first. Char took out Harry's invisibility cloak, and the soft, water-like material couldn't tell what it was made of. It was indeed the legendary Deathly Hallows. Taking advantage of the fact that the students were all in class and there was not a lot of traffic at Hogwarts, Zaya left Gryffindor Tower wearing an invisibility cloak, and went straight to the second floor while allowing the magic power he consumed to recover as soon as possible. Jin Yang's bathroom was still a little gloomy there. There was still no one in the bathroom, and Myrtle's soul had not yet appeared. Shreya slowly took off her invisibility cloak and recited Parseltong to the faucet with the small silver snake tattooed on it. Open. The eccentric tone had just ended, and the old vanity made a low sound that was so familiar. In an instant, the faucet was covered in a brilliant white light and began to rotate, and then the sink began to move. In fact, after the sink sank, a pipe with a diameter of about 1 meter was exposed, which was enough for people to enter and enough. Let a nearly 1,000-year-old basilisk sprang out. Char stuffed Harry's invisibility cloak into his storage bag and jumped into the pipe without hesitation. 7 Chapter 99 in progress Part 2. The deep pipes were twisting and twisting, and Zaya quickly slid down against the sticky wall, for which he had to use a deceleration spell to slow down his speed. Then the pipeline stretched out straight, and Ryan flew out of the pipeline as a whole. Seeing that he could not maintain his balance, Ryan simply turned into a little golden dragon, and then landed steadily. The smell here was weird, full of mud and decay, and there was darkness in front of the three of Char and the others. Ryan removed the muddy water from his body in disgust, raised his wand and said softly. The silver light flickered. Even though the light from Char's wand was very bright, he still couldn't see what was in front of him, and there was endless darkness beyond the light. Ryan, you calmed down, because the ground was wet and there was water, so the sound of footsteps when walking was extraordinarily loud. The space under the passage is too large. In order to ensure safety, Ryan's walking speed is not very fast. In the brilliance of the wand, his shadow is reflected on the wall, which looks extremely terrifying. Just as Char passed a corner, a huge, curved outline suddenly appeared in front of him, lying there. Seems like a basilisk, but it didn't move. Looking closer, the tip of the wand gleamed across the hide of a giant python, a repulsive bright green, curled up and smelled oddly. This is the basilisk shedding this skin, and it can be inferred from this side that the body of the basilisk will not be lower than 8 meters at least. So how did Harry in the original work summon the courage to fight against this behemoth? Finally, when Zaya walked past the snake's slough and past another bend, a solid wall stood in front of him. 2 intertwined snakes are carved on the wall, and the eyes of the snakes are set with giant emeralds, which look lifelike. Open. Char imitated the Parseltong that Harry had said. The wall in front of him split apart, and the 2 snakes also separated, and the 2 half-walls slid away in balance and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Ryan was standing at the end of a stone room. The stone room was quite large and dimly lit. More stone-carved giant pythons were wrapped around the towering stone pillars on both sides, rising all the way up and disappearing into the dark ceiling. Char moved their wand slightly forward, and the light ball at the tip of the wand broke away from the wand and floated forward slowly, at the same speed as Char's walking pace. And walking slowly between the pillars carved with pythons made every footstep of Char reverberate in the room. Suddenly Ryan stopped, and he looked at the young man standing in front of him with some confusion. Jake Fernandez? This guy, the one who provoked himself when Gryffindor clashed with Slytherin students in the first year, is another man manipulated by Voldemort. Wrong. Jake stood there blankly, not moving because of Char's shouting. Ryan got closer, only to realize that he had long since died. His pale skin had turned blue, and his icy body froze in place, unwilling to fall. The expression on his face was extremely painful, as if he had been greatly tortured before his death. Why did he die here? Maybe the 2 of them were a little unhappy, but they definitely didn't rise to the level of deep hatred. Char used magic to manipulate Jake's body to flatten and lie down under a pillar while helping him close his terrified eyes. This does not seem to be the power of the basilisk, but a powerful black magic. Ryan's heart is getting heavier and heavier. What happened to the secret room and everything that happened in the school to become the current situation? But reality didn't give Ryan time to think about it, and there was no sign or warning at all. There was a huge head at the back of the stone room, His mouth had opened at some point, and a huge python-shaped monster suddenly scurried, opened its mouth and rushed towards Ryan. The body of the basilisk is green and thick, and there are even moss on the scales. Can't look into the basilisk's eyes. Even though the basilisk was coming very fast, Ryan did not lose his calm. He lowered his head suddenly, only to see the body of the basilisk move. Ryan read to the bottom of his feet. It soars into the sky. Then the whole person avoided the impact of the basilisk with the help of the reaction force. The disgusting smell, and the low neighing of the basilisk made Ryan's heart vigilant. Its size is so large that it takes a lot of effort for Ryan to dodge each time. But after this attack, it suddenly stopped moving, and a strange and magnetic voice sounded in the stone room. Hee, Char Ambrosius, you are here after all. Ryan's body was cold, and there was a black-haired young man leaning against the stone pillar not far away. He is only 16 or 17 years old, handsome and personable, but his eyes are sharp and domineering, and he has the aura of disregarding everything. Being able to be here, and with this unusual aura, Ryan said, Voldemort, the black-haired youth, first hissing Parselmouth, and the basilisk said something, and then he said, to be precise, I was 16 or 17 years old, and at this time I seemed to be carrying a dirty name, Tom Riddle. Why are you here? Ryan frowned, and your body is not an entity. Young Voldemort, or Tom Riddle, glanced at Chick lying on the ground, and said disdainfully, because this guy's vitality and soul are so weak, I can only recover so much. Impossible. Obviously Voldemort's soul. That Horcrux is still in the diary. What is Voldemort's soul in front of him? Tom Riddle said, this guy could have lived a few more days, but because of you, I had to be vigilant. After finishing speaking, Riddle stroked the body of the basilisk beside him in fascination. It is a very loyal servant and has successfully guarded the inheritance of our family for nearly 1,000 years. So how can I let it happen? Remember yesterday when you tried to open the entrance with brute force at the exit of the secret room? At that time I already felt your threat to this secret room. You want to destroy the treasure left by the great Salazar. I will never allow this to happen. Ryan was silent for a moment. The 28 diary in Ron's hand is also yours, right? Oh, I didn't expect you to notice it, Riddle said. The value of that red-haired boy is almost exhausted. I originally planned to borrow his hand to give you the diary, but now it seems that there is no need for it. Speaking of this, Riddle licked his lips, because I suddenly felt that it would be good to lend me your young and powerful body. Riddle here is indeed an independent part of Voldemort's soul, and that diary does contain Voldemort's soul fragments. But now the two appear separately, and dead Jack. Torn souls, sacrificed living, that's what happened. Ryan suddenly understood. Voldemort, you actually split the soul you left in the diary. Chapter 100. The curtain call of the basilisk. I have something to do today. I didn't get back home until 11:30, so I'm late for posting the chapter. It may be a little later tomorrow morning, but there will be no less updates. I hope you will forgive me. Riddle frowned. How could you know this? Ryan naturally wouldn't tell him that it was because of the latter that he realized that there was another person behind him, or to be more precise, it is not a person behind it, but another incomplete soul. Voldemort's diary absorbs the power of life and soul by bewitching people, so that he can gradually strengthen his soul, and even restore his previous soul level. Therefore, the first Jike controlled by him was so drained of value that he was on the verge of death. But such Voldemort still has no body and can only use simple spells at most, and he can't exert much power by himself, so he has to find another person, and that person is Ron. According to normal development, Ron and Jack are at best severely weakened, and Voldemort is revived. But all of this ended when Voldemort realized that Char was going to attack the secret room, and what was hidden in this secret room seemed to be more than just a basilisk. So Voldemort was nervous, so he figured out a way to divide his basically formed soul again, and sacrifice the dying Jack. Some souls remain in the chamber, and some are attached to diaries as new Horcruxes. The spirits outside are bewitching people in the diary, and Voldemort in the secret room operates at the same time. Souls split again can work together from different places, and they can also sense each other's existence. So Voldemort will take revenge on Char after learning that the soul in his diary has been destroyed. Ryanya, who completely wanted to understand, didn't hesitate. I won't let your soul continue to survive. Riddle seemed to be listening to a funny joke. Oh, I think you'd better deal with it before you talk about it, he quickly said in snake language to the basilisk beside him. Come on, don't make your body too tattered. The basilisk let out a neigh, and its huge body carried 1,000 strength. Char swiftly waved his wand, and hit the basilisk with various instant deceleration spells and restraint spells, but it didn't seem to have any effect on the basilisk. Basilisks are evil, but they are not so powerful. It's just that the basilisk in front of him has survived for nearly 1,000 years. I don't know how much its growth has accumulated, and I don't know how many times it has shed its skin and evolved. Today, the dark green and deep scales of the basilisk have long been exceptionally strong, with extremely strong magic resistance. Its strength is no less than the super powerful armor spell, and there are almost no flaws. So Ryanya's spell has little effect on it, and it will even irritate it even more. To put it bluntly, there is no spell penetration. Since it can't beat you, just change your terrain. Char lightly patted the floor of the secret room with one hand, and pointed his wand at the dark floor of the secret room, the yellow spring marsh. Immediately, the basilisk's huge body fell into the swamp quagmire that had been transformed. Ryan took a deep breath and turned directly into a little golden dragon. Alimagus. Riddle obviously didn't know what animals Aya had turned into. A golden snake so young. Golden snake? Me and him. Forget it later and come back to deal with you. Char did not pay attention to Riddle's words for the time being, although it was insulting. Transformed into a little golden dragon, he stared at the body of the basilisk, and the young dragon claws moved in the air. As Char Alimagus is getting more and more advanced, it no longer needs to separate the wand at this time. The faint purple light on the back of the golden dragon's right claw is a sign of the fusion of Char and the wand. The area in the swamp is getting bigger and bigger. Under the control of Zaya, the mud in the swamp flows out and flows towards the giant of the basilisk. It doesn't take a moment to wrap its head into a mud ball, so that the eyes of the basilisk cannot be seen. Pass it on to Ryan. Although the basilisk's magic resistance scales are troublesome, you still have weaknesses. Eyes, and soft internal organs, and inside the mouth there are bodily organs. But the first thing to solve is the eyes of the basilisk. Zaya aimed at the head of the basilisk and used a very classic self-created spell, Snape's Shinfing Eyeing, or it should be called Shinfing Eyeing. Ryan. 100. Dodo's sharp spells were woven into an invisible blade net, and they all hit the basilisk's head, making a metal interlacing sound, which was the collision of kamikaze Eyeing and scale armor. But the basilisk's eyes were not so lucky. The sharp magic spell avoided the serpent's pupils that cut open the soil under the scales. The basilisk's body was stretched and straight, and then curled up together, wailing in pain, and dark black blood spewed out of its head. Riddle watched as the basilisk began to writhe wildly, trying to point the basilisk in Parseltong. However, due to the loss of vision, it attacked everything around it aimlessly, but instead made the snake's body more and more mired in the quagmire, and its open mouth exposed two fangs like a long sword. Without the curse of sight, you are a living target. I will give you another good thing. Ryan's right hand is held in the air, and a magic ball emitting a dazzling white gold light appears in his hand, which is the extreme of Ryan's magic power. Compressed result. After aiming for a while, Char drove a little golden dragon closer to the basilisk, and then threw the magic ball into the mouth of the basilisk. See if your insides are as hard as snake scales. After a short delay, a muffled sound came out of the basilisk's body, and then its body burst open. The body in the middle almost turned into pieces, and a green bead rolled to the ground. The basilisk's tail and head were powerless. He twitched on the ground and finally calmed down. This legendary basilisk that has lived for more than 900 years has finally ushered in the end of its life. No, Riddle's face was no longer handsome, and his expression became twisted and cruel, which was quite the look of Voldemort in the future. My basilisk, Slytherin's legacy. Zaya grabbed his claws, and the golden flame turned into a prison cell to trap Riddle's soul, and Riddle's curse and resentment were also locked inside. After Onino did this, Zaya turned back into a human form. He breathed a little calmly, looked at the flames in front of him closing the cell and said softly, "Now, I've caught you." The sudden high concentration magic compression caused his body to feel sore. In fact, now Ryan can burn Riddle's soul. But this way the other soul in the diary will perceive that if there are any variables, Ryan has no way to go back in time again. Wait until the other soul is dealt with. I'm here to clean you up. Ryan slowly turned his eyes away from his eyes. The messy environment, the deep black blood of the basilisks, and the quiet room. Only the figure at the bottom silently stared at such a spacious square, and the magnificent serious statues. Really just a basilisk's breeding room? Is it necessary for Slytherin to build such a formal air for a snake? So Ryan stared at the huge stone statue in the distance. The stone statue was a middle-aged man with a beard and long hair, a Salazar Slytherin. At this time, the mouth of Salazar's stone statue was still open, and the basilisk came out of this place. Ryan approached the mouth of the stone statue, and in front of him was a bottomless cave nearly 2 meters high. Let me see if Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets is really that simple, and maybe then I can understand why Voldemort risked splitting his soul to keep the Chamber of Secrets safe. Sub upon her own wand, into the Salazar in the mouth of the portrait.